Right, this is going to be another episode of Summoning Insight. And being as it is MSI, which normally doesn't mean anything. Like, obviously, in the past, there's some MSIs we didn't even do the preview episode for because that used to be a tournament where my joke was, even though everyone in league had to go, oh, awesome, a second international tournament. I went, you mean waiting for the one time Korea plays China, maybe in the finals? So it's like, it's why top four, even the Western Series, I was top four. It's like, mate, you almost have to be. Like, there's only four regions in this game. So, but now MSI's a bagger. It's actually the best tournament in the world, in my opinion, because it's got that format from last year, double a limb. You saw how amazing it was, all those best of fives. Even the Western teams that everyone laughed at, you still got to see them play two best of fives at least. Well, obviously, one of them even played an extra one. So for this one, we're going to do like one of our preview episodes. We haven't got a million guests, but we're going to bring some people in. So obviously, our initial guest is Damonte here, who you might remember used to be the mid laner of Clutch Gaming who went 0-6 at that Worlds. No, actually, that's harsh because if people don't know, they did have the worst group draw ever with all mega teams. I will say that.
Yeah, that was really rough.
And also, to be fair, he also did do some cool shit like Clap Bjergsen and Doublelift in that TSM back in the day. That was pretty cool. And now works as a coach. I mean, what if people don't know, you were working before with NRG, now you're helping FlyQuest out, right? As a positional coach, I'm guessing, is it? What is it?
Yeah, so on NRG, I was doing positional coaching, so I was helping their mid laner the most. And now for FlyQuest, I'm actually their performance coach. My title is esport or the performance coordinator. So I know, Thorin, you talked to Edward Cleland on
Yes.
a episode previously, and I worked very closely with him back
Right.
in 2021 when I was on 100 Thieves, still playing. And me and him like got a great bond, and he kind of mentored me up. And I kind of shopped around in the off season. NRG let me go like kind of late, and I had a tough time finding any like traditional like assistant coach or head coach jobs. So I kind of reached out to teams. I was like, hey, if you guys need like performance help, something I haven't done before, but it's something that I'm very interested in, and landed here at FlyQuest. And yeah, that's pretty much what I'm doing now.
By the way, one quick question about that. One of the reasons, actually, I'm not as shocked that you did that performance coaching. If people don't know, he was performance coaching, like positional coaching, Parlofox when he went to Worlds and BG2 went to top 8. Is because two things. One, I actually heard from interviews in your teams that you were one of the best people for like keeping people's morale up and like sort of befriending players. You weren't just one of those guys who turned up, put the jersey on, played, and then went home. And then also, if people don't remember, look, you weren't some lane monster when you were a mid laner. You had your matchups and your champions. Kiana was a famous one that you were like a specialist at, and you knew how to sort of work the matchups. So I think actually you're almost like keyed up to be a coach in some way, right, from your playing career.
Yeah, honestly, I could agree with a lot of that. I think my thing was always kind of like knowing how to win the game versus being some superstar individual player. So that was like super natural for me to go into coaching. Like when I worked with Palafox, it was this player who's super talented individually and mechanically, but didn't really understand the game much. And the 2 years I worked with him went really well. And yeah, like speaking on what you're saying about kind of being like the positive guy, I think I'm a huge competitive guy, team sports guy. And I mean, a lot of it is just keeping positive and keeping things moving forward. Something I always tell the team is like, it doesn't really matter like if we have good days, bad days, as long as we're just on an upward trajectory. So yeah, it's been a pretty good position for me so far.
Are you doing any actual gameplay coaching right now as well? Because like it seems as though I mean I know Nuke Duck is in charge of as the head coach of FlyQuest, but because you have so much game knowledge, it seems like you can kind of split both roles, right?
Yeah, so at MSI, I'm definitely doing a bit more of gameplay stuff. I think it's definitely not what they hired me to do because I've been performance coaching
I hear
mainly
I hear
for
there's a strategic coaching role available at FlyQuest.
no comment. Yeah, but anyways, yeah, I mean, so I'm helping four different teams under FlyQuest as performance coach. So doing basically virtual stuff with the three other teams, and then being there on site all the time for LCS. So like I help with strategy when I can, but like before MSI, I said there wasn't too much room for me to get in there, but now I'm kind of getting in the mix a bit more.
By the
I know
way,
you
oh, go on.
I know you can't comment on this too much, but like obviously, losing your strategic coach right before the playoffs, like playoff weekend, like the Friday before, probably had a pretty big effect because you guys didn't know your opponent in LCS. And would you say that that was a big factor in the matches against Team Liquid in the finals?
Um, I don't think not to like I don't think there's any excuse for the finals really. I mean, I think it was a weird situation, and it was kind of like okay, well, this happened, time to like kind of move forward from this. I don't really find it as like something where you could point at that and be like, this is why we lost. I think the preparation weeks before that could have been better. We could have done a lot more before anything of that happened.
Yeah, the thing is, Monty, it's not like they needed someone to tell Whipple. Like, you probably don't want to in right now. Like, he was going to do that anyway, mate. So, listen, like he said, he's figured it out. That's why he's a performance coach. He's like, Whipple, there's good days, there's bad days. That was a bad day. Let's have a good day next. So, okay, here's the question I want to ask at the outset. Obviously, we're going to talk about a bunch of the teams in the tournament, but obviously, in the plains, you are directly matched up against PSG, who, if people don't know, all those players from Flash Wolves who went to China all came back, and they're all back in teams. Like Carson's in a different team with Sword Art, and then obviously Maple's back in this squad, if people remember, right? Since you're directly matched up against them, I'm just going to ask you a purely selfish question, not even a preview question, which is, at the moment, I do, with a certain partner of mine on Twitter, I do betting, right? And obviously, I'm so tempted by this match because either side's got decent odds, right? So explain to me this, right? You can choose how much of the PSG's at. Why is FlyQuest going to win this game? Give me the pitch. Give me the elevator pitch, and I'll see if it wins me over. I do the underdog bet. Is FlyQuest going to win this game against Peter? Why? Why would they win it?
Why will FlyQuest win this game? Well, I think us losing in finals kind of was like they put the fire under our ass to really start performing. So I think after the finals match, I think a lot of us kind of walked in expecting to win, expecting to beat Team Liquid, who we definitely thought we were better than individually and as a team. And I think that was a big wake up call for us. So we also got the chance to boot camp in Korea before MSI. So we really utilized that time well. And we had time to scrim a lot of Asian teams, time to scrim just new teams and get like solo queue practice as well. I think we have a roster with two basically rookies in Busio and Masu. And these guys like benefited a lot from this experience that they've had. And then just with those two matched up with the three veterans that we do have, I think everything is kind of it's been building to this moment, and I think like just from the amount of work that we've put in, there's a good chance that we should win.
Okay. By the way, I'll just do a patented shit some of the insight joke. So I don't want to waffle, but I reckon that Jensen is going to pancake tackle Maple and leave him black and blue like berries and whipped like cream. There you go. That's just shit, but there you go. That's it was shit to go in. Don't worry about it. So it's all good.
So since you're the performance coach, I have a follow-up question that increases my confidence in FlyQuest. So I would say in the finals, Busio had a massive underperformance relative to his normal performance. Was this a nerves issue? And like, have you been working with him on this?
Yeah, I mean, the thing with these rookies, like I've dealt like after being on NRG, dealing with kind of new players, I think a lot of them come into these big games just thinking they're gonna like roll in and be the shit. And I think that was the vibe that we kind of had. I think Busio definitely struggled a bit from nerves. I think not to like say that it was just like all him being nervous or anything like that, but we definitely I don't know like exactly what to put it on. I mean, I think nerves is like the easy thing to go to. I think preparation was just like not too good from like. Okay, the big thing that I think that was weird was playing the LCS studios or playing the LCS.
Oh, you might cut out a second. You might cut out a second. Right as you were talking. Wait there. We'll get it back.
He was gonna say playing the finals in the studios, the dream.
What happened was his mic attempted to do like a metaphor for what happened to FlyQuest in that final. Like it looked so good, and then it just cut out completely. There was nothing. It couldn't be heard. That silence was deafening in the LCS studios, which has about 4 people in. Which if people don't remember as well, that was also
they
mad.
got the 200 people.
In the run-up of that playoffs was when they were in like a broom closet outside the VCT area or whatever, like whatever that is. But you have to understand, guys, that was the 3rd day that year that VCT players get to play, so they need a studio, so it's all good. You know, they don't want to get burned out. There you go.
You're back.
You're back. Keep going.
All right, you're saying about the finals in studio.
Yeah, it was just so weird. Like usually the week before finals, you kind of travel a bit, you get in these hotels, it feels like this big thing. You're like, okay, we're time to play the LCS finals. This is a chance to put our name down in the books and like really like cement who we are for the rest of LCS history. And the vibe before was just like it felt like another week in the office. You're just at home, kind of like practicing, going through the usual routine that you're in. And kind of showing up to the finals on that day is just like, okay, this is the LCS finals, but we're still on this exact same stage we've played at this whole split. And that was something that I think like we could have upped the intensity on a lot. And I think like once we sat down in those chairs and realized this is finals, I think that like threw the vibes off for sure.
By the way, being as you used to be a mid laner, what would your take be on where people can expect Jensen to be? Because obviously he's someone who's like, he had the time where he took a split off. He had the Dignitas period last year. He's come back again. Obviously, he had some success this split. People know historically he's been very good internationally. In fact, I'll tease something later on where I've got a Substack article coming out, but you can find out it's not out yet. So what should people expect from Jensen? Where's he at in his career, do you think?
I think Jensen is I don't want to say he's like he's like a book that's already been read a million times, but in a way it kind of is, because he's just so good at what he does that you can kind of choose to try and like ban him out or take away his champions, but there's so many of these picks that he just excels on, and he's very consistent on those picks. So I feel like you'll see a lot of the standard Jensen that you'll see, and I mean, which is just playing consistent, doing damage, pretty solid in lane, great in team fights. And I don't think you'll see too much crazy stuff out of him, but just the normal.
Okay. By the way, just because it was obviously a topic of note that actually overshadowed the finals itself, right? Obviously, you have an incredibly evil jungler called Inspired who's purely toxic. He actually hates everyone in his team, despises them, and thinks they've never even taken a breath correctly. So, fucking hell, it must be hard working with someone like that.
I don't know. For Inspired, it's like the one player I don't have to do anything for. This guy's a real professional, honestly. I think like he comes off as like this like European bully, kind of like this like tough guy, but like in a team setting, he's probably the player that I've had to do the least for, like really work with the least, because it's just like when a player is just that locked into what it means to compete and to be the best, it's like he's almost just like the coach for these guys, and he's like helping them, and sometimes it can be overwhelming for players for sure if he's like really like digging in on mistakes, but he's always quick to like back it up with like why he's doing it, and like why it's important, and he puts the time in, and people respect that. So honestly, he's like a true professional.
You know, Monty, one thing I wanted to ask you about, we never talked about, because we only went briefly into that drama. One side we never went into that I thought was fucking hilarious is, remember, all those fans on Reddit were so sure that it's just wrong and the way he talks is so unacceptable. And I just wanted to tell them, don't you all love fucking Doublelift? Give me some thoughts. Doublelift was a bit spicy.
I mean, I'll jump in on this. I mean, Doublelift is like Inspired, but with like, I don't know, not
Sure.
to, like, doesn't have the backup, you know? Like, I don't know. It's insane.
A significantly smoother brain. Yes.
There you go.
But so let's talk about the boot camp experience, because you guys left really quick after finals to come to Korea to go boot camping. You're already in China now. Obviously, you had to leave a little bit earlier than many teams because you got the second place seed, so you actually have to play in play-ins. You got dumped into what I would consider to be the harder group because PSG is there. So what is the focus of your boot camp been like, and how's that process been going over in Korea now that you guys have moved over to China?
So I think a lot of the LCK, LPL teams are actually on break right now. So we didn't have a chance to scrim like all the teams or have scrims every day. I'd say like we split up the boot camp with like half scrims and half solo queue, and kind of laid out plans for the players, especially for bot lane, just like what are we trying to accomplish while we're here? What do we like want to move forward within the team, and like how do we want to do it? So like a big thing like that I pushed on the team and made sure we did is like when we really landed in Korea, it's like, okay, guys, let's chat. Why are we here, and what are we doing? Like, what are our expectations for MSI? What are our expectations for the boot camp, and like, what do we want to accomplish? And we kind of all sat down and agreed, like, we obviously want to win. And I this is a different topic that I would love to talk about as well, kind of like the delusion that maybe the Western culture should have when it comes to competing at the international tournaments. But also, we with this expectation talk, we kind of kept ourselves in check where it's like, okay, realistically, our top side of the map, they are ready to compete at the highest level. And we have this bot lane who hasn't had any experience playing against any of the Asian teams before, even the European teams. So we definitely, we sat down and we decided, okay, guys, like, we want to just use this time to bring everyone up to par. I think realistically, when we really want to put our foot to the gas and I try to win a big tournament or try to go far at Worlds MSI is going to be at Worlds. So we kind of using MSI as our stepping stones for that. So just like take the most that we can out of this tournament and just bring it into Summer Split, bring it into Worlds. And that's kind of something we all unanimously agreed on. So we were just like always going forward with what we're doing.
Obviously, look, you're not G2, so we can't just leak the scrims and say what's happened directly. But what about, have the other teams, for example, who are waiting in the bracket stage, are they already there? Have they been boot camping? Have you actually been able to mix it up with some of the bigger names?
So the teams that got in first aren't here yet. I think they're I think G2 is here. I don't think Genji is not here yet. BLG is not here yet.
Liquid is
And
in China already, I know.
yeah, Liquid's here as well. Liquid's here as well. But yeah, the other two, Genji and BLG, are not here yet. So yeah. What did you ask? Sorry.
Have you been able to scrim any of the kind of teams in the bracket stage?
Oh, we've been honestly spending a lot of time scrimming like GOM, and we scrim Loud a couple times. I think our best scrim that we got when we were in Korea, we got to scrim top esports, so that was like a really cool experience to do that. And like it was awesome to like let our bot lane get the experience like playing against these guys. So
that's
just like actual
a
legends,
hell of
you know?
a run. Jackie Love and Mako,
Yeah, we get into lobby and Masu's like, oh shit, I'm in the same lobby as Jackie Love. Like, this is so sick. And it like reignites my passion for it, you know? It's just so badass to be able to like share the lobbies and the rifts with these guys.
Yeah, that is, one of the things that I've been saying for you guys in particular is that I'm glad you're viewing it the same way as kind of a stepping stone for Worlds, just because you have players of definite international caliber kind of on the top side of the map that have really proven themselves over the years. But your bot lane, well, I think, I've been very impressed by Masu's mechanics. Like there's a lot of, I would say, game knowledge, especially in a macro sense about how what they do affects the rest of their team that has been, you know, a learning throughout this year so far. You guys had some kind of disasters in the bot lane that caused some issues earlier in the split, just like all-in timings or stuff like that really affect Inspired in the jungle, and I can't imagine could have been fun for him to play through. But you take what it is, like this is just rookie play, right? I mean, even with some of the best rookies that we've seen, like last year, for example, with Pays on Gen G, he would just fuck up game states too, and his teammates kind of had to carry him out of that situation. But this tournament in particular, especially on the Asian side, has some insanely stacked bot lanes. Like it's going to be like basically all the teams that are going from the Asia, like from Korea and China, have like very notable bot lane combos. Like when we're talking about perhaps the weakest one is Pays Lehens, like that says a lot about the tournament. And especially these bot lanes are very good about applying pressure, particularly T1 and BLG, and then winning through that bot lane, which is really something that I don't think your guys have experienced or like had somebody turn the screws on them to that degree. So I do think in particular for you guys, it is a super valuable learning experience because this level of practice is not going to be something that your bot lane has ever encountered before.
Yeah, 100%. You watch LPL finals and Elk is just killing everyone as soon as they walk into mid lane, just playing every situation mechanically perfect, and you're like, okay, like that's insane. So I agree, it's just like a great experience for these guys, and it's honestly amazing. Yeah.
By the way, Monty, the obvious joke, if you want the callback to past history, is remember the first time Jensen went to a Worlds where he was going to play Faker, he famously said, can't wait to clap Faker, and then got clapped like 2 years in a row, if you don't know. But the joke is, it actually is not impossible if they get to the bracket stage now and they play T1. He might indeed be able to one game clap Faker. It's like 10 years later. So the joke is, Monty, you and I have an affection for the actress Jennifer Connelly because she was straight fire in the 90s and the 2000s.
Yep.
It's like if I actually got to date her now, admittedly, she's 53 years old. Like, that's not really what I was going for. Yeah, I was going for the prime. But you know what, Monty? You take what you can get. Even if you get one on the downslope, you take what you can get.
Well, especially because at least Faker has looked pretty good this year so far. So Yeah, I mean, it's still an accomplishment. And I think especially for Jensen, having the Azir back in his champ pool is probably going to help
Sure.
quite a bit. Because it seems like the champ pool's kind of leaning back into his favor at this point in time. Not having the Azir seemed like it was another big effect on you guys kind of late in the playoff run. Because that is such a staple for him, in addition to the Orianna. And now that Karma's gone, I mean, I was never really impressed with his Karma this year. So not having that available, I think, is probably going to be pretty good for him as well.
Yeah, the whole Azir just like being gone for playoffs was a bit unlucky for sure. It's just like a blind pick champion that you could just go for in that meta, and it was like, okay, now you can't.
The only problem is, Monty, I have to ask Michael Jackson's question of Jensen, which is, Annie, are you okay? Are you okay, Annie? Because his Annie was fucking trash, mate. So that better not be in the meta.
It's not.
Thank you, Riot Games, for fucking not having that in the meta. That's also just a garbage champion to watch. Who the fuck wants to watch all the best players in the world? Like, even if Knight had good angles, I don't want to watch Knight play fucking Annie, thank you. I'd rather see like a skill expression champion. Come on. That's what the game's about now. By the way, what do you actually think of the meta for mid lane, Damonte?
I mean, I think it's.
Expect?
I think everyone is going to be in for like a big. It's going to be not like the mid lane meta is super standard compared to what is going on
Right.
everywhere else right now.
Oh, right, I
Like,
see.
like mid is just kind of like you are seeing a lot of the mages getting played right now. It depends on like what bans that you see. I think there's obvious champions that are just kind of like OP in the meta, just like wave clearing, damage dealing, scaling mages. Like you're gonna see that a lot more than likely. I think like on the rest of the map, it's kind of like forcing mid into this. Like I think G2 with their lane swap stuff has completely shooken up everything. I think the game that I love, like where did it go? I like some of the stuff that I'm
Back,
seeing
it's
is
the
just
game
like
I love again, Damonte.
That's the
Okay,
point.
okay,
I
yeah.
love that game, so yeah.
Yeah, well, some of us love this game that we might see at MSI, but yeah, like mid lane is being forced into like kind of a confined thing right now. I mean, someone might break the meta, who knows? It's been really crazy experience in these scrims so far, but yeah, like mid is going to be a lot of mages.
Monty, you haven't thought it through though, mate. Technically, if they've done their homework, in other words, not watched Doublelift stream in the last month, if they were to lane swap, that could help their bot lane.
If their bot lane knows how to do it, I think that's the problem. Is
Listen,
that
Monty,
there's
everyone does. You just see a Scion and you just lane swap. What more is there to it, you know?
Hey,
yeah,
just go
you
to the
just
other lane. It's easy.
you just 5-stack into
Exactly.
your own red
Yeah,
buff
no
because you
problem.
know that they're going to invade you
Yeah,
at 1 minute
easy
30.
peasy. I love it.
So yeah, the lane swap beta is still going full bore. I take it.
Yeah, there's just a lot of I mean, it's not like I'm really leaking or spoiling anything.
No,
Like
it's
like
not.
some of the top laners that are like really strong, if you just don't want to play versus them, you can try to swap. If like maybe you want to pick some scaling picks in the bot lane, just like force a swap. There's just a lot of different strategies that we've been seeing like being tried. Who knows if they're actually good? I think there's like a good chance some teams just try to do something and it just completely flops, and there's a good chance that it works. So yeah, it's really interesting. Like one great example is like Twisted Fate top that we've been kind of seeing like around. It's like a lot of people just don't want to play versus it, so you just try to swap and kind of see what happens.
By the way,
Chovy's
that's
been back on his mid lane Galio bullshit in solo queue as
all
well,
right.
so you guys
Yeah,
can look
Galio
forward to
got
that.
buffed as well.
By the way, as well from the side that you can obviously change with the bot lane matchup. The other reason why I actually think some Western teams should attempt lane swaps is it's not just bot lane, Monty. Top lane is giga stacked from Asia. It's all the best players in the entire world, and they're all fucking lane monsters.
So I'm
Thoughts?
expecting weird Whippo counterpicks. That's the expectation. he always has the ace up his sleeve in these situations. So I think that's one of the more exciting things about this tournament is that I also love that Whippo knows that he has to step up in these circumstances and wants to meet that challenge. So I think your top side's actually going to be pretty exciting at this tournament. And Whippo
Yeah.
will not want to lane swap either.
Yeah, Bupo's been he's great, especially in this whole like crazy meta that is forming. He's very much like I mean I don't know many players that spend as much time on the game as him. It's like it's a lot. He's like all about his craft, and he's one of the players I was most excited to work with when I first like got the FlyQuest job. I was like, nice, like learning. It's a learning experience for me to kind of see how he views League of Legends, how he views competition, and like the amount of effort that he puts in for himself and then his teammates. It's like no other, honestly.
Also, let's be real. If you're a coach, right, often a problem with players is it's hard to coax opinions out of them. They get in the talk. You can't get this guy to shut the fuck up. If you start him going, he'll just be talking for 20 minutes if you don't interrupt, right?
Yeah, I mean,
He loves to talk about the game.
this guy like loves this shit. Like it's pretty epic to be around. It can be a lot sometimes, but it's pretty epic to be around. I think Nuke Duck is like the perfect. No, sorry. I think Nuke Duck is like one of the perfect coaches for these guys because he
Right.
still has like this. He still feels like he's got the player mindset a lot of the time, and like feels like he's a six man while he's doing a lot of his reviews, and he's just like. I've worked with coaches who take a much more I can't think of the word. They're much more in control of the, yeah, they're much more in control of the team. Nuke Duck is much more just like in the weeds with the guys, just like kind of acting as like another opinion versus like forcing anyone to do anything.
Okay. Basically, Monty playing the Meteos role there in the weeds with the guys. So that's why he should just call that his podcast if he was smart. Him, Doublelift and Sneaky, but if he was smart, I mean, his problem is here's the thing: Meteos is smart, but you know that thing where you're an aggregate of the people around you. Get off that stream, get on this stream, Meteos, then you'll level up there. We'll really see the heights your mind can go to, and that's not referencing the earlier thing that you might or might not have done allegedly in a video game Minecraft, which does have trees in that you can chop, so it's all good. I want to know this then. So obviously, in this world, people are expecting if you win the first game, you can play against T1. But the joke is the people who got the nightmare draw is this team, the Latin American team, the Eastral, right? Which, to be fair, people might remember, Jose Diodo used to play in the actual LCS. In fact, he was on FlyQuest if people don't know back then, right? Most people are just looking past that team completely. Like, is this a team you've scrimmed at all? Do you know much about this team? Do they have a chance against T1?
I don't really think so, honestly. I mean, I hope they go out there and they give it their all, but I don't know. I really doubt we'll see like some epic upset from them, honestly. I do think Jose Diodo is really good though. Like Jose is like a super talented player, but I don't think like the people around him are really like up to par.
Sure.
What's your goal here? I know you said your goal is to treat this as the stepping stone, but is it like bracket stage, like getting through this? Because it does seem that that's a pretty, reasonable challenge for you guys at this stage.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think getting to bracket stage would definitely like be a success on results wise. I think honestly we aren't. I don't want to say we haven't like thought about it or focused on it too much. I think it's just like kind of they talking to Inspired, talking to Buipo. I think these guys really just want to go out, just play the game, see what happens. They're not like no one's like stressing too hard about like this is what we want to make out of this tournament and like this is where we want to place. Maybe like Papa Smithy and them are thinking something, but I think for all the players and the coaches, we're pretty aligned and just going out there and just doing our best.
If you make it to the bracket stage, it's a hypothetical now. Good news is we have no idea who you would get drawn against yet necessarily. So as a result, I can ask you, if you had to play one of the top seeds, so it could be BLG, it could be Gen.G, is there one you would prefer? Because actually, I think it's a good question, because if people don't know, in theory, maybe BLG will let you fight more, so it might be more chaotic. On the other hand, maybe Gen.G is a bit more predictable. Which way would you go? Which would you rather face if you had to pick one?
Is it between BLG and Gen.G?
Yeah, if for some reason, if you had to pick between the two, who would you want?
Okay. I mean, I think I would take BLG for sure. I think like Inspired really thrives in these scrappy environments. I think honestly, like from bot lane perspective, just like letting Masu play against Elk would just be fun to like watch and to like have him learn like or like honestly, like I think Masu is honestly so good at this game. Like mechanically, he's so talented. I haven't seen like a rookie player like him in a long time. Sometimes when we're scrimming, all the time we'll be like, oh, that's a Masu moment, which is just like this guy just going on Mach 9, just crack. Like, I don't know. His mechanics are so good sometimes. You watch him play and you're like, damn, like this guy's fucking got it. And like all he's lacking is just a strategy part of the game. So I think just having him play that matchup would be so good for him to watch like this player who's so good mechanically and also understands how to like progress the game and kill the Nexus and like really get there. I think that'll be great for him. I think like we've already said, Bwipo, he's like a mad scientist. He's just like I'm sure he'll be able to cook up something. And for Jensen, I mean, he'll just do his thing. Hopefully, like we'll see what happens there. But yeah, I think BLG would be my choice.
By the way, being as you're in the other group, do you have any thoughts about Fnatic? Look, obviously the classic one, always the NA EU rivalry, right? Do you have any thoughts about the Fnatic team?
I don't know, really. I can't say I watched too much LEC this year. I think I watched the finals, obviously. I think the lane swap stuff that G2 is doing kind of like threw off my read of like how good Fnatic are. I mean, obviously I think they're okay, but I don't want to sit here and pretend that I know a lot about them.
Fair
So I don't
You're
really
not
have too much
Doublelift. You're
of an
actually a
opinion.
professional who watches the game. I get it. No, don't worry about it. Yeah. By the way, Monty, just as
Yeah,
an aside, fuck it, let's make it spicy. I don't know if you saw that, but like, I think Doublelift is even now like a rat deleted the fucking video off YouTube or something, where he did it, like, because you know now he's become like React Andy, who's just like, oh, well, time to pick up some free money. What's that? Someone else made a video. Let's watch it on my screen and I'll inanely talk over it. And so he pulls up that fucking Cadril one. Remember, think of the gall of this guy, right? Cadril watches all the major regions. He's one of the most foremost experts in the game. Doublelift pulls it up, starts making comments like, I don't think BLG looked that good in the finals. Apparently, he only watched the finals and didn't even watch it all if you look at his stream. And he never watched anything else. So for real, his analysis was like, as someone who's watched one match all split, you don't know what you're talking about. It's like, fucking hell, you can even hear yourself right now, mate. So if people don't know, like, what's mad is he's just completely lost the plot now, mate. Like, I don't get it as well, because here's a real point I want to make. Why is he tanking his whole credibility? Like, mate, when he retired, people will call him the GOAT. He had the most LCS titles ever. He even, by the way, sort of got more credit than not just being a bozo, because we were like, he played a shot calling role and he was a captain figure. You think of all the success he had over all those teams. Like, now he's just making himself look fucking stupid, mate. Like in that scenario, either don't comment or make it like fun, or just fucking watch the, I don't know, crazy idea. If your job is to watch League of Legends and make content, watch the games. Like, mate, you sort of have to strap this motherfucker down like Malcolm in Clockwork Orange. Like, that's right, Doublelift, semi-finals of LPL it is.
Yeah, I also like don't get. I mean, he must have just not been watching LPL for like the last 2 years, because I think anybody who has been watching LPL in particular would say that the like fan perception of Jackie Love inting like has not been there really since 2022.
Oh, no.
All of last year and all of this year, Jackie Love has been extremely consistent. In fact, I think you could probably say that Jackie Love is the best AD carry in the world right now. I think that is a super fair statement.
Yeah.
I mean, in my mind, you kind of take him or Viper on an individual level. And this guy has been really good. So I mean, some of the opinions, like also Knight isn't good. Knight literally just won MVP of LPL, motherfucker. Like, what are you talking? Like,
Yeah,
did you watch any of the regular
this is
season?
how you know he didn't, though, because what he doesn't know is Knight took the draft L to play Azir, like his worst champion ever.
Yeah,
just
exactly.
give them the top. Like, so this bozo, like, he's not that great. He's literally the MVP of the fucking league, you moron. And
He
also
wasn't terrible on Azir. He had a Zeka level Azir performance. It wasn't great, but it wasn't horrible.
Actually, I do have an angle on Jackie Love for you, though, because what's cool is, you know how I always used to say, is a former teammate, Rookie, what showed you Rookie was on another level as a mid laner is when normal players played Orianna, they played safe and it's boring, whereas Rookie Orianna was like just going forwards and the ball looked OP as fuck, like he would just destroy people. Dude, Jackie Love does that on Senna. The same pick that you could play across half the map. This guy goes like front line, like super aggro, flashing in on fire. And he makes that champion look like only he can play it that way, mate. This guy's a fucking baller.
Yeah, and also the upper bracket final was the better match between BLG and Top anyway. Because like Tien kind of entered the finals.
Yes.
So, I mean, I didn't think it was the best display from Top Esports either. And if you had just watched that match and not watched how well they had played through a lot of the rest of the bracket, you probably would have, a lesser opinion of Top Esports. But, Top is still going to be an extremely scary team. And I think when it comes to what the predictions are for this tournament feels very difficult to predict in general because top can beat BLG. Gen G and T1 played an extremely compelling final, but I think a lot of what we're going to see is matchup dependent because Gen G might be the best compared to the field, but a lot of people, myself included, think they might have a weak spot versus BLG in particular. And so if BLG happens to just hit them in the right time in the bracket or whatever, right? That could be a big deciding factor as well. Damonte, do you have any predictions for how you think this is going to go, having seen all these finals now and done some of the research?
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. It's like watching LPL finals. Like if BLG is on the same form, I wouldn't be surprised if they take it. I think their bot lane just in this meta is just absolutely insane. I think if they're able to get on their champions, I could see them running away with it. I do think I am interested to see how the Asian teams adapt to the meta. I think depending on like how much G2 absolutely destroyed the entire meta with their lane swapping stuff, I think I not to say G2, I don't think G2 really has like a huge chance to win unless like they have just perfected this and it's become the meta and this is the thing that every team does. Then I think G2 actually having a shot could be there. They like genuinely could cheese their way up. I think like it's actually possible, honestly. I think I would be excited to see like how Gen G reacts to all of these changes within the meta. I think I want to just see the Asian teams read on lane swaps and how they react to everything and how they play it. I think if we see a lot of that, like maybe Gen G can figure out this meta and figure out how to scale into the late game with what they're doing and just play cleanly. But like honestly,
I think Gen G does have advantages though because Keen is probably the most adaptive top laner among the Asian top laners that are going. Like he is the one who he actually reacts extremely well on the fly and has a huge champion pool and also kind of stretches back into, you know, he's not quite as old as the old lane swap meta, but he's a very veteran player.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with that. So I think it's possible there as well. I think if I had to choose, I would probably just pick BLG right now, honestly, still. I think everything you guys said was like pretty spot on too, but it's so hard to just choose a team right now. It's so hard.
So I have one final question for you as a mid laner who's watching Chovy these days. There's a lot of discussion that Chovy is now like this is the best mid lane play that has ever existed. Current Chovy. Do you agree with that as a former professional mid laner?
Ooh, such a tough question. Honestly, my gut is to just say yes. Like just watching him play, I think
what do you look at when you watch Chovy's play? What impresses you the most right now?
So over the past like 3 or 4 years from watching him, like he obviously is just he knows how to be strong in the game no matter what. So he plays this like style where no matter what you do, Chovy is going to be strong. He's good at laning. He farms perfectly. He just does like the way he plays side lane is great. The way he plays team fights is great. I mean, I could go down the list, but like I feel like I watched his progression go from this player who knew how to make himself strong and would lose a lot of games to this player who knows how to make himself strong and now he's like really translating all of his leads to actually winning the game. And that's like I think that's the biggest transition for any pro player, but just Chovy is just doing it on like literally the top one level. So like my go would just be to say yes, honestly.
Monty, would you like to know my thoughts about Chovy?
Sure.
Well, then you can go to my Substack, IamEsports.substack.com, where there's a free article you can read called Welcome to the Chovy Era, in which I actually say he's better than Faker was and that he's the new LOL Bonchwa. So you can just go read that right there in your email by signing up.
I love it.
And also, by the way, don't worry. If you don't know who I am, I'm like a fucking pit bull, mate. I don't ever let go until they put me down. So that whole thing of like, haha, that I Am Esports has doomed you. It's like, bro, it's going to be my phoenix rising from the ashes, motherfucker. I'm going to make that so iconic that one day people will wear fucking merch of that shit and it'll spin the whole narrative around. And also, I Am Esports. So just, I can't lie. I'm like a real version of George Washington. It wasn't just a fake historical character. What?
Wow.
Did I say that out loud? Oh shit, my bad. The mic was still on. It's all good.
Okay. Well, any final thoughts, Damonte? Thanks for joining us from China. Very interesting to hear from the ground there. How's Chengdu? The food's great. I love Sichuan food, so I'm jealous.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I just had some spicy beef thing and chili oil. I love spicy food as well, so it's been really good. The food is good. The city is it's a bit of a culture shock for me. It's crazy here. In a lot of ways. Yes. But yeah,
Okay.
it's been good. It's been cool.
Okay.
Also, we need an emote of you, Thorin, with like doing this with your eyes. That was like maybe the funniest thing
Okay.
I've seen.
All right. Yeah. Good idea.
I think we could do that.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks, Damonte. Good luck with your games. When is your first game coming up, actually?
We play in the first, so about a day and a
Oh,
half.
all right. So you guys get the first day, first game. That's going to be
Yep.
rough, especially because it takes a while for the meta to settle. So good luck with that. We'll be seeing you guys right away. We're going to take a quick break, guys, and we'll be back. The next guest. We do have a sponsor shout out for you guys right now. It is, of course, ExpressVPN. And this episode would not have been possible without ExpressVPN. As you noticed, the teams are in China right now. And if you go to China, you too may want a VPN because I personally always like to have my traffic encrypted when I am in China on VPN. And indeed, I got use out of my ExpressVPN because you know where I was, guys? I was traveling internationally for the past day. And I love free airport Wi-Fi or free coffee shop Wi-Fi, free restaurant Wi-Fi, free bar Wi-Fi, wherever you are. Free Wi-Fi is great. But what's not great is when your information is not encrypted on those networks because it can be snatched so very easily. So unless you like your passwords, financial information, personal information taken from you, it's best just to have the VPN active on your phone. That's what I did on the free Wi-Fi at the airports I was at, especially during my layovers. ExpressVPN was extremely, extremely useful. It's very secure, works all the time. You can switch your service to a closed server so you don't have a lot of latency. It's been great. So thank you very much to ExpressVPN for coming on board and sponsoring yet another episode of Summoning Insight. So we've talked about how it can be very useful for streaming services, but also just, of course, on those public Wi-Fi networks. And you can secure your online data today by visiting expressvpn.com/summoning. That's expressvpn.com/summoning. And you can get an extra 3 months of service free. expressvpn.com/summoning. So thank you very much to our sponsor for ExpressVPN.
Right, we are back and we are joined by our next guest, this time hailing from the European region. If you watch the Best Damn League show, obviously Doublelift doesn't watch almost any League of Legends, so he wouldn't know what we're talking about right now. But, and also, if you don't know how he does his stream, he just gets a big video that's like amazing with all info and goes, oh, it's like an hour long. I will tell you, watch 5 minutes, guys. Clicks it, plays, then just goes. And then Lena's like, I don't know, like, dinner's up, beans on toast. All right, gotta go. It's like, and then probably just leaves the stream on Yamato style. Just gets like free infinite money because it's found the infinite money glitch, aka farm American idiots. But then again, you know what? That'd be rude of me to suggest that's not a viable strategy. It's what I've been doing for the last 10 plus years in League of Legends. Now then, if you do watch the Best Damn League show, you will have seen on 2 episodes ago, I had Memento on the show where basically, like, it was like Monty. I was like Jesus, still imbued with power, living as an avatar in the world of esports. And he was like a leper, a former pro player who died and withered away and no one remembered. And I reached down and I remembered the humanity in him, Monty. And I touched him. And when he touched my hand and I lifted him up, he was healed because some of my esports force came out of me. And he was regenerated. And then what people realized is once the leprosy went away and they forgot about the Schalke days, they remembered that actually he had quite a good mind for the game. He was a jungler who was kind of trying to like figure out the matches. And if you don't know on his Twitter, jokes aside, he's actually a pretty good analyst. Like he actually managed to give very even keeled takes. He puts like spice in there, but he doesn't do it. Here's the thing: I just call people cunts, right? But that's also a luxury I earned over 20 years, and I will never give up. By the way, no matter how much YouTube demonetizes me, he doesn't do that. He just says something like, "I think he underperformed in the way that he played the Orianna Azir matchup," which is a better way to do it. I will say in League of Legends, it's just not as funny. So here he is to very reasonably help
He
us
sounds like he's
MSI.
the maniac of League of Legends. The way you
Yes,
describe
he
him.
is, exactly. Yes, yes. He's Swedish, mate, so he's not too spicy in that sense. He keeps it reasonable. Yes.
Just a normal human being, but thank you for the
There you go.
introduction.
No,
I don't
good.
think I've ever
So-
had such an introduction,
Ah.
but very impressive. Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
I know. I saw the BDLS episode, and you were great. So I wanted to get your thoughts on international competition now. So thanks for coming on. What's your it's interesting to hear Damonte talk about like all the wild stuff that has been happening in the meta over at MSI, and a lot of it because of the lane swaps that G2 has inflicted upon the world. Because the funny thing is that people are going to point to that FPX NIP match and say like, oh, this is the genesis of lane swaps. But really the reason behind that was because, obviously FPX was a team that liked to run a lot of bully lanes, and it was a tactic specifically against Fun plus Phoenix in order to dodge that. And we also got to see it in LCK playoffs as well. I correctly predicted that Hanwha would try and use this against T1, just because of who Hanwha is as a team and the fact that T1 also likes to play bot lane bully matchups. But really, nobody has been as aggressive in using this in like every situation, nakedly revealing their hand in draft by like repeatedly picking like Sion, Tristana, Demolished Proc, Lulu, all of this nonsense. So like, even though G2 may have been inspired by NIP FPX, I really feel like G2 is the current torchbearer of the lane swap meta. And I also think that they probably practiced it and thought about it more than anybody else. Do you think that's fair to say?
I think that's fair. I think the FPX series is not really like a proper lane swap. It's not like their bot lane instantly went to the top. It was more like they run into river, they see them, and then they kind of just invade them. And it starts off just like them actually hiding on the top bush and then catching the enemy top laner. But I think like G2 is the one that actually did it like properly, where they actually just go into top. They have the Sion strat. They have actually all the real reasons to actually dodge the. I mean, this, to be honest, like the draft was just really obvious when they like blind Sion against Adam. I think it was just like super clear, like from anyone. I think if you look at that draft, you kind of understand instantly that something's going on. But I would say that G2 is for sure the ones that actually initiated the lane swap meta. I don't count the FPX series as much, even though like it was the first, let's say, lane swap. But I think it's fair to say that G2 is the one that actually invented the whole thing. So
Monty,
for me, that's for them, yeah.
Monty, the thing I find hilarious as well, as if to just show that G2 was just donking their balls on EU's face at every opportunity. It's as you say, if you go back and watch a lot of the like lane swap setups like that, people hide it in the draft as long as possible and then do like a pick on the top lane last or something.
Funny in the finals.
Just do theirs first, like we're doing this. Can you stop it? Go ahead. Like they just don't give a fuck with it.
Yeah, I mean, the Sion was definitely like a big tell that shenanigans were up in the BDS series. But I mean, by the time we get to the fucking finals of LEC, and it's literally just like, here is fucking Tristana, Sion,
Yes,
Lulu.
I love it.
I mean, it's so funny. It's not even remotely
still gangster though. Like they still won 3-1 Monty. Like it wasn't even a 5-game series.
I mean, the thing is, I think G2 doesn't really give a shit about like the EU LDC. I think that they're just like, I think we actually haven't seen what G2 are capable of. I think they're just kind of trolling in the LEC, and they really don't care about the title. They don't care about like actually winning the whole thing. They just kind of automatically do it. But that's why I think they're just playing lane swaps just to practice it. To me, almost like when you look at the finals, when they're like chasing for a pentakill, they don't like they're just playing for fun. They're just having like another scrim set. That's what it is for them, and that's why they keep getting like they get away with it. So, I mean, if you want to touch on G2, I actually want to talk about a little bit about how they do the lane swaps as well.
Sure.
But I think
I've got a lot to say about this, so go for it.
Yeah, because I wanted to ask you as well about something, because you've been like a lane swap enthusiast, and you were actually casting back then.
I'm the one guy who loves them.
Yeah. Yeah, I love them too. I love watching it from like an analytical perspective, right? But I'm wondering, I have this like, it's a very specific question, right?
Sure.
Because you know how back in the days you were able to like share XP with your jungler, because if you're close enough to the camp, then you would actually share the XP. But now with the like Demolish proc coming out, and we have like Demolish in the runes. So one of the most obvious things that I like notice is how you used to be able to just like, you always stack 3 waves. Like when you do a lane swap. And the reason for stacking 3 waves is you want to have the cannon wave to actually just tank the entire wave. So the caster minions have longer time to actually hit the turret and you get more damage on the turret. But I'm wondering if it's actually better to, with the demolish proc, is it better to actually just siege 2 waves and then the proc to demolish and then have it reset again and then continue using it?
So I'll talk about this at length. I actually went back to season 5 Worlds and then just hunted down a bunch of lane swap games and then watched them by myself because that's the kind of degenerate I am. And here's the thing. So the shared XP was, I was refreshing my memory, was kind of overblown at that time with jungle and top. So even if you were to do, I'm going to get technical, so you guys might want to skip ahead at this part of the show if you're not interested in very technical lane swap definitions. If you did a strong side invade, which means that you sent your top laner and jungler into the invade on the same side of the map as your duo lane in the lane swap, right? If you did a strong side invade and you 3-camped with your jungler and top laner, the jungler would be level 3, the top laner would still be level 1, right? But because you're doing the jungle follow and the top lane helps the jungler kill the camps faster, you would actually be able to second wave crash. So basically at 220, what was happening in 2015 Worlds was that if you did a strong side invade, you would actually second wave crash in that scenario. You wouldn't necessarily third wave crash. And so teams were taking that particular approach into knocking down the turret. But I do think your question's an interesting one because here are the factors. I'm going to go into all the factors we have to consider about how lane swaps have changed. So bear with me, guys.
Yeah, you guys can skip ahead, but yeah, go ahead. Like,
so
because I'm just a very big fan of like lane swaps in general. So I just want to know.
I think it's a great question, and to answer your question, I don't know because I haven't been experimenting with this, and we haven't seen enough of it. Like G2 might know the answer to your question. Nobody might know the answer to your question. But the thing that has changed pretty significantly is that obviously we have the plates, right, which are going to be an additional form of gold. So I believe what you're talking about is if you have the demolish proc, basically if you second wave crash, you're going to be able to get 1 demolish proc to take down plates faster. Then it's going to reset the wave. Then you could get another demolish proc. That's what you're implying, right?
Yeah.
Right? Okay. So in that case, like, I don't know the answer to that question because I haven't experimented with it myself or seen how that works in scrims. My instinct is to say probably it's better to second wave crash, but that's just pure conjecture. As opposed to the third wave crashing, and especially because you can still do the jungle top lane follow. If you did do a strong side invade, you could also then have your jungler and top laner there on the second wave crash to get the additional damage down, and then reset the wave, or dive, if their top laner is dumb enough to be there, or at least you can zone the top laner and support potentially from walking up to the turret on the second wave. If they are going to try and like match with the support. So there's a lot of different like nuances to this. But there were other factors that changed as well. So basically, in the 6-month period after the World Championship in 2015, there were some pretty significant changes. One of those changes was a minion wave change, which I think has kind of flown under the radar, which is basically at the end of 2015, after Worlds, what Riot did was they changed the way that minion waves interact with each other because they added a new mechanic that if your team's level is on average higher than the enemy team's level, your minion wave pushes more, right? And it pushes harder and harder the larger level differences there is. And so what this means is that typically in 2015 Worlds, a lot of it was about denying top laners. And so what you could do is you could get a level advantage on your top laner, take down a turret, and then freeze at your own tier 1 in the long lane where you had destroyed the turret. And the minion wave would still be pushing into you. It is not really possible to do that any longer because if you have a level difference, your wave will automatically push out. And you have to consider cross-mapping for plates at the same time. So the question becomes, is freezing as the team with an advantage even worth it when the minion wave is going to push out and you could maybe accomplish something cross-map with getting additional plate gold? That is a consideration that didn't exist, and I don't know the answer to that question either. Like, I'm pretty sure nobody has figured out in this iteration of the game, with all of the changes that have happened over the years, the optimal way to do this. The second thing that changed was halfway through 2016, they implemented a patch where they changed the turret fortification. So the old system of fortification was all 3 tier 1 turrets had 35% damage reduction until 7 minutes. Then Riot changed it, so only mid and top turret had fortification. It was only until 5 minutes, and it was 50%, right? Now, G2 has been clever about the way they deal with this, particularly through Demolish on the support to kind of void that. We've also seen different iterations of, I'm not going to call them lane swaps, but like kind of like quick push out and tempo movements. So, for example, what Gen G did against T1 in the finals of LCK, where it wasn't a lane swap, but they kind of quickly shifted their bot lane into the top side. And you kind of avoid, if you can do the normal lane until 3-4 minutes, then you could switch up and then get the advantages without the fortification in the top side, and kind of take those macro matchups. And we've seen other teams do this too, like Team Liquid was doing this pretty early on in the LCS split. So I think a lot of the game is maybe not going to be true lane swaps, but like lane reassignments based off of tempo and pushing. But I do think it's super interesting to theorize about right now. And like, there are reasons why, teams are experimenting in this way. And, I'm not going to, like, I've said this before on different shows, but I'm not going to say what Dylan Falco told me, but I did ask him very specifically about game 1 of the finals of LEC with Fnatic, and why they didn't freeze against Oscarden instead of like letting him get a deep freeze at tier 2 and kind of get back into the game in terms of levels. And his answer was basically like, it was much, I'm not going to, it's G2's shit.
Yeah.
I'm not going to leak it. But basically what he said about that particular game was, in practice, we didn't take turrets that quickly in top lane.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
So like, I think like they themselves are still working through this, but like basically they took top lane turret in spite of that fortification so fast in that game, because the old meta would have been to like bounce the wave off as the turret's getting destroyed and then refreeze at your tier 1. But I think because of minion wave changes, plate gold changes, and then also them still having relatively limited practice with this, they may not have known exactly the right thing to do, because it did allow Oscarden to get back into the game on Zac, which was kind of unfortunate for them and made it a lot closer than it would have otherwise been. But yeah, I think there are really interesting parts of this. And I think to your point about the wave 2 crash, that is something that was happening in 2015. And I confirmed that because I recently went back and just watched VODs of that. So
Yeah.
the most efficient way to do it, especially if you can get jungle and top lane and demolish procs damage down on that turret, I think that's probably the fastest way you could possibly take it. So I'm generally in agreement to you. That was a very long way to answer that question.
Yeah, that was extremely long. I hope people didn't fall
Sorry,
asleep.
I've been thinking about this a lot. So
Yeah, me too. Like, I lie in bed and I'm like thinking about different ways you could actually lane swap, and how fast could you actually take the turret. But also, one thing that has to also be mentioned is that this only works if the enemy team accepts the lane swap, right?
Yes.
Because if you do it on the second wave, then your jungle and top lane won't be there in time to actually dive them, right? So this was just something interesting.
No,
they will be.
They will be. They will be there. They will be there to dive them. That's the crazy thing, is because if you do a strong side invade, if their top laner is under that turret on the second wave, the jungle will be level 3, the top lane will be level 1. They will be there in time. You can crash it at 2 minutes 20. That's what happened in season 5. Is like, because the jungle follow onto the 3 or the top lane follow onto the 3 camps helps you take the camps so fast, the jungler can actually take them, I think, by 220 and be there for the dive. I think it's possible. So
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you for answering that.
yeah,
That was just something on my mind. But yeah, we can continue to other stuff now.
But yeah, I think like a lot of people hate lane swaps, but I think also a lot of people don't really understand the beauty in viewing them, or at least that's what I would like to believe. And that should be like, I think a greater appreciation of lane swaps. And I'll probably make content about this as MSI goes on, because we're almost certainly going to see some. But I am desperately hoping that Riot doesn't remove this from the game. I don't think it's going to become super pervasive. Maybe I'm wrong. I hope it becomes a viable niche strategy that we continue to see.
Yeah, I mean, in some certain games, right, to dodge some certain matchups, it's interesting. But I think lane swap is always going to be a thing that the more you understand, the more nice it is to watch it. But who's actually going to take, if you're a normal fan, you're watching the games, like, who's going to take the time to understand the lane swap? Like, who would, like, you're working on 9 to 5, you're already busy with work, you just want to relax and watch some fun League of Legends, watch YamatoCannon, like, stomp enemy bot lane, whatever. And then you just have to watch some lane swap and try to understand, like, oh, they actually mistimed their tempo there, and now they actually get the first move on bot lane and get to hit the turret like 2 more times. Like, no one gives a shit about it. And that's the thing, like, people just want to see action on their screen. But if you do actually understand lane swaps, I think it is a beautiful thing. One thing that really triggered me, this is an MSI show, so I'm not going to go too far into it. But in the EMEA Masters, there's also been a lot of academy teams, getting into the lane swaps, they're doing it, and they're just doing it like horribly. Like, they will mess up the timing of the base, and it's so obvious that they will just go bot side, and enemy bot lane is like, oh, they based, I guess we'll go top to match them. But it's like, bro, it's like playing chess. It's like a 50-50. You should understand what their like thoughts are behind it. Like, obviously they want to go bot, so you should be going bot to match them. Like, they make so many mistakes, but it's not being punished because people don't actually understand lane swaps at that level, or even think about what their opponent's intentions are. And yeah, so when I do watch a really nice lane swap, I do get kind of like excited about it.
I also think people are just taking the worst case scenario and acting like the lane swap works every fucking time. Like, these Asian teams aren't just going to sit twiddling their fingers. And remember how many best of fives is going to be. Like, if they actually guess correctly, it just won't be a lane swap anymore, and they'll still have their like power bot lane. And by the way, God forbid you've done a G2 and you actually had like a shittier lane that had to scale, because now Jackie Lover may Quar in your ass 2-1-2 and it didn't work whatsoever. Like, people forget it's a gamble. It doesn't work every single time.
Yeah, and also because people have been bad about level 1 warding patterns. There were ways where so the thing about getting deep wards in is that basically, if you, as a typical rule, if you are the team with the stronger 2v2 that somebody's trying to dodge, you probably also have the stronger level 1, which means that you can invade, right? And it means you can get those deep wards in.
By the way, someone should just go on your channel and watch your video explaining the lane swap that BDS did, because one thing you explained that the modern pros miss is that fucking ward right outside their turret at the edge of the base. That's the one where if they're going the bot. If you do a normal one inside the jungle, they might never walk past that. That's the one that if teams just do those ones, you can also way better have a chance of guessing where they're going, right?
Yeah, and on Power Spike too, Dab and I did a breakdown with a map. So I show like where the warding locations are and like the way that it used to be done, which is like you get the deep wards in immediately, and then you kind of just park everybody in mid lane, and then you wait to see where they go, and then you just split from mid lane into the lanes you want. Basically, once you get the information. The thing is that teams have been very bad about gathering the information that they need at level 1. And I think it's just, again, it's been a while since people have done this, and they don't want to necessarily commit to some of these like deep warding patterns or like figure out the level 1s that give them the info. But I think that will probably change for MSI. We'll start to see some of that.
I want to put your... Okay, I want to disagree with that, because I don't know if you watched Top Esports versus BLG in Game 5, where they actually did the lane swap. And they actually tried to do what you said, like they tried to stand around mid. They didn't really stand around mid, they were more around bot side jungle. But once they saw them top side, they actually ended up running all the way top. But what happened was that they actually lost the 3 minions. So they actually lost wave control of both sides, because they had TF into Casante, and then I think it was Kalista Rakan. I'm not 100% sure what the matchup exactly was. But what they did was they ran all the way top to look to match them. And what ended up happening is that they lost lane control of both sides, like both on the top lane and both on the on bot lane. So what the Top Esports just did was they just pushed out the wave and reset it, and then BLG were just behind in tempo the entire game. And it can work, but I think a better solution is actually having someone to scout the lane in the first place. Because what G2 did versus BDS was also that they just sent Jinx to the tier 1, right?
Yep.
So you can do that late invade, and you can like invade and put down the wards. I don't want to go into the wards as well, because I think a lot of people are missing out on where to actually put the wards. You're supposed to put the wards like on every entrance to understand if they're actually entering on top side.
Yeah, you need 3 wards on one side of the map.
Yeah, one for top lane, and then one in the entrance for mid lane, and then one like in the entrance of the bot side jungle.
By the gate,
side jungle.
by the base gate in the middle,
But one thing that is missing is like actually having someone to scout the lane to see if they ran into lane instantly and are hiding there.
That's true.
And that's what was missing in the like BDS versus G2. And I think that's the only thing that's missing to actually cancel out the entire lane swap, is having someone to scout the lane to understand like if someone is there, and then you can properly match. But if you do like you said, where you stand around mid, you're gonna end up like losing control on both sides. Like they're just gonna get wave control on both sides, and then they can choose when to swap again. And you're constantly gonna be in this like chasing state where you're looking to like, oh, we need to match them again, but oh shit, we're losing minions and you're losing like resources.
That was actually one of my arguments for why I think BDS knew about the lane swap via scrim leaks, because if they had done that level 1 and 5 stacked and then they had swapped back into bot lane, they would have been super late and lost control of the wave and been behind in levels. So yeah, I agree with that for sure. There's definitely like, it's a new meta, so like I'm not going to say I can talk about what used to happen, but again, the teams are going to have experimented with this much more thoroughly, especially G2 at this point in time. So the real experts are the teams, because they have all the data from their own experimentation and scrims. So basically what I'm going to have to do is, I'll be piecing that together and making theories and asking questions based on what we see at MSI. But what's so exciting is this is definitely like a very evolving meta, which is fun because we get to compare it to what happened before, but also there are many changes in the game that have happened since then. And like there are also certain questions that I have, such as like, if you have such a strong lane, like a double hail of blades, like you're playing like what, Ashe Varus or something like that, even if you do fall 3 minions behind, is that enough to stop the 2v2 from being dominant? I don't really know the answer to that question, right?
Yeah.
Because maybe it is better to be slightly behind in lane and just like run all the way across the map because you can still win. Maybe that's true. I don't know. So this is what's so fun about it. And like, it really does tilt me that people are already complaining about this, because I think this is such a deep strategic well that we're drawing from right now. And it's so fun to be able to think about how this is going to affect MSI, because this could be the difference between winning and losing MSI, is like somebody's mastery over this, which is fucking awesome.
No, I think so too. I think it's going to be super fun to watch. I'm not sure how much lane swap is going to be. I mean, Camille
There
is
will
going
be some for sure. There will definitely be some.
yeah, I hope so too, honestly. I think it will be really interesting to see how the teams adapt around it. But I'm pretty sure all the teams, if they're, have an IQ above 50, as I like to say, is that they've actually done some research and they know how to actually answer a lane swap, etc.
So yeah, super cool. And like, it is fun to see this coming out of Europe too, especially because historically Europe was the region who actually solved kind of like the lane swapping first, when there was, all the regions had different styles of lane swapping. By the time we kind of came into the international setting, it was the European lane swap style that ended up dominating. Like Korea and China and those regions kind of bent the knee to the European lane swap style, which was fun to watch. And
also, Monty, you have to know that, like, if someone's a hater, it can't last forever because Riot Games exists. So Monty will have to really savor the lane swaps at MSI, because if they go too successful, Riot will just find a way to nerf it, guys. They did it before, and they'll do it again for sure. So it's not like it's going to be here for 5 years or something. So I wouldn't worry about it too much, guys. And as pointed out, maybe it's the one chance G2 has to actually do some miracle run to the final or something. Who knows?
I agree. Right? That's the Riot conundrum. Yeah. That's the Riot conundrum, Thorin. They both want the upset. So the only way G2 can win MSI is if they become lane swap gods. So if they win, will they nerf it, or will they...
I mean, most likely, yeah, they will nerf it. But not because they will just win, but also because the viewers don't understand it, and they want more viewers. They want more likes.
But Memento. But what if all the Western fans are happy because G2 does really well at MSI? Or do they become suddenly lane swap fans?
Possibly, but I think people will still hate it because they don't understand it. But yeah.
I mean, all I'm going to say, Monty, is
if
we take him at face value, logically, even Doublelift doesn't know what a lane swap is. So if he's like a fucking, 10+ year veteran, won the LCS, like 8 times or something, bro, if he can't understand it, then how could we expect Johnny Nobody at home and Joe Blogs to understand it? It's just, I mean, by the way, check the comments of all those videos. None of the fucking fans understand it, mate. They all think a Scion invades a lane swap, so fucking hell. Who knows, right? Who knows? Do you have a point where you're going to finish something there, or do you have something extra to say?
No, I just wanted to say, like, I think it's very good that the EU are trying something different, because we obviously cannot match the Korean Asian team.
Yes.
like in a 2v2, 1v1.
Yes.
I think it's just refreshing to see us actually try something different, because I'm so sick and tired of just seeing us like copy the LPL,
Yes.
copy the LCK. Oh, they played Arena Soul. Okay, we can play Arena Soul. Like, it's just do something yourself, have some creativity, and try to find a way to actually beat them. Because maybe that's also why we mastered the lane swaps back then as well, because we've realized that we can't match the Koreans, we can't match the
Yes.
LPL. But just creativity overall is something that I really miss, and that's why I'm a big fan of G2. Even if the lane swaps are terrible, at least they're trying to do something innovative. And that's what I appreciate about them. And that's also one of my reasons why I think G2 will be kind of like this dark horse of the tournament. They might actually go to finals. I might be delusional as an EU fan, but I think G2 has a pretty good chance if, the cards are played right.
Well, it also just depends on how the bracket shakes out, right? Because I don't think it's insanely crazy to think if the top esports that we saw in the playoffs and the finals shows up, like, I think G2 beats finals top esports. Now, I think that was a really off day for top esports compared to the rest of the playoffs and the rest of their season. But like, if that iteration of Tien shows up, G2 can absolutely win that series, 100%.
Yeah,
Two
Tien was
things.
terrible, for sure.
One, Tian, I actually get it now, Monty. My mistake is I tried to join you guys in this nerd-ass world of like a whiteboard, like, oh, look at this, and if he gets on this minion wave, it's like, what the fuck was I doing? Come back into my world, which is just narratives, isn't it? It's like, that's why I love LS. Like, you know what? Don't tell me, LS, about why that champion's good. Tell me why, like, fucking Dragon Ball Z is like that top layer matchup. That's where, now we're cooking, mate. Now let's get into it. So basically, I'm going to use some analysis along those lines, which is, I know how TN operates now. It never made any sense before, Monty, because he would always be amazing and win the LPL, be the MVP, but then he'd be shit at Worlds, or he'd be like good in LPL, but then he'd win Worlds. You're like, what? But then next split, he'd be terrible again. It's like, it just makes sense. I know how it works. He operates using the techniques in Full Metal Alchemist. What he does is he exchanges one impossible win and like transformative thing, but then it has to be an equivalent exchange. He then must give up a split and a championship entirely also. So all he does is just follow the universal law of alchemy. He can't win all of them in a row, guys. That's not how this works. You have to have an equivalent exchange. And then also, the other side is this. The reason why, on a more serious note, this actually is G2's best chance to win, is I thought Peter Dunn made a very good point on the very last episode of Best Damn League Show, which is, even though when you watch Caps in Europe, you're like, oh boy, I can't wait to see Caps internationally, because he's like the one player from the West who's always been able to get that level where, maybe he actually could clap like someone like fucking Cream. Maybe he could just beat him straight up. But here's the problem, right? One, look at the mid lane meta. Like, the mid lane meta isn't the type of champions Chap's going to do it on. And I think Peter Dunn nailed it. Every Asian team is fully aware that Caps is like the fucking chosen one of the West. They are not ever going to let that mid lane roll and get all solo kills, etc. That will be like fucking Gank City. So if anything, if you're Caps and you end up playing like fucking Azir and just sitting in mid lane, you're not going to win from that. Like, it's not like 5 years ago where you could 1v9 the game as a mid laner like that. Like, you're actually better off just going for this lane swap approach at this point in time.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
I think it's the best thing you could have done, especially because G2 has been the one who's been in the lab. To be fair to G2, they always do this experimentation though, right? I mean, we saw this last Worlds when, later last year when they were doing like the Lissandra counters to Rakan, which is, a hugely powerful pick. Towards the end of last year. So like they've always been willing to experiment, which has been, I think, just the core part of their success, if I'm being honest. And it's like, even prior to the Dylan Falco era, I do think he's incredibly smart at drafting. They really have trusted like Caps and Mickey X to like kind of lead this team over the years and make sure that even with all the different iterations of the roster, they still have very inventive shot calling and drafting.
Yeah, no, for sure. But I also get the feeling that G2 are not really showing all their cards, at least in the LEC. I think there is something that's going on behind the scenes. And I mean, kind of like they're powering up and they're going to show their true strength at MSI. That's the kind of vibe I'm getting. I might be wrong and they might just run it completely. But I think they're a lot better than we think. And they haven't shown all their cards yet. And the LEC, they just took it as a joke and kind of just played it to play it. Because they were already qualified to MSI from last split. Like, they could have theoretically just drop the entire spring split, move to Korea, go scrim there for like 3 months, and then be ready for MSI. But that's also like a question of how ridiculous how you can auto-qualify instantly. But yeah, I think we're gonna see a really good G2. I think they will surprise like the whole world.
Right. If we're going to go from the dream of G2 doing this thing and this incredible meta switch up that they've got a great coach and all the players have potential, right? Obviously, on the other end of the equation, no one even knew if Fnatic would make it this far. Like, there's a world where BDS just would have 3-0'd them and maybe BDS was here, right? If we play it, the difference is, I feel like the conversation is night and day, because for Fnatic, let's hope there are no lane swaps. Let's hope it's normal 5v5 League of Legends. Razork can play normal jungle champions without any fucking lane swaps. Humanoid can get his picks, at least by the way the Azers, etc., in the meta. What are your expectations for Fnatic, right? Are you delusional on Fnatic? Do you also think there's chances to do something?
No, not as much as G2. I think Fnatic is a really inconsistent team. And like the one thing that I do want to see though is like top esports versus Fnatic. I think they match up really well. They have the same strengths. Like they have a strong bot lane, but they don't really play around them. Like we'll see multiple games where like TM will like be actually playing around top instead of actually just playing around bot. And then I think Fnatic is a very momentum team, because they could have been out just against Team Heretics.
Yeah.
Like I don't even know how they ended up here in the first place. And yeah, there are some arguments like, oh, BDS should have been here instead. But I think they did like outplay BDS in the next 3 games, and BDS kind of choked it. So honestly, Fnatic, I have no idea what to expect out of them. I think if they start off like well in the beginning, they start winning some games and they get the momentum. Razork is on point. Humanoid is because Humanoid is actually pretty good in internationals, I would say.
Yeah.
I think that's fair to say. And if Humanoid steps it up, and the Razork has also been pretty good, and their bot lane is kind of like their strengths. So I think they might do well, and they might shit the bed. So that's not really the greatest analysis, to be honest. But I think one matchup that I really want to see is just Fnatic versus top esports, because both of these teams will just continuously throw, and they will fight to death, like no matter what happens. And we might for the first time see like 150 kill game. And that's what I'm really excited about.
By the way, 2 things. One, I'll just say, we're all just assuming they get to play them. Gam has the chance to do the funniest thing ever in the first round, don't they? So there's that. And then the other thing is, Monty, I want to ask what you think of this, right? I had one of my rare moments where I actually directly go back and forth with a player on Twitter. Like, nowadays, I don't do it often, because actually my perspective now is like, you have to actually be a top player for me to fucking waste my time. I'm like Jay-Z. I'm not doing a beef with some guy who has a mixtape. Like, you better actually be like a platinum selling artist if you want to have a beef with me, and we can all pump our numbers up. But here's the thing. Every now and then, when some player is just full of shit, I might just sneak in there. So I saw this tweet by Noah from Fnatic that I think's just the way he phrased it is just so trash. Because what he did, Monty, was lose the final, look like ass in the final, go on Twitter and basically boast that everyone who like said he's a one trick is hating on him, and promised that he will prove them wrong and win. Now, you know what I love. My defining philosophy in life is called skin in the game. You actually go and you put yourself out there so that way if you lose, there's a consequence. You're held accountable by life and yourself. So I actually replied to him and said, okay, and then if you don't win, you leave the team. Deal? Smiley face. Because to me, that's a logical corollary. If you're going to talk trash on everyone who said you lost and say you aren't good enough, and then your promise is that you will win and prove them all wrong, logically, mate, on your bike if you lose, because you're the one who made those stakes. By the way, homie, I would never make those stakes. I would just chill back and be a fan favourite and go, hey, second's good, we'll try again. Sorry, guy. I'll do the fucking classic Korean. Sorry, guys, like, cheer for me and I will show good games in fucking summer. Just do that, because I always think, and by the way, then he tried to come back at me and say, like, you are one of the ones I wanted to shut up, which is like, listen, that's not even very good banter. And then 2, if you think telling me to shut up works, like, you obviously haven't followed League of Legends history, have you, you fucking idiot? It doesn't work, does it? It's an effective strategy, much like your finals performance.
Okay, I don't know why we went to hate train randomly, but thought it was an MSI show.
Because it's the problem. He's at this tournament, mate. I'll tell you right now. Yes,
that's true.
I'll tell you right now. If he gets banned out, especially if that Gam esports, it's finger licking good. If they were somehow to cause an upset, I'll be there on Twitter 0.1 seconds after you lose. But I won't just post it. I'll wait till you do your tweet. So when you do your, sorry to the fact, I'll be straight in there. Be straight in there. Have you booked the tickets home yet? Got the tickets home yet? You off? It's only a short trip. Here's the thing. I'll just tell him, mate, don't bother that long haul back to Europe. Just fucking across the pond, Korea. There you go. On your bike. Tell you what, in Sandbox, they need someone like you, mate. There's teams out there that you can play for. Don't worry about that. It's all good. It's all good. And also, in the modern day, there's like no fucking pro players leaving trash talk. I have to like artificially, like Vince McMahon, enter the game and fucking trash talk for them and keep the narratives going. Otherwise, these fuckers, they just like lose to each other, then do that like, well played, good luck in the finals. Like, what are you talking about? More like badly played. Fuck you in the finals. I hope you lose. You beat me. You can't. I don't want you to win this tournament. So I just don't know why pros just can't fucking just get it together. Get it together. What do you think, Monty? How is Fnatic going to do? You make your prediction.
No, I mean, look, I think that there were certain things to like about Fnatic in the playoffs. Like Jun's glow up was pretty good. I think Noah prior to the finals did quite well. My main concern is really Oscarinen and how completely terrible he was. So especially in a tournament with a bunch of really stacked top laners, and lane swaps, which he did very poorly at on an individual level. And sure, he might do better than other top laners simply because he's had the experience now and the time to review them, which is going to be a pretty, I think, tremendous advantage. But his individual performance was, I think, quite poor. But I agree with Memento that, you know, Humanoid does tend to step up in international events. Razork has been extremely good. And Jun has been like, even in the finals,
He
Jun
was kind of a slitty globe, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, Jun was really good throughout playoffs, and then he was even good in the finals that they lost. He was getting like very good engages down. His Renata Glass play was excellent. So that has actually been one of the more surprising glow ups, I would say, which is great news for Fnatic. But at this level of competition, like if Oscar's getting trashed in LEC, like I shudder to think what's going to happen to him here.
Yeah, no, I think Oscarinen has been very underwhelming this year. Yes. I think last year he came in and he actually had a pretty good performance. I think he
agree.
was looking like one of the better top laners, like despite his first 2 weeks where he was like dying 12 times or whatever. But yeah, this year I haven't seen Oscarinen at all. I think in playoffs they kind of bandaged by giving him Zac. He looked kind of decent on Zac overall. But I am a bit afraid of seeing him versus like 369 or Bin. Or even Keen, like the most lane dominant players, like I think it's just gonna be like brutal. And Fnatic are not really known for, like, while Noah and Jun are really good, but there are other also really good bot laners. There's like Elkanon, and then there's like I think it's gonna be a bit rough. That's why I really just want to see them versus Tess. I think that's the like our best shot. There might be a chaotic game, both teams will throw, and there might be some chaos, and very exciting to watch at least.
And it'll also be a best of 3, crucially. So there's more of a chance you can do the upset. Here's the joke,
Yeah.
but it's a visual joke. You have to go to your old search engine and type this in and look at an image. Basically, one thing I like about Oscarinen, quite an unusual take, is if you made LEC Lego the movie, he could just play himself.
What?
Do the search. I just told you.
What does
Go
that
to your
mean?
browser, type in Oscarinen, hit images, and tell me I am wrong. He could just play himself. Have a look. Do what I just said.
Okay. But have you guys seen
I love
the
it.
brackets? Have you seen? Okay, but I just wanted to ask like about the brackets. It's not that interesting because like T1 versus EST.
Yeah.
I haven't watched the other leagues, so I'm not gonna comment on like their strengths like PSG and
Sure.
LLL. So I can't really say that. But do we think that Fnatic and FlyQuest will actually continue, or like will qualify to the main stage?
Well, I think, I think that FlyQuest probably has the harder routes from the people that I know. I did a MSI preview show with Kiri and Nymira and Rich. And they, like, Nymira knows more about like PSG and because he was watching the playoffs for the LGL teams, right? And he thinks FlyQuest is going to make it out. FlyQuest definitely has the harder part of that bracket. And especially with all the shenanigans that were afoot in the VCS, like I think it's hard to imagine Fnatic doesn't make it out. Like it would be a pretty shocking first round upset to see Fnatic lose to GAM, but I guess you never know.
Listen, they do have the legend Levi in there. He's done some fucking wacky shit in his career, mate. I love that guy.
Yeah, that's true. Okay.
So I think it'd be probably pretty hard. I mean, maybe we get another Tin Owns destroys Europe moment. That's
It
10
might
years
happen. I mean,
later,
anything is possible.
a decade later from 2014, Tinones
Jesus
upset
Christ.
Alliance. Do we get
Wow.
the Tinones destroys Europe again? It would be funny. I don't think either of these things are likely to happen though. I think fortunately for Fnatic, they got the
They
softer,
got the best group to get,
they got
yes.
the softer
Yeah.
group.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I only saw like that PSG. I'm not sure, honestly. Like FlyQuest and PSG, from my understanding at least, is that they're very similar in the terms that they also are playing around top side. So I think bot lane, because I think FlyQuest like biggest weakness is probably their bot lane,
Sure, yeah.
and the PSG bot lane is also not that strong. So I think both teams are going to be like top side focused. So it will be probably that close. I wouldn't give it like fully to FlyQuest because their finals performance was pretty underwhelming. I don't know if they just had a bad day or it was the finals on the normal LCS stage. So, you know, it can be very nerve-wracking to play there.
Yeah, if people
That's a
don't
joke.
know, as well as Maple, the old mid laner being on PSG, the Junjia guy used to play
Yeah,
in
he's very
EDG.
good.
He was one of the players, like in the fucking LPL at the top. So he's no bomb. He's someone I remember Dom
Yeah.
pointing out. So actually, the other thing I think about FlyQuest is this: fans in League are worse than sports fans. You're only as good as your last game. So they're just looking at that final and it's just like, FlyQuest is a complete trash. It's like, they beat Team Liquid already and fucking Cloud9. Like, the point is, I want to see the real Fly. If the real FlyQuest turns up, look, I agree. If any Asian team that has an elite bot lane, they're probably going to smash them. But there's a world where, like, against these other teams, like, they can absolutely get out of this group. They can do some work.
I
Inspired's
think
not a
getting
bomb.
out
I
of
think it's
group is
mega.
possible, yeah.
Yeah.
But I just don't see them like playing versus, like if they're gonna play versus BLG or top esports, just the bot lane gap is just gonna be brutal, I think. 'Cause,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know much about Masu. I know that he had like a pretty good split overall. It's his first rookie split and he's playing his first international tournament. And
Yeah.
that's also something to consider, you know, he's playing his first international tournament. And then there's Busio as well. Has he played? Like, I don't want to be
hasn't played
disrespectful,
shit,
right?
no.
But I don't know. I don't think he's played international
No.
too, right? So there's also that factor of like actually choking or, you know, being nervous or whatever. I think most players in their first international tournament did not perform that well. Even Chovy, like, he was really hyped up like for all the years, and every single year we say like, this is Chovy, he's the best mid laner in the whole world, and then we come to internationals, and then people say that he choked, but I'm not sure if it's choking or the opponents are just different and maybe matching him. So,
well, to be
there's
fair,
also
I
that.
actually examined exactly that narrative in the IamEsports.substack.com article, Welcome to the Chovy Era, which I address that early on he did choke. But then later on, for example, last Worlds, I don't think he did choke. I think it was the rest of his team
didn't choke
let him
last
down, and it was a fifth. Yeah, exactly. So
He
that
didn't choke
narrative is definitely worn out. But I know what you mean. Yes, obviously early on,
I
you
mean,
don't expect everyone to just succeed, of course.
I would say even in 2022, you know, the weirdest factor of Genji's run in 2022 was that Chovy just like reverted to his old form.
Yeah.
And like, you know, lost all of his side lane macro play that he had developed throughout 2022. But we didn't see that in 2023 Worlds. It was the rest of his team just being super terrible for the most part. And like, he also is in just probably the individual best form that he's ever been in and has taken over shot calling duties this year. Like, he's like ascended to godhood. It's pretty amazing to watch.
Yeah. No, I'm really excited to see Genji. I don't think that they're gonna choke. Also because they, I mean, you could say that like, how do I put it in a very nice way? Because like the last year because they have like Canyon, who's the god of internationals, I would say. Like, this guy always performs at internationals. He will pull out like the Kane in game 5, and he will pull out the Kha'Zix like at match points.
He pulled out Trundle in game 5. I don't know what you're talking about.
Did he really? No, but he's actually quite the most consistent players in international.
Yeah.
So I don't see the choking factor at this point. But if this like iteration of Genji ends up underperforming, then I think it's just like a curse for Genji, or maybe they just aren't as good as.
It's all right. I'm looking at Chovy's solo queue account right now. I can assure you he is playing Galio, so they will just put him on Galio and then they will lose.
Very possible.
He's actually hasn't played that much Galio. He's been playing a lot of Hui.
By the way, I
mm,
also do think, Monty, that Canyon is also
mhm.
one of those players that follows our rule about how you have to know like the occult correspondences of a name before you pick it. Because obviously, when he's at his best, instead of saying Jungle Gap, the Jungle Gap is a Canyon. It's the most fucking perfectly named player of all time, especially because, as well as his style, that guy's mechanics are fucking through the roof. Like, it's actually insane some of the shit he's pulled off over the years. So, no, he's another player I always love to watch. That's a question, actually, Memento. If we're looking at players like that, strong jungle. What do you think the meta will be for jungle in this tournament? Like, can we see stuff like a Lee Sin and stuff?
I think it's possible we'll see some Lee Sin as well. I think now that Rel is out, I don't know, everyone has like different metas. Now that Rel is out, I think it's gonna kill a lot of the jungle champion pools. Because Rel used to be like the most flexible jungle and you could just blind it and pick it. I think a lot of junglers, every single jungler played it. I think in Europe we played a lot of Volibear. So I think we might pull it out like 1 game or 2 games, but I think this champ is not very good. The meta overall, for jungle, I think there should be some Lee Sin. It shouldn't change that much, besides Rel just not being in it. So I think I'm more interested in seeing like if we're gonna see more Camille on top with the recent buffs, and see some like Galio Camille like back to 2017 or whatever it was. That was pretty exciting to watch. And there were some like Akali buffs, but not really relevant. There was like some base health increase.
Well, here's something interesting for you guys about Chovy's solo queue account as it pertains to top lane, is that he's been playing a lot of Hui, but the champion he's been playing in the last 2 days has been top lane Nautilus. So he is now running Grasp, Teleport Ghost, top lane tank Nautilus with Hollow Radiance Abyssal Mask.
He has to be ready to first pick it away from Mickey X, so Mickey X can't positively in the game. So it's the next level strategy.
A day ago, he even played against Keen in top lane and beat Keen in a solo queue game when Keen was playing Urgot.
This motherfucker in the practice for the international tournament just like beats his own top laner to destroy his confidence in assert dominance. Like,
with top lane Nautilus. Yeah, he goes into solo queue. They're in the same fucking room most likely, and he's just like, Keen, I'm gonna style on you with top lane Naut.
I love it.
Yeah, I mean, we did see last year as well in MSI, like the Caps pulling out the Nautilus mid and like Faker as well. But it looked there. I don't know if it was that good. Like it looked pretty bad. But
look, I'm just saying he has an unusual number of games on top of Nautilus right now. It's sus for sure. I'm looking at Keen's account, and he's on the Vayne bullshit. He's back on his Quinn counterpicks into Renekton, which he was doing last year on KT. But this looks pretty normal. Oh, he's back on his top lane Rise bullshit, which has been historic for him as well. He's playing it into Rumble, which is interesting.
Yeah, it has been known to be a counter to Rumble, but I just haven't seen many Rise.
Yeah, but Keen will pull it out again just because he's Keen, right? Like, if you told me that Keen was just going to counterpick Rise into Rumble and Quinn into Renekton into this tournament, I'd say I'd put money on that. He's been playing some of the. Oh, he was playing support, Camille. Never mind.
I've got one last topic before we go on, which is this. We haven't really talked much about T1. Now, I've noticed this, Monty. Everyone is living in a world where history only extends back to the lower bracket final where they beat Hanwha Life. We're all just pretending they never lost that series to Hanwha Life. We're all pretending like it's T1, they're a world champ, they're going to be like everyone's hyping it like they're one of the teams that's going to win the tournament and revolutionize the meta and bring their own approach. I want to know, what are your thoughts, Monty? What are you predicting? Then obviously we'll pass around and you can jump into it. What are you thinking, Monty? Where's T1 going to be at this tournament?
So what was interesting actually is that BLG in the finals against Top Esports basically started playing T1 bot lanes, which like BLG basically was heavily inspired in that final series against Top by T1. I mean, look at the approaches they were taking. Now all of a sudden they're running the support Nico, right? They're playing Ornn with Senna, which FPX did in the LPL. Like FPX was famous for doing that, but it wasn't super widespread. And in fact, it was the only support Ornn that was played in the entirety of LPL playoffs, I believe. And because FPX was doing it in the regular season. So like, I was doing the VOD reviews, and like definitely I could see like I don't know why they would have anybody would have ever played Ornn top in that scenario. But I thought the
Yeah.
drafting was pretty poor from top because they didn't see the Ornn support coming, it felt like, and so they wasted a bunch of like potential bans, and I thought it was very effective, especially when you're playing into like Jinx. I think they're playing into Jinx Ori. So very
Yeah.
effective to have the Ornn ult in that scenario. They're playing like double Hail of Blades. They're prioritizing Lucian Nami, which is something that T1 has been doing very aggressively. So if anything, like BLG is either scrimming T1 and taking this from them, or they're being very heavily inspired. And that they just like became T1 in finals. So I mean, I think that means that probably T1 is doing very well, and they're clearly being thought of as meta leaders, at least in terms of bot lane
for sure.
picks. And because, as many people have noted, there's a pretty big similarity in T1 and BLG's style in that they like to play through bot lane and like win through bot lane, and that's the most effective way they can do it. I do think BLG is a more well-rounded team at this point in time than T1 is, primarily because they have Knight, right? It's kind of
Yeah, but also T1's early games haven't been like very good lately.
And owner has been like kind of bad, and owner doesn't have the same versatility in terms of champ pool that Jun does right now, so it is a bit different. But like I think T1 is still, when they're in their groove and they have their picks, they are deadly. And the thing about T1 too is that they are still the best Baron team in the world. They are still extremely good at cross mapping when losing, and they're constantly dangerous. So especially, I get kind of worried at points too when I look at top esports, for example, and I think about, I would say BLG, they probably have the worst macro of the top 4 teams of this tournament, which means that they may leave themselves open to sneaky T1 shit. So if like T1, we just have a brawl in the bot lane between these two teams, and their styles are so similar. I do think T1 has better late game shot calling than BLG. I do think, I think there's a way at which like T1 could actually just pull off a pretty big upset against BLG, even if BLG is the better team against the field. Like this MSI in particular, I think is really matchup dependent. Like the bracket we get is going to inform a lot of, it's not like one team I think is clearly the best in all circumstances. Like I wouldn't want to see, BLG playing against Gen G with how kind of crap Pays and Lehens have been in lane is probably really good for BLG, even if Gen G is the better team against everybody else. They could get sniped. So like, I do think we're probably going to see some snipes in this tournament. And of course the dumbass fans will say like, well, that means this team is worse. But I think this what's cool about this MSI is we've got a lot of unique styles, and like those styles are going to play out really heavily.
Well,
I think like you mentioned. I think like you mentioned.
You're going to say this, so this is
okay,
the question, right? The last question is what you're about to answer, which is obviously we want to evaluate the top team. Who's going to win? You give us your version of how you think through who will win Memento as the last topic.
Okay, I think in terms of style and most completed team, I would say BLG. Yes, because when I watched them play, like especially like throughout, first of all, they dominated the regular season, just brutally. But also what I think is like, I don't see many weaknesses that BLG has. They have a really strong bot lane, and their synergy, like their jungle sup synergy is probably one of the best that I've ever seen. Like the way they're able to like shut down the enemy jungler, but while like also shutting down enemy bot lane is just very impressive to me, and I just don't see a team being able to match them. But to answer your point as well about like Gen G versus BLG, I think it's like 2 completely different teams, but also really good teams, right? I think Gen G's weakness is their bot lane, and BLG's strength is their bot lane. But Gen G also has this ability to avoid like certain matchups, or they can do this like creative lane swaps where they can swap their bot lane into top at 6 minutes. And if the enemy team gets caught off guard by this, then Gen G might be able to win like versus BLG. But if BLG actually have done their research and they know how Gen G plays and they're able to match it and able to predict when they're gonna lane swap or what they're going to do, then I think like BLG should win the whole tournament. But then there's also the factor that T1 always shows up at internationals. They haven't been like the best in MSI, but at Worlds they are like the GOATs, right? So there's always that X factor that you can't really ignore, right? Like T1 and Faker, they always show up when it comes to international. I think Owner has also been really good on internationals. So if you look on paper, I would say BLG would win the whole things, but I would not discount like T1. I think T1 has a very good chance at winning the whole thing as well. But then there is Gen G as well. But then, like, I really hate saying like, oh, they're gonna choke or whatever. But it is also like an important factor.
Yeah.
And it's like if they haven't shown up for the past like 3 years, then what are we supposed to say, right?
It's a different team.
It is a different team, right? And they do, like, right now, when I look at Gen G, I'm like, holy shit, Chovy is at his peak. He's playing perfectly. He's playing laning phase perfectly. He's playing fucking team fights perfectly. His side laning is also one of the most underrated things that they're doing really well. So, yeah, sure, we could put Gen G as well to win the whole thing. But I honestly don't fucking know. I would
Here's
say,
the
like,
thing,
BLG
Monty.
is looking at it.
I agree. You can't discount when someone's chalked until they overcome it. So here's the thing. You haven't said anything, but your boy Keen, he's the one on the fucking hot seat, mate. He's got all the crosshairs, the target, fucking microscope.
Look how well he did in the finals.
That wasn't international, bro. That wasn't international.
But I do want to ask you.
But he used to choke domestically and internationally. Okay. So he stopped choking domestically, at least. He showed up huge.
Okay, he's halfway to the trophy starts then. Okay.
But one thing I wanted to ask you about Keen as well, because I find him like really interesting. And considering that you've followed him for like multiple years, ever since he was like on Africa Freaks when he came up, are you sold on the hype about Keen?
Yes,
he played a lot of
great.
Like, are you sold? You're sold?
Yes.
Okay.
1000%. So first off, he was robbed of MVP of summer last year. He was fucking robbed. And second off, he fucking does his job. All right. The problem with Keen, so the problem with Pays is Pays thinks he's a main character, but he's not. The problem with Keen is that he doesn't know he's a main character. And if you actually go back and you look at all of the shit that Keen has done over especially the last year, from summer last year to spring this year, look at all of the games that he's managed to carry through weird ass counter picks. Gen G also gives him a lot of counter picks, but he when the meta is he plays Cassante and Udyr, and I think he's the best Cassante player in the world.
Yeah, Cassante for sure. Yeah,
he just does his fucking job. Okay. And like you also see him he's popped off this split on games on like Darius, like, the Twisted Fate has been a staple of his. He has weird ass counter picks that he pulls off. Like his library of champions is so deep. Like he'll be like, oh, I will play Tristana this split. And it's like, why? You haven't done that in 3 years. But he's like, I love this matchup, so here it comes, right? And so you never know really what he's going to be doing, which I think is a huge advantage for him. He probably has the deepest champion pool of any top laner in the world right now, but he needs to actually, I think, take more carry potential off of this roster, because I don't want to see that put in Pays' hands, really. Like, Pays is just Ghost 2.0. Like, he needs to just be Ghost and shut the fuck up and come along for the ride, because the most effective iteration of this Gen G is like topside Kingdom. Obviously, you have fucking Canyon, Keen, and Chovy. Like, that should 100% be your focus. Is like, this should be about Canyon and the solo lanes. And like I think that is the best way that they play, and you see the kind of things that Keen can do when he's offered like these pickups. Like it's like I was mentioning earlier, that this is where the Quinn can come into play. And yeah, we saw Quinn in LPL playoffs. It was just not done very well. But the difference with Keen is that Keen actually team fights super well on Quinn, which is very, 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 very hard to do. And he knows how to play it with pick compositions in particular, because that's what KT really excelled in. And if you look at, his Quinn games into Renekton from last year on KT, they were fucking great. So Keen is my favorite player right now. So yes, I will fucking defend Keen to the end. But he does choke. He does choke in high pressure situations. So he used to choke both domestically and internationally. He was pretty bad in LCK playoffs last year. But he came up big. His Rumble is also just fucking insane. So that's going to be a major pick. And like I said, when I was looking through his solo queue account here, he is going to come up with some whack ass picks for this MSI. He's going to have some weird lane matchups. He's going to have some lane counters. And he actually, one of the cool points was during the regular season of LCK, he actually got the highest counter pick, rate of any top laner in the LCK, whereas Zeus had the lowest. Like Zeus is like, I'm just gonna fucking slam blind Aatrox every game, and Keen's like, no, I'm gonna play the matchups, and like this is gonna be a priority for me. So it's a pretty different style as well. And I think that's going to work out really well to the advantage of Genji at this tournament. I mean, his versatility is just insane. So he is unheralded because he kind of just keeps his head low and does his job. But like, absolutely, he is one of the best top laners of the world. And I just love the way that he slots in with his giant champion pool, and does what needs to be done.
Like, come on, Memento. You clearly asked that question to test the waters because you're skeptical. You like, you believe it? Do you believe it at Monte? You hope Monte would be like, I don't know. You'd be like, yeah, I agree. He's not like good. So did you have a rebuttal? Were you going to say something that you thought like maybe he's overrated or something? Was it something like that?
No, I think Keen is like really fucking good. But he did play like a shit ton of Cassante. He did play those counter picks that you do say, but it's not like that often it happens, right? I think he's more like he's the best Cassante in the world for sure. But I just haven't seen him like tested. I don't know how he's gonna do versus like 369 or play versus Ben. I think those two top laners. I want to see like, is he still gonna be able to shit stomp them, or is it gonna be more of an equal game? And is like one matchup that I really want to see is the BLG versus Genji, because I think they have two different complete styles. Like Genji is more of a topside reliant, topside focused team, while BLG is more about bot side. Like, is Pace and Lehans gonna drop the ball too hard so Keen can't even get to the like state where he will be able to carry the game, or is Keen just gonna take over the entire tournament and just stomp everyone? That's why I'm like interested, because he does look really good, Keen. I think he's also on a very good team, but not to discredit him, I do think he's like really fucking good. So that's just something that I was interested in, especially someone that has actually watched like his since the beginning.
I mean, that's the thing about it, is he's just less flashy, so people underrate him. I mean, I think people in general think he's good, but I do think he's an underrated player because he's been on bad rosters, number one.
Yeah.
Because there's several reasons. He's been on bad rosters. He played like shit himself in 2022, and it was only when he got on KT that he kind of revived. But he was on such a fucking bad team in 2022. I think he just like gave up. Right.
Okay. So you believe he will be the difference maker then?
Well, look, if Genji's going to win, if Genji is going to win, he has to be.
Yeah.
Let's like if the result is Genji wins MSI, he has to have a great tournament. If he doesn't have a great tournament, they won't win. I'll put it that way.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's fair.
Right, thanks to Memento for coming on. Hopefully in the future we'll feature him
me
on more of our shows. We'll be back after the break with our third guest, who you'll see when he comes on. Right, we are back with our third guest, and it is RandomMinionCaster, who, if you don't know, is from the CB LOL. I mean, the joke is that might be the LCS of the future. Who knows? It's just a rumor, just a rumor. So obviously, first things first, obviously, you notice nobody else, even though they're literally in the tournament part we were talking about, no one even said the word loud. Like, it was never mentioned at any point in time. Everyone acted like TES is already in the next match and we're just to Fnatic play them. So give us your best pitch. What is there about, aside from MonteCristo and Thorin? That was literally, you only mentioned the name, you didn't mention the team.
True.
Give us the pitch for loud. What is the pitch for loud for this tournament?
Okay, so we, as a Brazilian fan, we are not expecting to beat TS. I think that's fair, that nobody's talking about us beating TS. If we can get a game, I'll be over the moon. But there are two slots getting off the group, and that's where I think it gets interesting. Because as you guys have already mentioned, I do think Group B is the easier group to play through in a way, right? We've got Fnatic, who've not been looking great. And by the way, Loud has a winning record against Fnatic. They've never lost against Fnatic. Fnatic's never won against Loud. We actually have
they beat them at 2022 Worlds, if people remember, in the group.
Exactly. Yep. And I mean, Humanoid and Resork was on that roster as well.
Yeah,
so
true.
The stronger parts of the Fnatic roster
there you go.
were back then. So Loud actually did beat them back then. This is pretty much the same team with the exception of the bot lane being switched out. And then Gam is playing with 2-3 subs coming in, and they had their whole fiasco as well. So it's actually, to me, very possible for Loud to make it out of this group. Group B, it's a little bit more chaotic, and I think people not talking about Loud too much it's more a lack of familiarity with the minor regions and with Brazil specifically. Now, to be fair, Loud has a history of choking at international events, so I do think it'll come down a lot to the mental and whether or not they can actually perform to the level that we've seen from them in the domestic region.
Well, also, I mean, this roster is pretty veteran, at least in terms of international performances at this time, and like Robo has been pretty good even on international stages, I would say. So, I don't think these guys are pushovers by any mean. And plus, like I said, it's now going to be the 10th anniversary of the upsets from
the kaboom.
2014 from Tinones destroying Europe's hopes at Worlds. So that's like a fun narrative that I hope people will come back to, because I mean Tinones is the length of his career has been really good. So why don't you give a rundown of like how Loud stands in comparison to the rest of CB LOL, because even though more people watch CB LOL than LCS these days, by a lot, guys, it's not even close. So but if you are one of the people like myself who did not watch the more viewed region of CB LOL, how would you characterize Loud season and their competition this year in CB LOL so far?
Sure. So we've got to kind of give a bit of background about CB LOL as a region. We have been improving as a region, split after split after split. This split is probably, I'd say, the first split in the last 3 years since franchising, 4 years, that I don't think the region has markedly improved. It's actually kind of similar, I think, skill-wise to what we're seeing in 2023. But we did have a lot more domestic competition. We had a Coach CL coming in from Team Heretics to take over the Vivo Kate Stars program. He's making big changes there. So we had some changes there. We had Kaboom spending big money, and they actually brought in Maorang to play for them. So that was exciting. They put together like a sort of super team with some big names, including Netuno and Seos. Seos was actually the three-peat champion with Loud. So he's the support that you might
recall him with Root.
Roster. Yeah, exactly. When they got that pentakill in the first game of Worlds 2023. So Seos went to that roster. Pain Gaming, they built a roster that was supposed to take down Loud. Didn't happen. So Loud is still really strong domestically, and they just feel ahead of the curve when it comes to like their mental, their team fighting, and to a certain extent, their understanding of macro in the mid to late game. Their laning is a little bit passive, but we've seen that traditionally from this roster, and that's I think why they struggle a lot on the world stage, is when teams can kind of get ahead of them. Then sometimes Loud struggles a little bit. They're still really good at getting back in the game, but on the international stage, they're playing against the best of other regions. They're not going to give you the opportunity to get back in mid and late a lot of times. The roster is mostly the same. It's Robo, as you mentioned, who traditionally is pretty good in the international stage. He can hang there. Croc, who's really fun. Yep, Croc. Nope, Croc. Remember him not buying items at
I do.
G2.
That was tragic.
I mean, that's a running meme, but we love Croc. He's great. Tinones, it's his 10th year, and it's also important because Tinones is probably the only player who really played through the original lane swap meta. Back
True. That's actually a very good point.
Yeah, and I have mixed feelings about that because I think, as you pointed out, Monty, lane swaps now are very different from lane swaps then, and I
well, are they? I feel like we don't know the answer to that question.
Fair enough. Okay, I do feel like the purpose of lane swaps has changed, and some of the things have changed about it as well. So
yeah.
If you're stuck in the old mindset, I fear that you'll misplay a lot of the lane swaps. So we'll see how that one goes. Loud was not really tested with lane swaps in the playoffs, so I don't like they had a couple, but not a lot. So, and I don't think CB LOL as a whole quite has a hang on lane swaps just yet. So fingers crossed on that. Root's really, really solid. He's actually probably our best international player. That man does not tilt. And I think even at Worlds 2023, wins or losses, Root was probably one of our best performers. Ridbert is the big change on this roster. He's replacing MVP Seos. He's kind of a quiet guy. I'm going to be honest. I wouldn't consider him an upgrade over Seos. A lot of people consider him a downgrade domestically, but I think he gets the job done. Like, I'm not looking for him to carry, but he'll enable Root to do what Root needs to do. The other big change we had on Loud was actually our coach. Coach Belzy unfortunately left the team, and Coach Stardust, formerly of T1 fame, actually came on
the infamous 2021 10-man roster T1 disaster. That wasn't him though that was doing that, to be fair.
Yeah. to be fair to and I mean he still did pretty decently despite all the chaos that happened. He actually had problems in Brazil a little bit because last year he coached Los Grandes, who built another super team, and they tried to import Koreans. So in the first split, he brought in Hirit and Lava, and that kind of fell apart. They ended very poorly. In split 2, he brought in Trick, and Trick played a grand total of 4 games before leaving. And that roster just fell apart. So him switching to Loud, there was a lot of questions because he kind of had to redeem himself in the eyes of the Brazilians. He's going to the best team in the region. If he loses, yeah. So thankfully he's done well. He had some friction with the team, but in the middle of the season, some of the behind the scenes videos showed that he was kind of fighting with Robo and Tinones a little bit, two of our veteran voices on that squad. But now towards the end of the split, they seem to have got their stuff together like they always do. Loud is a playoff team. They always just scale into sort of late season. And they are hoping that Stardust's international experience can help them kind of get over that little bit of a choking hazard that they tend to have at international tournaments. So yeah, I think Loud right now are in a very similar position they were to the last couple of splits, where we are hoping that they get out of group stages. They have the tools to theoretically get out of group stages. It's just a matter of execution now.
If
So,
people don't know, that guy went to Stardust used to be in StarCraft 2 as well, like a fucking like meme cheese master too. So to be fair, if you're going to coach a minor region, start cooking, get in the kitchen, cook it, every ingredient, fucking make whatever, make a waffle, pizza, burger, souffle, and then see what they do with that motherfucker. There you go, John.
I want to see that.
Exactly.
He hasn't done it though. The only thing he cooked was the rosters last minute.
Right.
That did not end well.
Okay.
So the playoff run for Loud included like 2 series against Paid Gaming. They won them both. Would you say like
not to be confused with a VCS team?
Would you say that this was like a good playoffs in terms of quality? Like how is Loud's run? Like respectable, legit, playing the meta?
Yeah, so I mean, Loud just played really standard. So one of the unfortunate things about Loud is because they're good, they often play very few series, right? Like 3 is the minimum you can play. They won every single one. And the other problem is, for those of you not familiar with CBLOL, Loud is a 4-time champion. So this is their 4th straight split winning.
Right.
The problem is all their grand finals have been against the exact same team. The second place team is Pain Gaming, and they've made grand finals 5 times in a row and haven't won a single one of those 5. And Loud and Pain have this weird rivalry going. It's really weird. Pain are like mentally broken at this point. So every time they play against Loud, they play worse. And Loud, for some reason, every time they play Pain, they play better. Like Robo, specifically in the top lane, if you look at his stats when he plays against Pain versus any other team, it's always inflated. His damage numbers shoot up whenever he's up against Wiser, specifically the top laner of Pain Gaming. So if you're looking for records on how Loud's playing, finals and winners finals is not a good shake. It's not a good place to look at because they don't play the same way against.
Well, I have bad news for all the casters who prepared for MSI then, who only looked at those games.
Yeah, you have 3 playoff games that Loud did not play against.
It turns out this is why it's actually important to have casters who watch the entire season of those teams as opposed to just select matches. But Thorin, don't say anything. Thorin and I will handle this one. Thorin, I just saw a fun announcement. Riot just announced the talent for MSI. So where's the tournament being held?
China.
And who are some of the favorite teams to
win?
But
I'll play along with Stein. Probably like the Chinese teams from the LPL league, Monty. That league that Doublelift doesn't watch, so you want people to watch it, I'm guessing.
So do you know how many LPL casters are in China, the region that they cast any stage of this tournament? How many full-time LPL casters are there? I'm
going to go for Doublelift's IQ 0.
0.
There we go.
Riot is now running this major international.
Way. Remember, Nymera got kicked off the LEC broadcast. All right, guess I'll get my hard hat on. Better hustle. Goes to the LPL, kills it. Like I said, he's basically like upgraded Vedius, and then doesn't even get the gig for fucking this now. He can't even get this gig. What the fuck?
So people will say, well, they have Dagda and Hysterics. Well, Hysterics has moved entirely over to LEC. Plus, he's a play-by-play caster. So, and then Dagda has been on full-time LEC. And I'm not saying they don't still watch China, but like there's a pretty big difference between having. I mean, it is appalling that we could have. Remember, Thor, can you remind me what was the finals of last MSI?
Yeah, it was the 2 LPL teams.
We literally could have an all LPL finals with 0 people from the LPL. Of course, we'll have co-streams, like obviously like K-Troll and Yamato and Dom, they watch all or most of the LPL games. But it is just
Doublelift got course treatment as well. He just admitted he doesn't even watch the fucking matches. What is going on right now? This is mental. What a world.
I
What
mean,
a world.
here's the other funny thing, Thorin. They didn't even announce any of the LPL casters as co-streamers. Like, what the fuck, man?
Imagine it. I know.
And they had to fly. By the way, they aren't doing this one remotely. So remember at Worlds in Korea, they did a bunch from Dublin.
Yep.
No, they literally have flown all of the people from North America and Europe, where all of the LPL casters also are, to China.
By the
What
way,
fuck?
even more of a donk if you're Nymera. It's like, so I casted the region. I don't now get to go to the country. I have to also stay at home like a little fucking orphan boy looking in through the window on Christmas Day while a real family
no
has Christmas
co-streaming,
dinner.
right.
And I'm like, can I please, mate, what's this guy done wrong? Did he kill someone's dog or something? What's going on? This is fucking mental, mate. He just can't get a break, can he? He just can't get a break. What a world.
I just think it's wacky that they flew all of these casters to China literally from the same country. And in many cases, like Nightmare's in Berlin, by the way.
By the
in
way,
the
as
same
well,
city.
let's be real. We're not saying like add loads. Just fly 2 more people out. Just 2 more people. That's it. Because the problem is
the real question, Thorin, is why do we need everyone from LEC and LCS? We have 2 people from LCK, which, by the way, last time I checked, Korea and China were really fucking close together. And so we only have Atlas and Chronicler from LCK. We have 0 people from LPL. And then it's literally everybody else from LCS and LEC, those regions that are going to get eliminated super fast in the bracket.
Because Monty, that's just the Riot Games ethos. I think their sleeper slogan for how they operate when it comes to international tournaments, in line with this pattern that's played out over 10 plus years, is one of my favorite movie quotes of all time from the 1998 classic Blade, where he says, "Some motherfuckers are always trying to ice skate uphill." There you go.
The all-time great movie line.
It's a great fucking movie and a great line as well.
I'm
just looking through this list as well right now, and traditionally, I will say that there are some casters who reach out to minor regions.
Of course, yeah, of course they do.
Nymera is one of them.
Yep.
Goldberg was the one who used to do so. I'm not seeing either of them on this list,
Nope.
and I am curious if anybody else reaches out to the minor regions, because I know that a lot of us will get knocked out early and fast, but I still want our stories to be told. I'm hoping somebody like reaches out.
Well, I'll tell you what, they use our shows to do the prep, which is where we reach out to the people from the minor regions to actually give the stories, because we're actually legitimately curious about, and we want to give people, we want to platform people. Riot is not about platforming people.
I hope Vedius on a notepad somewhere has like initially like a bunch of that shit I've said about waffles, but they just crossed it out when he realized it was a joke. Oh wait, fuck, that's a joke. Shit. Never mind. That's at the top of the notepad.
But yes, we're happy to have you. Anyway, that was my aside rant, because it just came up like as we were doing this show, and I was literally looking at it. I was like, okay, where's the wait, it's in China. Wait, all LPL finals last year. Wait, oh, there's just nobody. There's just nobody. That's cool.
By the way, speaking of reaching out to minor region casters, it's not like you're only allowed to talk about Brazilian League of Legends. We can also ask you who you think is going to win the tournament, who you're anticipating to be very strong. Who's catching your eye right now?
Ooh, that's a tough one. I think it depends on the lane swaps a lot. So I kind of agree with like what Monty and Memento were saying. I don't think lane swaps are solved right now, and I think whichever team figures it out first could potentially just win this entire thing. Whether that be G2, being the ones who are messing around with it the most, T1, a team which I think traditionally has really good macro and figures out how to do their macro. But if we don't see lane swaps come through, and if that's not what dominates the meta, then I'm kind of favoring Billy right now a little bit. I think role for role, they're looking like one of the strongest teams. They know how to play standard. I know you're on the Keen hype train, Monty, but I don't know if the gap between Keen and Bin is going to be as big.
I mean, Bin steps up internationally. Like, obviously, that's my concern, is like Keen sucks in pressure. Keen is a regular season merchant. I admit that. And Bin is like fucking, he just fucks people up, especially at MSIs. So like, I mean, Bin's international glow up is real. So I would be lying if I said I wasn't concerned about that.
Yeah, fair enough. But I think Elk and On are just incredibly crack ball lane. I'm worried about Pays and Lehens trying to match up against them as well.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, and I think to me it's just the gaps even if Keen shows up, the gap between him and Bin, I don't think will be as big as the bot lane gap favoring Billy. So, yeah. Oh, sorry. I'm here to show CB Law. I mean, Loud's gonna win it all, of course.
Oh, maybe BLG can sneak in there, you know, and nick the trophy. Exactly.
I don't think it's outrageous that Loud could get out of Group B. Like there's definitely a world where we end up in a lower bracket qualification match between Loud and Fnatic, and Fnatic has a bad day and Loud has a good day, and like then Fnatic gets eliminated. Especially like I'm looking at that Oscar and versus Robo matchup, and I'm like, this
that
feels
is
like an
kinda juicy.
angle.
Yeah, because I mean, we meme a lot in Brazil, right? Like almost all these players have some sort of meme about them. Robo's meme has always been, oh, it's Rob's day, or it's Robo. If he screws up, oh, it's just Robo. He does this all the time. He ints, like if you look at his regular season stats, especially the first round robin, it's always terrible. This guy looks like a bottom 3 top laner for the first like half of the season, and then he hits playoffs, and then he's suddenly a monster. He hits Pain, and he just becomes Wiser's father. Like so. If that Robo shows up, then I can see him just taking over the game. And I know kind of who was talking about it might have been on the show with Rich that you're on, Monty. Somebody was talking about how Robo's playing mostly Jackson, trying to survive the laning phase. That's Robo messing around. He still has the Olaf. He pulled it out at the very end, and that completely ran over Pain. Like Robo's champion pool has traditionally been very, very large. He doesn't lose the champion pool either. So he's still got the Renekton, the Gnar if he wants to play safe. He's got Olaf to take over games. I am desperately praying and hoping that Keen does not make Rise a thing, because the last time Robo pulled out a Rise on international stage, I think it was MSI 2023, Brazil ended up with PTSD, but it's technically in his champ pool. So Robo is somebody who can definitely pop off. I'm more worried about the jungle matchup, Croc versus Razork, because Croc can go either way. Yep, Croc or no Croc. Like this guy, he didn't buy items against G2, but he still somehow came out ahead in the early game. So, he can go either way. And I feel like if Razork is on a good day, and if Croc kind of gets Thumpster, that would mess up Loud quite a bit. So a lot of topside focus on that matchup against Fnatic.
The thing for me, I've actually given up. I do think BLG will win. And the reason why is, like, that team, unironically, every player is like fucking like at the absolute top of their role. And even better, people are going to think because it's a night team, is it like the old JDG? No, JDG would like team fight from behind and stuff. This team just blasts short the server in the first 20 minutes. Like it's going to be really hard just to get through laning phase. That's why actually I do think the narrative around Chovy is sick. Because if Gen G wins, Chovy has to be the best player in the world. Like this guy will have to smurf this tournament, I think, to win this event. And he can do it, but let's see. It'd be a cool way to set the narrative either way.
Yeah, I mean, Canyon, Keen, and Chovy will all have to step up, because I agree with you. Billy feels like he must be this tall to ride this ride. Like if you cannot even survive the laning phase, then like where do we go from here, right? And to a certain extent, that's the same issue I'm having with Team Liquid, but in reverse, where I feel like Team Liquid must be this high to survive the laning phase, and then actually be able to play their mid to late game, because I think they've got good macro. I think they've got a good understanding of the game, but the laning phase for Team Liquid to me has been a bit tough at times, and I'm not sure teams will pull a FlyQuest on them.
Here's the joke, bro. Here's how you know that we are ready for CB LOL to merge with LCS. We didn't mention Team Liquid existed until this point of the show. They won the LCS, but it's true. We just forgot they existed. Like we actually did, straight up. Like,
well, that's because some of us haven't bought into their win as being super legitimate of LCS, and we could be complimentary of their macro and their coaching and but like it just really and to be fair, we also don't have to talk about them in play-ins because they're getting thrown directly into the bracket stage. And you know what? I'll put this out there, guys. There's a world where Fnatic comes in second in their group and they get matched up in the first round of the bracket with Team Liquid. That could be a possibility, and like Team Liquid wins that. That's not insane. That's not insane. What if Loud beats Fnatic and Loud's up against Liquid, and all of a sudden Liquid can get into MSI upper bracket semifinals? It's not crazy. But there's a more likely world where they just get slotted in versus an Asian team and get destroyed in the first round.
Here's what I want to see, Monty, because no one's thought this part through. What the fuck does happen if like Knight or Chovy plays Team Liquid and AP is just typing a Worlds here? They're going to be like, referee, what the fuck's going on? Why is he typing? What is this? Like, because hey, I will clap you now. I'll be amazing. I actually do hope he does that for real. Bro, if you've done it the whole tournament through, do it now. Do it for
I think you absolutely have to.
Yeah,
you should absolutely just do it for broadcast. broadcast
shit,
narrative.
yeah.
Because I really just want to see his little chat box on my
Yes.
screen
Yes,
talking
exactly.
shit to Chovy. Like I
Yes,
want to
you know
see
what?
it.
I 100% believe that APA would go to his teammates and be like, yo,
Yeah.
teach me how to say things in Korean. Or like just Google Translate how to say things in Chinese just to tilt the other side. And I would be here for it. Yappa is real.
Yeah.
By the way, Brazil loves APA. Brazil has been
Oh, he's very
screaming
fun.
for CBLOL to show the all chat for the CBLOL players. Because now NA is doing it, right? LCS is showing the all chat. Brazil's been asking for it. I don't think we can in Brazil because some of the things these players say is insane. Redbird is like one of the most chill guys. He's such a nice, like calm dude normally. In the grand finals, after they won, first thing he did, stood up and gave the crowd the finger
I love
because
Brazil.
the crowd was
So funny.
tilting him so hard. I found out after apparently what happened was between the stage and the green or the locker room, there's this exposed area where players and fans can interact, and the Pain fans were in there apparently screaming obscenities at him when he was walking past the entire time. So he was getting so frustrated. But that's Brazil for you. They love to love, they love to hate. They are very emotional people, and I would love to see their all chat. I don't think Riot can actually show the all chat, even with filters on.
I mean, they're careful about when they do it, even in the West too, right? Like it's not on your screen the whole time. They wait. I'm sure there's lots of stuff that's said.
Yeah, Thorin, you're saying that you've got to make drama for EU. You should start covering Brazil. They make their own drama. The players do all the work there.
Well, here's the thing. I don't know
Probably why
if you
CBLOL is actually popular.
I don't know if you fall outside of League of Legends, but making drama in Brazil, I'm sort of a bit ahead of you on that one.
True. Valorant, yes, I'm sure.
Also about 10 years, but yeah. all good.
Yes.
Thorin's a master of the Brazilian drama meta.
Listen, I breathe out when I make Brazilian fans mad. That's what I do every few seconds. Don't worry about it. My Twitter exists for that purpose. Also, much like Wilt's here, it's just typing, and then a text message goes out and they have to infer what I mean from it. And I tell you what, I'm the APA of typing fucking tweets to Brazilians, I'll tell you right now.
Yeah, our CBLOL will welcome you. Maybe not the Riot side of things, but the fans certainly will.
True.
Well, people are also, I think, underestimating how fun it could be with like APA and CBLOL and a merged league. Like it would be really fun, probably, to see the rivalries that would develop. And what's interesting to me is that a lot of the Brazilians, so I never say I want this. I just say I think it's going to happen, and they start getting super angry at me as if I have power to make it happen. I don't, guys. And secondly, as if I say I want this to happen, which I do, by the way, but I haven't like said that on Twitter in any of the tweets. I just say I think this is what will happen. And they're like, no, why should we revive your dying region? I'm like, don't you think it'd be fun for you motherfuckers too? Like, I think it'd be fun for everybody. Like, why do you hate this?
I think a lot of it's logistics. Was it? I think Maestro was on your World's preview show. If I recall.
Yeah, he has been previously. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think he kind of hit the nail on the head. It's more logistics side. If you do want to merge the regions, I think you'd have to head towards LATAM or Brazil.
Yeah, that's fine. Just put everybody in Brazil, dude. Like Team Liquid, welcome to Sao Paulo. I don't give a shit, man.
Yeah, exactly. Because I think the cost of living in America is just too high, especially when the LCS arena is in LA, right? The minimum wage is just like a lot of these players can't afford to be living there. The orgs can't afford to be paying that sort of
No, I totally agree. I mean, there's also like you could set it into a conference system where you have the American, like the US conference, and then the Brazilian conference, and you play most of your games in conference, and then you do a little bit of traveling that maybe Riot pays for, where it's like you have a couple weeks of crossover and then you cross over in playoffs. There's a lot of ways you could do it. Like it's not like
all that costs money.
But look, man, I'll tell you right now, the North American team owners would love to ship those guys off to fucking Brazil. They would love it. That'll lower their costs immediately on housing and everything like that. They'd be all for it. So
yeah, because I don't think people are against playing like an America's tournament. Like from what I can tell, a lot of Brazilians would love to face off against LA. They kind of miss Rift rivals a little bit, and they like playing with the NA side of things. Brazil's very hungry to improve their skill level. They know they're not the best, but one of the big reasons I think CBLOL has been improving so much recently is because they're hungry for it. They want to play EU players. They want to play NA players. That's why we're bringing, Coach CL in. We brought in coaches. Coach Turtle used to coach on EG, and he's now back in Brazil again, coaching in there. They sent him out to just learn and then come back and teach them as well. So they would love to play NA. It's just straight up just logistics issues more than anything else, and they want to make sure that we don't sacrifice Brazil's fan base and their ability to access the game just to kind of revive NA side. I think that's the main concern. that a
Yeah.
lot of Brazilians have about the whole situation.
Well, I think also, the people who have been promoted at Riot come from CB LOL. They are
Yes.
Brazilians. And so I don't think it's their motivation to destroy CB LOL, which they built up. In fact, they were promoted because of how well CB LOL has been doing.
Yes.
So if anything, I would think they would get that and wouldn't want to, they want to make LCS more effective because that's where it's been struggling, right? That's what's been struggling.
100%. And in my, albeit very limited interactions with Kako or Carlos Antunes, the head of esports now for Americas, because he used to do Riot Brazil when when we got picked up. He seems very passionate about the region and the Americas as a whole. He's trying to bring the best of what Brazil has to just NA and everything as a whole. So a lot of the sort of changes to like all chat or like kind of bringing on guests and stuff like that, trying to make it more accessible, are things that he has been wanting to do, things that he has discussed in the past as well.
Very good. So where can people watch like CB LOL English, the more popular league than LCS?
Well,
because like you're actively casting that.
Yep. That is on twitch.tv/CBLOL_English. It's that plain and simple. I don't know. Okay, a bit of an aside tangent if we have time. We switched to co-streaming this split. I think a lot of the regions switched to co-streaming. I love co-streaming in that it increases accessibility. I'm pretty happy with that. Even if certain people who don't necessarily watch all the games, no names mentioned, want to co-stream games, I think that's a whole that's good too because it gives you a different perspective. I enjoyed that part of co-streaming. I will say though, from the casting side of things, it does make things a lot harder for us because it cuts away our funding and it really hurts the ability for us to give the best product. So co-streaming has not been kind to CB LOL English, but we try our best. So do come by and watch. If anything, it's given us a little bit more freedom. So like Grand Finals, I ran a bit, which I might not have been able to push past Riot Brazil if we were still getting full oversight. Yeah, but that's a whole different thing.
I mean, look, obviously I'm a huge advocate for the professional craft of casting. So I haven't been the biggest fan of co-streaming in general because I think it basically creates the co-streamers are most of the time reliant on the English cast to provide kind of the base layer of their content. And the longer, like basically, unfortunately, you get caught in a vicious cycle where if the co-streamers make all the money, there aren't going to be up and coming casters or a surviving wage in casting, which in turn is going to devalue the co-streamers content in the long haul. So like, there's a mutually beneficial relationship here, but the casters are getting the very short end of the stick at the current point in time. So I personally hate to see that because it's not that I dislike the co-streamers, but like, they shouldn't be making all of the money because that's something that Riot has to address. Like it's this is an issue of the economics of the space. But like if on a long enough timeline, if the craft of casting is gone, even the product that you watch from co-streamers is going to suck eventually.
100%.
So I think that I'm glad you bring this up because I bring it up constantly. And like people just don't realize like, well, I just want to watch co-streaming. Like, yeah, but 75% of the content that you're consuming co-streaming is a cast, even if it's not in the main language. Like, sure, you could be like, well, Kadril watches the Korean cast. The Korean cast still provides entertainment value and kind of the floor of the excitement of the experience. So I think it's incredibly important to have good casters.
Fully agreed. And that's why it's co-streaming, right? And not just straight up like streaming. Like there is that sort of, and I think the official broadcast as well gives as you said, the base layer, a more like objective view, focus more on the game than like trying to be entertaining. Sometimes the cast might not be completely entertaining, or there's sometimes things like we have to do which might not attract the interest of the average viewer as much in certain things. One thing we were talking about a little bit, or I kind of want to talk about, I don't know if Thorin's really sick of this by now, but lane swaps, for example. You mentioned that it's boring to viewers, and that's why Riot keeps axing it. I think that's on casters. I think casters need to make it interesting.
Agreed.
And one way you can do that too is, okay, I don't watch that much anime. I read more manga, so maybe I'm going to botch this example up, but going to what Thorin was saying about Dragon Ball, right? Like regular laning is like Dragon Ball. And to me, lane swaps are more like Death Note or Monster, much more cerebral things. It's up to the casters to make it something like Full Metal.
I also happen to be a fan of Monster over Dragon Ball. I'm a huge Monster fan.
You would be. You would be. I mean, that's why we love lane swaps. But I think it's up to casters to make it more like Full Metal Alchemist, where there is some like cerebral mystery bits, like where we can take that and make it just more accessible to the average viewer. Because to me, when I look at lane swaps, because I don't think it's solved yet, I'm still trying to figure everything out, right? But it's exciting to me because when the lane swap happens, it's like, okay, what are the consequences of this? How do they execute this? Right? Like who's gonna have to eat the short end of the stick in order to make this happen, and who gets ahead? Like, are you trying to protect the lane? Are you trying to get ahead of the lane? I mean, Fnatic G2 in finals was a great example of what happens when you screw up, right? Like, because Fnatic's turret went down so quickly, G2 was left scrambling. I think that was a great opportunity for casters to kind of highlight the fact that, hey, things can backfire, and it's like almost like dodging a skill shot by standing still, sort of idea. If you can pitch it that way, if you can make it more interesting to the viewers, I think viewers could come to love and appreciate lane swaps as well.
I also think that this iteration of lane swap is just less boring than the last one.
Yes.
Frankly, because honestly, when teams are kind of figuring out lane swaps, it leads to clown fiesta situations.
Yes, it's great.
People forget that the last iteration of when it was solved, it was like pretty PvE boring, but like,
yes,
I mean, even in the LEC finals with the Scion game, I mean, Broken Blade's like dying 4 or 5 times in lane under turret, a Scion, and that at least is something interesting to watch, right? So it has, this iteration of lane swaps has been significantly less boring to plebs than the last one, I feel, and they're still fucking whining about it. You guys don't even know how good you had it. This is way less boring.
Yeah, I remember back in 2015 was literally just like, okay, oh well, we're gonna know this. Guys, keep watching the time. Okay, oh yeah, yes, it's 2 minutes, whatever. It's time to rotate out.
Yeah,
like this time. Okay, 2 examples I have. Like one's the Scion one. Inting Scion is a viable strategy right now, and it's really fun too because it punishes teams who mess up the dive. Like it gets exponentially harder each level Scion gets up to like level 6 on those dives because of zombie form. You can kill people who tank one too many turret shots, and suddenly your dives have to be perfectly executed. You have to make sure you have enough health. If you mess up, even if you don't die, you can't.
You also prevent them from taking plates by killing the wave, which is very important while you're dead.
Yeah, and then their top lane has to kind of match that. They have to pick something that can also potentially survive dives, or have to assist in the 4-man dive. And the other thing I've seen in CBLOL Academy, and I actually really enjoy CBLOL Academy as well. They try out a lot of fun things there. I've seen Udyrs at level 1 don't show up to lane. They actually cut the wave on the approach to lane to slow things down, and then it becomes a huge decision-making cluster fudge where teams have to decide, okay, wait, our wave isn't here. We can't fast push topside anymore. Their bot side is going to push. How do we respond to this? We got cut. Oh, we need to kill the Udyr because he's in the lane. He's exposed, right? It's a proxy. But can you do it? Did you set up properly to do it? In that particular case, they didn't, and it was great that the Udyr actually did that and survived. But you know what I mean? Like, there's a lot more going into this set of lane swaps, and I think a lot of it is on casters to make it interesting because there are a lot of nuances to this one. Now, of course, that means a lot more work for casters. And when it's new, understandable that casters are struggling a little bit in the beginning. But I'm fingers crossed hoping that by the time MSI rolls around, I am hoping lane swap meta does take over. I know it might be boring for viewers, and I'm hoping that the casters are able to kind of make it interesting because
I'm going to feast if lane swap meta is taken over, guys. Because look, I'm not going to be co-streaming, but I am going to be VOD reviewing like the instant the matches end every day. So I'm going to be all over that shit with my fucking telestrator, drawing arrows. It's going to be awesome. So
I'll extend the metaphor if he's going to use Death Note, which is obviously, yes, it could be all cerebral and very well constructed, but it also could be a dogshit lane swap, which is like after episode 25. Based. No, don't say anything more, but that's based.
Yeah, it did fall off a cliff. Death Note. Great.
You have to translate that to like chapters for me. I didn't watch the anime, so. Yeah, no, but I do think there is a lot of space there to make it certainly more interesting. And the narratives you can build around it too, right? Like who's good at lane swaps? Who's bad at lane swaps? Heck, people who are known inters might actually be good at the lane swap role. Just give them Scion, right? And suddenly like them dying is not inting. It is actually a viable strategy, right? Like you can die to the point where you're not worth much gold anymore and still be up ahead from your opponent. That's
basically Bwipo, sleeper MVP of the tournament.
I'm not naming any names. That's all I'm saying.
He was born for this fucking Metamonte.
He very well could be. Maybe he has to be a must ban against Bwipo, if it ends up being viable that way.
Yeah, I'm super psyched. I mean, just the format of MSI is so good now. I love the way that they structured. Like, I'm excited about watching the minor regions and play-ins. Like, I really think they fixed play-ins really well for both MSI and Worlds, where they're fun little kind of micro tournaments in their own right. That feel really good to watch, even if you're not watching the best team, because that the final bosses are like waiting in the shadows, right? And you get at least some of the good teams in play-ins also as a measuring stick, but like lower bracket play-ins is actually really fun, I think. And then, it doesn't take up all the event. I mean, the hilarious part of MSI was it used to be like 60 BO1s into a single live bracket where it's like, Riot, no, the meat of your tournament should be the best teams playing, not like all the dog shit teams. Like how many like O10s or whatever, O8s can I watch Australia go through? Like,
yeah. And on top of that too, I really don't think best of ones ever adequately reflect anything. Like everybody just walks away with a bad taste in your mouth. Like when the Kaboom thing happened 10 years ago, let's be honest, guys, it was one game. Like accidents happen, right? Same thing with, in a way, was it Worlds 2022, the Fnatic, Fnatic dropping the game to Loud. I'm going to be honest, as much as I'm a Loud fan, I'm not super happy that it kind of went that way. I wanted to see a best of 3 because I do think minor regions, some of them like Loud, like VCS, like, okay, maybe not VCS this, but usual VCS like PCS might actually benefit from a best of 3 format where some players can calm down a little bit. We don't get as much international experience a lot of times as other major regions. So I'm very happy with moving towards BO3 and double elim, where the best teams should go through this much sort of margin of error and redundancy.
By the way, that's even why for the upset team it's better. If it's a BO3 and you actually beat them, that's not even a meme. You just actually outplayed them at that point. So if there was, like you said, if Kaboom had beaten Alliance in the best of 3, that would actually have, rather than it being a meme on Alliance, that would put Brazil on the map. So I agree. Sure, it's way better for the upset merchant too. All right, well, there we go. We will now proceed on to our next guest, who again, I won't reveal. We'll just see when they come out. Yeah, it's a surprise one. We got this person during the episode because that's the level I'm cooking at. Actually, that's what happens when Monty talks about lane swaps too much. I just mute and start like, you want to come on the show? Don't talk about lane swaps if you come on. If you say one thing, I'm kicking you. So yeah, it's all good. It'll be on after the break. Thanks to RandomMinionCaster.
Thank you for your insight.
Thanks for having me.
It's been really good.
Right, we are back for another segment, and we actually have a surprise guest who I actually got on the show while the show was live because they just kept talking about lane swaps. So YamatoCannon, former coach of Karmine Corp, is here, who, by the way, for all the people who are going to meme, remember back in the day, you were all loving him when he was at Worlds of Vitality, giving his fucking gentlemen, welcome to the fight. This is, you look to one side of you, look to the other one. These are the men who will fight. You're doing all that. You know all the shit he does. That was back when you were all loving him before you all turned on him like ruthless bastards.
Honestly, people have been nice. People have been nice. So it's all good. Like people are blaming other aspects. People are quite intuitive. So we leave it at that.
I'd also like to congratulate Yamato on acquiring co-streaming rights for MSI. They came back. You had to do the G2 stream for Worlds.
Yes. That was strange. It was like they only allowed it on the G2 channel. I was surprised. When I got the message like you have MSI co-stream, I was like, oh, so they're giving it to everybody this year. So I just assumed, but I've been blessed. So I was very lucky somehow.
That's right. Well, you see, Yamato, they had to have people who actually watched LPL do some level of commentary because no LPL casters are actually doing the event in China. The event that had 2 LPL teams in the finals last year. They didn't invite any of those people to actually
I'm getting deja vu, brother. I feel like you said the exact same sentence every year.
No, it gets worse every year, Yamato. It gets worse every year because now there's 0 of them there. It used to be like, oh, we can't have an analyst on the desk or on the cast in finals. Now we can't even have them at the event at all. Right now they're barred. And you know what else? They're also not allowed to co-stream the event. So I am grateful that you and Cadril and Dom are going to be there, like co-streaming though, to actually rep the real opinions about the LPL. Because you guys did a lot of work on that over the course of the season, obviously, and the teams intimately. But it is outrageous that we're in this situation.
Obviously, there were all these MSI tier lists. If anyone wants to watch, go watch Dom's, because Dom actually went balls fucking deep, and he didn't do the shit of I think he knew every fucking player, everything. So go watch that one if you want the ultimate preview for the tournament. It was mega. Yeah,
I made one, and I say that Dom's is by far the best. By far the best. It's he did it very, very classy, put the time in, and it's very easy to follow. It's like me, I'm just rambling for 1.5 hours, like unedited.
No,
just rock
I
and roll.
enjoyed your player tier list though as well. Like it's fun to see this I couldn't do any of this content this time, unfortunately, because I was trying to get out of Korea, and because like I basically have gone back to the States for the entirety of MSI.
Okay.
Which sounds counterintuitive, but I have different work to do here
Yeah.
during this time period. So I will be doing VOD reviews. The nice thing about me being in the States is like, even though, if I was co-streaming, this would be a shitty time zone to be in, Yamato. But as you know, I play the Monty meta of Riot. I will never get co-streaming. And also I don't want to compete with the other co-streamers. So what I do is I just VOD review. But by being in America, Yamato, I can basically VOD review the instant the games end, which I couldn't do in Korea because it would be the middle of the night where I have to do it the next day. So now I can just do it in an NA EU time zone. So it's actually more efficient in certain ways.
Just playing chess.
Exactly. Well,
Nice.
you'll see, like, as soon as you turn off your stream, Yamato, that's when mine's fucking coming on. It's the reverse of the situation where when I'm in Korea, I'm streaming and then I host you.
Yes.
Because you're starting your co-stream right then.
You have to understand, when it comes to League of Legends, Monty is playing chess and Adam from BDS is playing Hungry Hungry Hippos.
I don't even understand this.
It doesn't have to make sense. It's provocative.
Lovely.
So yeah, but I do love, anyway, this is all to say that I couldn't make a bunch of that content because I was trying to basically my mom had come out to Korea and was visiting, and I was trying to get out of there and like, spend time with my family before I left. So yeah, it was a little rough in terms of content creation.
Yeah, whatever. Like, get your head in the fucking game. You start watching the fucking.
Why was I doing that when I was spending time with my family and my mother when I could have been spending time, creating a meticulous video about a tier list of players, which I do enjoy, by the way. And I do enjoy that it was out there, but it wasn't in the cards for me this time.
Your game is always longer because you are a chess player. So what people haven't figured out is this. Did you know, Yamato, that Monty recently had a second child? Did you know this? Yeah.
Congratulations, brother. That's amazing.
His children are all half Korean. So all you need to know is 3 more, and he has his own Korean League of Legends team that he can coach, and he can't be fired from coaching that one. In the end, he will win. He's scaling. You have to understand he's scaling at this point in time.
Yeah, the Ultra League of Legends.
You have to understand, they're all going to lane swap from age 5.
They will be disciplined if they don't understand the fucking lane swap.
No leaks
I will
needed,
have done a terrible job.
Nice.
yeah.
Congratulations, man. That's amazing, man. That's cool.
Actually, my youngest son now understands that, like, when he comes in, he like looks at it and now he asks me questions about the characters in League of Legends where he's like, who's the dragon? I'm like, Aurelion Sol. And he watches now, he's like, what's that?
Also inadvertently,
Brambleback.
You've also named them names that could literally be LCK player names. Maximus and Orion. Like, it's already there, bro. Like, listen, if you need a support coach, Yamato coach Sandbox, he can fucking come in about 5 years.
Oh, those are good names. It's like those names, they're destined for greatness. There's no way.
That's the goal, man. That's the goal.
First day of school, they walk into classroom. This is Maximus, brother. It's over already for the other children.
That was the idea. I don't understand why people give their kids lame names. What's the point in doing that? Just give them weird names.
I was thinking of naming my first one Zeus, but my fiance's against it. It's like, who messes with Zeus?
Maybe she watches a lot of international finals.
Oh shit!
And I'm just saying. I'd call him Kingin instead if I were you. At least he's a fucking winner.
Shit.
MVP.
So it's okay, son. You're mediocre your whole life. So at some point, you'll peak, and we'll all look back at that one moment.
You know what? I think we should probably fuck around and squeeze in a bit of League of Legends talk. Right. MSI tournament. Right, I want to start in the spicy place. Fuck all that lane swap shit. I want to know this, Yamato. Where are you at on Fnatic? Speaking as someone who used to coach Razork and Humanoid, where are you at on this Fnatic team? Where are you at on them, mate?
Shit. I think Humanoid is a player that gets excited by, like, the prospect of opportunity. Like, I think it's hard to get the player like Humanoid excited in regular season games. I think that he needs to feel like
I'm going to be
He's-
Yamato's translator here, even though Yamato speaks literally 4 more languages than me. What he's saying is Humanoid doesn't try very hard in the regular season because he's fucking bored. And so in international play, he actually unleashes his latent talent, which is considerable, as we know. But that's the only thing that will actually get him going is the prospect of international competition. Really, if we just had a fucking Super League where Humanoid could actually compete against the best, I too think Humanoid would be a consistently world-class player.
No, for sure. Like Humanoid.
It's fault that Humanoid doesn't perform all the time. Like, come on, get your fucking arse in gear. It's not his fault.
No, I can imagine that Humanoid is giga excited because like the seasons where he won, right? 2021, it was like during COVID era. It's like he was always telling me, it's like, bro, like I'm winning these events. I'm going to Iceland for MSI and World Championship. Like it sucks ass. Like, well, I want to play in front of big crowds. I want to feel the energy. I want to travel. So I think that part of him is you know, at a peak. You know, for example,
Yeah.
like when we were playing at the World Champion 2022, like he found peak form just by like grinding the game. Like he was really, really meticulously grinding. Like him and Wunda were just on the game 24/7. And this is where a player like Humanoid really, really peaks.
Yeah.
I think
See,
with
Humanoid is just a guy who is born with a giant dick that also is perfectly curved at exactly the right angle. And the thing is that domestically, you know, it's really just a bunch of like kind of mid-tier chicks. They all want the dick, by the way, the magic dick, but it's not. It doesn't excite him. He needs the supermodels of the LCK and LPL. That's what gets him going, guys.
This is, you guys are 3 hours in, so.
I know.
Jesus Christ. No, Humanoid's cool. Razork, I think Razork, best jungler out of Europe. Yes, but his floor is like, bro, I always say, bro, sometimes Razork's like limbo dancing with the devil, you know, like he's just fucking down there. Like he's has really, really shitty games, but I think that he has gathered enough like valuable experience for like Humanoid and Razork to have the potential to be dangerous as players. I think that June is good. I think that like with the removal of Trimby, there was a kind of a void in terms of, I think, the consistency of how their mid to late game has played out. But I think June is like good mechanically. Like my main fear is that mid to late game, they make 2, let's say, big mistakes that even maybe a Team Liquid could punish, or FlyQuest could punish. And I think that's where it gets scary. I think there is very little consistency in the mid to late game. And I think in the past, Humanoid has always been very good at knowing how to farm side, but I don't feel the same when it comes to June and Razork in terms of how they connect. Oscarin's performance is also kind of strange. Like I think it's just, you know, been worse this year than the previous year. But I think Fnatic, in my mind, still, I think they have a higher ceiling than FlyQuest and Team Liquid, but their floor is they could maybe like drop games against like the likes of PSG. And it's so hard to judge Will because they have the situation where they only like scrim now for what is it, 5 days. And
why are they like this, by the way? So like, you know, G2 comes early. Now, you know, they're the ones, you know, they're not even actually participating in the play-ins. Both FlyQuest and Team Liquid are like boot camping early on. FlyQuest is in Korea, and Fnatic's just like, yep, we're just gonna fly out a few days before the event. Who the fuck were they even scrimming in Europe right now? Just like like the teams in the ERL playoffs? Is that who they were?
Honestly, I don't even know if they did. Like, I don't even know if they scrimmed at all. I think it's like on our end, 2022. We were just the victims of like the schedule because like we played the finals on September 11th. We were back in Berlin the 13th, and then play-ins would start 28th for us. But we had to we basically like ran the whole gauntlet. We needed to take a couple of days off because no one was scrimming anyway because other teams would all auto qualify to the tournament. We could choose to take a break after like running the whole gauntlet or scrim like the only TCL team. So like we just made the tactical choice, and then we had to do like content days that we had to shove in, and then boom, 2 players got COVID, right? And then all of a sudden we walk into the tournament with a half a scrim day, you know, like playing the play-ins. So we were the victims of the schedule there. I think in the case of Fnatic, I believe that I think it's just a question of maybe like the financial side of it because they are just using the tickets the right like users to send them out. and the other teams are like paying for their own trips to Korea, right? I don't know if they could have found like maybe a partnership or found like an agreement with Riot. I know that there's like LPL teams that are willing to like cooperate with you because, for example, back in 2019, when we bootcamped with RNG, bro, they like paid for everything. It's like, welcome, here we go. But they were also like ballers back then in terms of money, you know, they had the big venue, you know, it's like we spent 400 million on this, you know, like they had everything going on. So maybe the landscape is different, but it is, in our case, 2022, unlucky. Here, maybe is another case of maybe just financial side is it's rough.
If that was the analogy for humanoid, then obviously G2, they're the people who they fuck anyone. They'll literally fuck someone on day 1, on fucking day 20. But the thing is, because they have so much experience fucking everyone, they're kind of kinky. They're trying to get experimental.
They have every kink.
Yeah, they're doing all sorts of shit.
They even like playing sub to rogue for some reason. Like, who the fuck does that?
There you go.
That's
that's
like
a rare
lane is
kink
like
right
CBT,
there.
right? It's just CBT straight up.
Exactly.
Nice. What's next? What
Yeah,
have
you don't
guys
get
covered
this
so far?
content.
Let me ask you this question.
It doesn't happen on the dive, guys, by the way.
Yeah,
this
exactly.
this ain't on the dive.
Well, technically, it could have been on all those deleted episodes, but we'll never know, will we? Because they're in the vaults somewhere, aren't they? So whatever, you know. I mean, the joke there is like when I said I wanted to hear Naz's unreleased tapes, I meant those mixtapes by the rapper, not the fucking LCS president. Well, anyway, straight fired reference. Right, here's the question, Yamato. You normally obviously fly the flag for like believe in yourself, do the impossible dream, all that. Do you believe it for G2? You think it's plausible?
I think it's very, very difficult. I think by the sheer virtue of just what the level of resistance they faced in the LEC, I think it's very hard to shadow box yourself into such a shape when the region at the core is just underperforming quite heavily. I think that there's a big conversation about what can be done in Europe to improve it, but I think it is going to be such a big leap that they need to make in order to achieve like that level of consistency in early game, because I do think macro-wise they do look sharper this year than last year. I think in terms of how they've extended how each player understands information and how BB and Caps just keep stealing side waves from every team in the LEC and keep winning games off of it because they just assess information real time as individuals rather than 5 as a group. Because all the other LEC teams, they kind of react slowly. They do everything a little bit more, let's say, robotic. When how you assess information is always about like you place your vision around mid and you try to achieve the steps of pushing mid and side with as little people involved as possible. So you want to spot enemy jungle, enemy support, and every G2 player just knows how to react to that. So I think macro-wise, I think that they can maybe like be on par with like the top 4 teams, of course, like the LPL and the LCK teams. But the question is like in terms of the precision early game, they've taken this approach where they pick like more scaling lanes bottom side sometimes. And I think when it's not as lopsided and one-sided their matchups in the 3v3 bot side, I think this is where I see a lot of imprecisions. That's where it gets scary. Like if they are going to play against Bilibili, top esports, G2, like Genji and so forth, like these teams are so damn precise when it comes to the early game that I don't know how they're going to get their foot through the door, besides maybe, of course, using lane swaps. But at this point, this is something that everyone's going to be studied, and these teams are going to be damn sharp at it too, right? So I am concerned, very, very concerned.
I mean, I'm not sure actually there's a lot of studying that can be done with lane swap. It's just kind of like the mad scientist experimental laboratory at this point in time. And G2 has put more time into running the experiments, right? So I don't... The lane swap in this meta, in this point in League of Legends, I don't think is a solved quantity. So, like, I actually do think G2 probably has pretty significant advantages on that front.
I would say that, like, I think the current variant of lane swapping, I would say, is less complicated than the previous one, due to like back in before 2016 summer playoffs when they removed it, like junglers shared XP with top laners, right? And this was a very, very important aspect. There was no penalty for hitting like 5 people hitting the same turret. So you couldn't do the case where you basically like break the turret, you race, and then pretty much you create a situation where the wave bounces, and then you can choose who you funnel your economy into if you choose to match or mismatch, right? And I think right now it's just, oh, you pick Jinx, you keep hitting the wave, and if the enemy bot lane bases, then you base too, and then you just walk out on the lane where they don't. I think that we've lost a bit of like fun nuance that we had in the past when like sharing XP and like being able to TP on the wave was a part of it, because now it's kind of almost dumbed down, I feel. But maybe there's something that I'm missing. I've just looked at like every single game of lane swap that has occurred so far, and I'm trying to find like the actual depth.
Yeah, but there's only been a handful, so like I don't think it's solved by any means, right? So, and it's also been that there have been a bunch of different scenarios that have already played out. So we'll see, I guess. I mean, you might be right, but I think we haven't seen the end of the evolution yet.
Okay, I'm on the other side, so maybe we see MSI. Maybe there's something crazy coming out, because I hope so. You know, I hope so. I'm happy when teams show me something new. So maybe I'm losing my beginner's mind. You know, I'm just becoming rigid and old and rusty.
Well, I also think that we're seeing just different, even if it's not a full lane swap. I mean, what Genji did in game 1 of the finals versus T1 was really interesting from a macro perspective, even if it isn't like a lane swap. You know, just pressing tempo advantages and then moving out of those unfavorable matchups and playing around the 5-minute fortification timer is just another thing that's going to happen. You know, maybe being in a losing lane temporarily, but using top lane priority in order to mix it up, which is something Team Liquid has done very effectively in the past as well.
Yes. No, that sequence that you referenced was such a beautiful sequence. Like that was so gorgeous, because like everything made sense about it. Like everyone was in tune. Like with Keen matching into bot, the Rumble ult, pressuring like the Aatrox that's freezing his wave off base, and then just killing him as he slow pushes out. Like the main issue there is that Zeus doesn't have a correct decision, because like he could wait and do nothing, but if Rumble comes up and breaks the wave, it's just as bad. So it's like it's so beautiful on so many levels.
If you are always as optimistic as you usually are, do you also share optimism for the LCS?
Not so much. I think that the restructuring of some of the rosters and like some of the new names coming in, I am happy that that's the case. But now, like if I look at the LCS bot lanes, I think that they're not going to be strong enough. I think they have some individual pieces that are super strong. Like I'm a big fan of Impact, I'm a big fan of Whippo and Inspired, of course, too. But my main concern, like especially with Team Liquid being the #1 seed, I think this is a team that is just, they are way better than their parts. I think that they have, it's very evident that this is a well-coached team. There's a team that is playing with very clear leadership within the game, which makes sense with Coach JJ and Impact being there. They're always on the same page, choosing the same fights. And I think this is something that, for example, the C9 or, of course, the FlyQuest are lacking. Like FlyQuest, they got through the door in most cases because Inspired is doing something phenomenal, or Whippo the same, or Jensen was playing his usual champions. But I worry even more for the LCS teams by like in the context of getting their foot through the door. But I think when it comes to Team Liquid, I think this is a team that, like, if G2 have like an off game, like this is the type of team that is going to be ready to like close out a game where they have like maybe a 2, 3, 4K gold advantage, because they seem to be very, very in tune and on the same page. But maybe even in those cases, G2 is just going to tear them apart because they understand how to process information real time better. So I am not super optimistic about North America. I put them right behind Fnatic on my tier list based off of like the potential I see in Fnatic, just because of like nameplates and just what the eye test tells me at these players' peak. But other than that, I don't think that they're going to do anything immaculate. I do think Fly is going to beat PSG, so there's that.
I have another question. It goes like this. As you just showed earlier, you have been very careful to curate a good relationship with fan bases, right? You obviously coached in Korea. I'm sure you know Korean fans, they also have very high expectations, right? How do you manage to juggle simultaneously being YamatoCannon, but also associating with Dom, who essentially is Voldemort to T1 fans? How do you do that?
Honestly, like a lot of T1 fans don't like me either. Like,
all right, okay.
Like it's funny because like you have those groups of people where you just know based on what they are writing that everything is said is just in bad faith. Like they've made up an opinion about me or you or somebody else before they even like started consuming. And sometimes I get some of that. It's like, oh, I'm on a Thorin Monte talk show. I will dominate stream. Then it's like they associate our opinions and just assume we all share the same opinions. And that's like, those people, and I've given up on them already.
That's Monty's life for 10 years. People telling him he said what I said that he would never say it. And sometimes even privately was like, why did you say that? But then he just gets wrecked for it anyway. So
my favorite one was Dom catching the strays from me saying BDS got scrim leaks, even though he publicly disagreed with me recently.
That's like, I don't know, like if I have to explain to someone that there's not a single person I know that I agree everything on. Like, I don't agree. Like, just because we hang out, we don't agree on everything. And that's nice. No, that's cool. Like, if we did, it would be like, what are we doing, you know?
Exactly. I mean, you spend your time with Gilius, so you definitely don't agree with all of their things. By the way, that's just to keep yourself in your job in esports. If you hear some of the shit he says on stream. It's like, mate, he lets the intrusive thoughts get to him, mate. He says the part out loud, mate. Fucking hell.
My thought is just racing with those moments, but I'm gonna
No, the only
doing a solid and not bring them up.
No, the joke is Dom used to joke with me that if I came on his stream live, I'd get it cancelled. It's like, mate, compared to Gilius, I'm like fucking quick shot. I'm just a professional, mate. What you worried about, you know?
Dom always says if Gilius blows up and his stream blows up, he's getting cancelled.
For sure.
Shit, man.
By the way, I haven't seen this yet because you released it today, Yamato, but I do appreciate that you made a video of a tier list of everyone else's MSI tier list. That's fucking so funny.
That's how you do it.
It's such a stupid thing, you know? Like
I love it. I love it.
It's mostly a joke, but you know the saddest part? You know how YouTube Studio tells you, it's like, this video is fucking great, mate. Keep doing this shit. And it's like instantly, this video out of all videos is like YouTube Studios like, Yamato, this is fantastic. You should keep doing this fucking.
You're doing all those real videos with serious analysis, and then you do one that's a stupid meme, and YouTube's like, this is the best shit you've ever done. What the fuck? No, what we need to complete the meta is I just need Doublelift to watch your video, and then I'll make a response to Doublelift's video, watching your video, watching Taylor's, and then we can all make money. Okay, we can all eat at that point in time.
I do like how your bottom is the Doublelift tier list. Like this guy is just like speed running his credibility right now. It's fucking mental.
So mad.
You know, fair play to him, he apologized, you know, like at least he apologized, owned up to it. Like if he did that for maybe the 6 other moments or 7, like.
Listen, I don't want to break in a song right now, Yamato, but it's too late to apologize. It's too late. It's too late, mate. It's too late. Also, apologize for that lane swap comment, you twat. That wasn't even a lane swap in any of those games, you moron, including your own games you played in, you fucking idiot. You were there. You were in that game. You don't even know if the lane swap went against you, and you're in the bot lane, for fuck's sake.
You know, Thorin, I don't know if no one told you, but like we were really outside eating at a restaurant, and then we see, Thorin just dropped this video, and then we were planning to watch the sunset at the water, and we're like, should we just go home and watch this video instead?
Okay.
And we just sat down in the sofa and just watched your Doublelift beatdown. And we just instead of watching the sunset.
Well, listen, sunsets come and go, but chances to absolutely dunk my balls on Doublelift's face, metaphorically, once in a lifetime potentially. So you got to seize that moment.
No, when you're in the zone, like those are my favorite foreign videos. Yeah. Oh yeah, the beatdowns.
No, they're the ones earlier that I joked about, but it's not a joke, guys. I know that I should just do what Dom does, and I would make twice as much ad revenue if I just had an editor go through and delete all the times I say cunt. But the problem is, I actually am willing to give up half the ad rev to call famous people a cunt, because no one else can say cunt, and I can say it as many times as I want. And you know what, Doublelift? You can't do fucking anything about it. So turn that fucking Lenovo PC on and let's get cooking. Shout out Lenovo, doomed forever as a sponsor, just because one idiot fucking couldn't set his mic up properly. It's probably even a good company. I've never even tried one of their PCs. Might be good for all I know, you know. Now I just know that no one wants Dardock, which is all right, fair enough. I sort of guessed, but fair enough, you know.
Shit.
All right.
Did
So
anyone make like a full breakdown of the Doublelift saga? Because he has moments,
we did.
bro.
Oh, mate, you could make like a fucking 10-hour video. It'd be like one of those like conspiracy videos back in the day on early YouTube. You could just go like 9 hours deep, couldn't you? Like, and then
The
after that,
Doublelift
someone
Pandora's
said this.
box.
Oh, it's mad, isn't it? And the biggest joke of all time, as Monty alluded to, is everyone thinks this guy should have mate, the amount of behind the scenes stories about this fucking guy that have never even been brought forward. It's like, I don't know why he's like fucking, it's like we've got nukes in the silos and he's just like, yeah, you wouldn't.
Yeah, I don't know. And by the way, like, here's the thing. I know that Lena's pushing him on. So, you know, I said an earlier episode of Power Spike, if Doublelift keeps this up, I'll start telling the Doublelift stories that he doesn't want out there. Here's one for you, Lena. You keep this up, I will tell the TSM Hunter story. You want that out there? There you go. It's a mystery what happened to TSM Hunter, right? It's not a mystery. We know. So, Lena, you make that decision, okay? Now, time to stop.
All right, MSI.
MSI, legends. Great game. A lot of fun. Great times. Okay. All right. Here's my question for you then. Right? You do watch the LPL finals. You watch LCK, etc.
Yes.
Right? What is your take? Who is the best team?
I think Bilibili. I think hands down. I think Bilibili, bro, like that bot lane together with how they play with Shun is phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Like, I think in terms of the range of what Elk plays, he's just ready for anything, right? Like, they play the kill lanes, they play everything. And on top of that, I think he's by far the best support in the world. I don't think anything comes close. Like, he plays the Nico, he plays the Ashe, he plays the Lulu, he plays the Rakan, the Nautilus at such a high level that it's ridiculous. It's like, you talk about Delight. I thought Delight and Viper was the best bottling coming out of LCK this split. But Delight is known for the Rakan, for the Nautilus. Yeah, he plays occasional Lulu, right? But like he's focused on something, and props to him. You know, he's a really fucking good player. And on Korea's side, it's like props to him. He's focusing on like the lane champions, but he's playing Nautilus and Rakan. It looks fucking wonky. It's like you don't want him playing like the standard shit, right? But then you have one guy that does both, and then it's like, damn. It's just. I think based on that virtue alone, I think Knight is the second best player coming into the tournament right behind Chovy. Like, I'm sure that he's going to figure out how to play Aurelion Sol and work on his Azir before the tournament starts. Like, he likes to play the Nico, is something that, of course, Chovy played less. I think Chovy is the best player coming into the tournament, but I don't think the top side is weak enough to lose against Genji's top side, even though Genji's top side has been very sharp. I just think Genji's bot lane is not good enough.
So I will do a forum pushback on this. So first off, just on the Knight Azir point, in a way, the Grasp Azir has kind of been a boon tonight because it allows him to play well enough on the champion to like, you know, at least be effective, even if he's not at the level of other Azir players that we're seeing around the world. The other thing is that, you know, there is a big narrative, and I do agree that it's true, which is that like Pays and Lehens were a weakness for Genji. However, that was mostly in the earlier parts of the split. And crucially, people don't look at this because it wasn't a playoff game, but the second round robin game between T1 and Genji, like Pays came and they dominated on the Lulu Aphelios lane. They lost the Lulu Aphelios game in the finals, but it wasn't because they were doing bad in lane. It's because like Genji as a team played very badly around peeling for the Aphelios. Like they were engaging and just allowing Aphelios to die, and also Pays kind of played badly in the team fights. But that bot lane matchup, they actually did really well in T1 in the second round robin in the regular season. So there was, and as you saw in that series, basically it was T1 like first picking Lucian because they thought they would have that angle, and then they got completely fucked by doing that.
I think that like on my end, it's like I always preface this always when I talk about this. It's like at an elite level, it's like the differences are small, but they can have like a huge impact, right? I think the main criticism for me towards, for example, Pays, what we saw, like for example, the Lucian game, like he looked very, very timid. I think his usage of summoners was very poor. Like it took very long time for him to actually like have that level of impact that you want from a Lucian that is, you know, has the guts to fucking dash in and leverage his summoners to create like a significant amount of space. I think to support your point as well, I think also the second round robin when they played against How Alive, I think that also Genji's bot lane did super, super well. I think just in my mind, when I like that Lucian game really stands out in my mind. I think in terms of the overall impact, it's like how I judge ADs is like when you press tab.
You in the
and
game
you,
one of the finals from Elk? Is that what you're talking about?
Sorry.
Which
You
Lucian
mean
game?
it's BLG in the final, right?
No, I was talking
BLGs.
about. So I was making the point of comparison, like Elk Lucian towards Pace
Yes.
Lucian.
Oh,
right.
right.
Great, fair enough. Yeah,
Because Pace also played Lucian, right? And I think that it
Yep.
just didn't look good at all, right? Like on the
Sure.
level that I would hope. Or I remember there was a specific Zeri game. I don't know if it was in the finals. It was quite some time ago. Maybe it was in the finals. It might have been the Zeriani game where I think in most cases, sure, maybe he's in a position where he is a victim of how good Chovy is, but I think there's been a lot of cases that I think that he just doesn't do enough in
Oh,
fights.
I agree.
Just doesn't do enough.
I
in
mean,
fights.
I'm the one who calls him Ghost 2.0. Like that's who he needs to be. Right. That's my take on it. So like I'm playing devil's advocate a bit here, but I do think that people like parrot this point without actually thinking about some of the games in which Pace and Lehens actually did quite well, and especially in the regular season second round robin when T1 very deliberately tried to attack the bot lane and just straight up lost bot lane. Now part of that is also T1's weaknesses, because to your point about On, and Dom and I have had this conversation too, one of the weirdest things about Keria right now is that Keria 2 years ago, his Nautilus was his most feared champion. It was banned even outside of meta. And now he's like forgotten how to play the champ, which is super fucking weird. Like he's not doing well on standard supports. Like you get him on a farming Ornn and he's fucking great. Like with the Senna lane, you get him on the Nico, he's fucking great. You get him on Halo Blades 80 carries, he's fucking great. Why can't he play Nautilus? Arguably in the scope of his entire career, his most signature champion. Why can't he play this champion anymore? On has been much better across different metas, to your point, whereas Keria feels like he's kind of lost what he used to have.
Agreed. I just to hammer off, like I just wanted to finalize the previous thing, just to add, because otherwise it'll gnaw on me the rest of the episode. Like I think for me, it's always important, like always highlight this when I'm making those tier lists. It's like I put Genji behind Bilibili, but like these players and all the fucking like all 20 players from coming out of fucking LPL and LCK, they are like elite players, all of them. Like Jackie Love, fucking Gumayushi, Elk, like these are insanely good players, elite players. The differences are very small, but at that level, it can become significant, and also it can shift. Right, in a month's time, these players are good enough to shift the performance. So it's always like when I make those comparisons, it's like I choose Bilibili over Genji, but it's like, let's say it's like a 52% over 48.
Yeah.
It's like very, very close in my mind still, because
well, it's also tier lists don't involve matchups either, which is the other thing that's crucial to mention. Like basically when you're creating a tier list, you're saying who is the best all around versus the field. You're not saying, like, you could easily say, well, this team is in the B tier, but I think they would win a best of one against an S tier team for this reason. But the nuance is lost on people, right?
I've got a quick question for you, Yamato. Obviously, because of the cropping, people can't see it on camera, but they'll know from your stream. Who is actually the girl in that poster in the background on your wall?
This is Tifa from the final.
Right. Are you out of your fucking mind? If people don't know, Yamato is marrying someone called Tifa. He doesn't have her on the wall, female player. He has someone else called Tifa as well. That's like if Monty's wife had an actual thing of the Count of MonteCristo and put that poster every morning. It's like, fucking hell, bro. Yeah. How much mental dominance are you asserting in this relationship? Fucking hell, bro.
No.
Okay.
No, she loves this character. She's inspired by this character. So it's all good. It's all good. It's been cleared. I went through customs.
No. The thing is that this is just as close as he's ever going to get to marrying an actual anime waifu, right?
That's been my mission this entire time. Like, where the fuck am I in esports?
Listen, all I'm going to say is this. I already liked Yamato anyway, but after seeing his situation, very nice. Well played. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations.
You know, speaking of anime waifu and all that stuff, bro, like I remember there was a point in time where there was like, who the fuck is this weeb name writing at me? And then I realized I'm called YamatoCannon. I have a fucking
It's
weak
true.
name.
Yeah.
You realize. Yeah,
That
what
is
was the
actually
second thing you
nice, I
brought up?
know. But
What
some
was the
guy
second thing you
called like,
brought up?
it was some guy called like Naruto123. Who's this fucking nerd loser, as I say, with a fucking StarCraft unit name as mine?
A Japanese name, a Japanese word.
Shit,
like
bro, I lost the thread completely. Monty, what was the second thing that you brought up?
Oh, we're talking
'Cause I
about
went back.
On versus Carria's champion pools.
Oh yeah. Like Korea is very strange because the way I see it's like Korea and Honor. I think that as a mid jungle, they are so unorthodox. Like mechanically, they are super talented, but they need to have the freedom to do whatever the fuck they want.
But it
And
didn't used to be that way. That's what's weird. It's almost like they've been on the vanguard of the meta for so long that now they just forgot how to do normal shit.
it's kind of like as if somewhere along the line they gave up on that idea because the other super jungles playing that, for example, Peanut and Delight, in terms of taking over space, taking over control of the river, like hovering for side, making sure that side lanes can farm. This is something that they were always weaker at. I think like a very key game, like if someone wants to check it up, is like Korea playing Alistar against Genji, right? It's like Faker was getting slaughtered on side. They couldn't take control of the river because I think that T1 is so used to playing in a way where they need to have enough pressure on mid as two in order to pull attention to them so Zeus can actually farm. Because the moment this breaks apart, Zeus is dying on side. Everything kind of falls apart the moment in my mind that Honor and Korea need to work together to dominate the map. But when they can pressure through mid wave and through bot hard enough to gain information that everyone else can execute on, I think that they are a lot better. Because when they can actually rally around Nashers, rally around Dragons, you can see how fucking talented these players are, right?
The other thing that's very weird about them as a team is that we talk a lot in general about jungle support synergy, but the main jungle synergy is jungle mid synergy on T1. Because the thing about it is that basically because of the way that they've played the game for so long and the way Faker has honestly played the game for so long, going back to the Bengi era, is that Owner and Faker probably have the best jungle mid engage synergy in the world. Like if you actually watch the way that they engage team fights, but a lot of this is because Carrier just stopped playing engage champs like years ago. So they never had to have like jungle support engage synergy. So it's like Faker goes in, right, with an Azir play or whatever, and it's coordinated really well with an engage from Owner, and they're like calling the flank, right, from Owner in some of these fights. But that there, in terms of team fighting and in terms of actually engaging, it's Faker and Owner working together almost all the time, and Carrier really has very little to do with it.
Yeah, these two guys are doing all of the dirty work. Like in order for Zeus to be able to play like the Vaynes and the TFs and the Aatrox, like they need Honor to be playing Lorel, like now deleted from the game, right? Which makes it tougher. Then he went to the Zinzao. Like he's always playing the person who creates space and fights. And Faker, you can even see it through his itemization. Like he's the only player that I accept when he goes like hourglass second because he's going to leverage the fuck out of that.
Yeah, of course.
Like he's going to go deep, not like these fucking LEC players that are buying hourglass second because they saw it on a VOD and then they're just fucking standing fucking three fucking screens away, you know?
I fucking love when players like play the Grasp Azir and get like arm guard, right, like rush arm guard, and then they just stand there not engaging. I'm like, what the fuck are you guys doing?
No, it's painful, right? It's really painful. And I think that was like the big struggle for them, right? In like those initial drafts against Hanwha Life where they got 3-0, it was like, yo, we have Zeus wanting to play TF. TF is OP, but you need to, like if you're playing TF top, you need to have like Rel Jungle, you need to have like a support pick like Rakan, Nautilus to actually, create space for you, because otherwise you'll just be suffocated in any state of the game where you need to retake space. And the moment the enemy can pressure through mid and cut into you, you're going to then die on side like Zeus often does, right? And like Korea is not a person that is going to be a role player for this team, and neither is Zeus. So always it needs to be Faker and Owner. And I think when the meta shifts and Super needs to be like the person that has to play the role player in the Alastars and the Rakans and the Nautilus, which is insanely common, right, in the game, insanely common. I think this is where T1 look
and
weaker.
Also who Carrier used to be. That's what's it's if he was never that guy, I might understand this, but he was that fucking guy. He was.
I don't know if it was like something that like clicked internally. Like maybe he just accepted that, oh, like I'm not going to be better than my peers on this. So I'm just leaning into where I can find an edge, right? Because like in the end, especially like looking at the Worlds run, like if they didn't make that commitment, it would have just fallen apart because it happened midway through the tournament, right? It's like they played like Alistair Kaiser against Genji and just completely got annihilated. They looked amateurish, right? They almost lost to Team Liquid, right? It was crazy. They almost lost to Team Liquid. Team Liquid, like Pioshik was beating the shit out of them. It was it was crazy. And then they're like, fuck it, we're gonna do this. And I wonder if they're going to have that same moment now coming into the tournament. But our favorite thing, Monty, lane swaps might just be the worst thing that exists for what T1 wants to be. Low economy, top lane, economy, nothing, and then removal from like these lanes that are designed to massacre you, right?
But Keen is the big beneficiary of that. Keen, Mr. Efficiency in the top lane. Like this is where Genji can shine.
Yes. And Chovy plays in isolation.
Yep.
He's chilling.
Chovy in a side lane, Keen like min-maxing. This is great. Love it.
For sure.
That is actually a point about T1 that I do think is underrated, is almost every time they've ever looked amazing, Worlds run in the playoffs, like you say, people remember that first, even in 2023 spring, before they got to the finals, looked pretty good. Obviously, a year before when they won the split, it was always when they set their own meta or the meta that people copied. If you remember MSI last year, a lot of people were very underwhelmed by that lower bracket because they adapted to the others. They went towards the BLG and LPL meta and thought, right, I guess JDG and BLG have shown us is how you play, and they went to those picks. So I think the reason why I've always been a little bit out on T1 is that even though I like Monty and Dom, I very much enjoy those style of play. I like that they have a unique playing style and they don't play traditional league. But I also do think that essentially this like off-meta approach is part of their strength. Like if you just put them into a normal game where everyone had to play only these champions in the 5-row, I don't think they would win this tournament. You know, if they just played normal straight up, you want them to do this. You want them to try these angles. Like the joke is Keria might be like the best support ever, but you still don't just want him playing the boring ass like Tom Gench every game or something. Like, well, you want him to do those AD picks and all that crazy shit he can pull out.
Yeah, I agree. And I think everybody should understand that if T1 didn't commit to their style, they would have just straight up lost. I mean, JDG was the better all-round team. Like, if you want pure... The reason why people, including me, think that JDG was the best roster of all time is because in terms of just playing fucking fundamental front-to-back team fighting League of Legends, they're the best team that's ever existed, right? And that gives you the best chance in any meta of winning in League of Legends, period. And so, you know, if T1 hadn't committed to their unique style at Worlds last year and happened to like pull off the wins, and also, obviously, if there wasn't some pretty severe jungle underperformance from JDG, you know, JDG, I think, was overall in the whole of 2023, the better League of Legends team. And I think there's like a brilliance to the way they did that, but T1 was never like the front. They even like all of the iterations of this roster of T1, you know, all the metas they've gone through when they've been at their most potent, they play pick compositions, guys. They play cross map. They don't play fucking like, I'm going to flank you from every angle front to back team fighting. Like what's great about this version of T1 is that they're clutch. Right. And they have very good late game macro. They see angles that nobody else sees in terms of creating picks, laying traps, getting objectives. That's what's fun about this team.
For sure, yeah. Like the Zeus highlights, the highlights from every single player on this team creates fucking highlight reels.
Oh, I mean,
the question is like, how do they get to those objectives without like bleeding
somebody
internally?
out, like creating a vision trap and catching somebody out, doing the sneaky Baron with 3 people that nobody else would fucking even try. Like that's the brilliance of T1, and we can appreciate that, but they're not the best like all meta fundamental version of League of Legends. Like you don't want this team playing front to back team fighting every single game. It's not what they're good at.
I want to round off the whole T1 conversation by praising Gumayusi. Gumayusi sometimes I think sometimes he makes goofy ass mistakes, but I don't think it's easy breezy to always play with a player like Keria, because he wants, like, in my impression is like he wants to do things his way, and I think often he needs to cater his AD choice to make that work, you know? I think this is a player that does super well on the Jinx and the Aphelios. I think in some of the finals in the LCK, when they had to like adjust real time to fucking Genji playing like, oh, suddenly they're playing these fucking AD carry tank fucking top compositions. Like Gumayusi made them fucking competitive. I think like this has been like the most consistent play for T1 in this like roster alteration across like their
What are you
fucking
talking
whole
about?
run.
I'm sure he just loves playing Senna because Ornn is the only engaged champ outside of Nico that Keria can play. And so I'm sure he just loves being on Senna and then just allowing Ornn to take all his farms so that they actually have an engaged champ in the bot lane.
Probably. He loves
AD
it.
carries love that. They love that. They love that.
By the way, I will
it's
say
a brilliant
though,
at it.
being
I
as
love
he is
Gumayusi.
someone who himself used to get criticized for being an Inter 2 years ago, not only did he glow up like a motherfucker at Worlds, I actually think he has over the last few splits gotten better and better and better. Like he was someone I don't blame at all for that finals loss. Like I think he was pretty good. He came to play and did his best.
Yeah,
For
he was
sure.
fine in the finals.
Yeah. I think all the top ADs do have those moments where they overreach, but I think that's part of the game. Like you have to dance at the fucking edge and fucking
Well, especially
sit
within a
down it,
Lucian meta and the way that Lucian is played, like you constantly have to play in front as Lucian, which leaves you very, very little room for error.
Yes. It's like the modern version of AD carries are the ones that leverage their tools to break the tools that can break them. In the past, most ADs is like, oh, enemy has Syndra E, I'm gonna wait until he throws it for no fucking reason, and then I'm gonna open up. And now it's like, I'm gonna leverage my movement to provoke the fight. I am engaging the fight. And those are the best ADs. That was the most beautiful part about Gale Force existing, was we saw fucking these motherfuckers like with the videos like spraying in, you know? It was
Well,
fucking
the
beautiful.
thing, Yamato, this is a timely segue we can do because while this show was on, they released the LEC All Pro team, right? And
Okay.
somehow Ice from BDS is the ADC. Now, look, I'm not going to
Ice
hate
was
on
good.
Ice. He had a glow. Yeah, but Kazi exists, mate. And
Yeah,
if we're going to
Kazi
have
was
that
better.
conversation that Yamato just get, Kazi is the best at what Yamato just said. He is
Yeah.
the guy who will go all the way in with the Gale Force and the Flash and then do all the damage to all the other carries in the whole front line and fucking win you the game. Like, look, Vitality might have fucked up in the playoffs. They could have gone further. It wasn't Kazi's fault, man. That guy's a fucking stud.
Bro, I need to fucking pull it up. They release it right now?
Yeah.
Bro, I don't even know what I put.
It's insane. It was Broken Blade top.
No photon.
Yep.
Yeah,
I would have had Photon too.
Yeah, Photon, I think, he was excellent in the laning phase. He did have some like macro whoopsies though, where I mean, people won't count it because Vitality like would throw constantly.
Yeah, but they
right?
give it to Broken Blade, who's like literally reckless to new passengers, just like, oh, cool. Are we there? Did we win LEC already? Oh, cool. Thanks. You should have woken me up, guys. Like, oh, yay. Another championship. Like, come on.
I mean,
bro.
I would have put Photon number 1 too, but
I think it was the
is
shit.
what it is.
Yeah.
To hammer home on the point about Kazi, I think to be an AD that like you have to thrive in whatever situation your fucking teammates give you, because they have all the agency. It's like you can farm, you can be on the mid wave, and you can be present, and then you have to execute mechanically. That's like the agency that you have as an AD. It's like your support, your jungle, your mid, everyone moves, everyone decides to come, decides to leave. They decide when you fight, when you can push forward, they decide everything. And Vitality is such an unstructured team. It's like they are good, mechanically talented players, but in terms of the structure, it feels like they always played in like 15-second segments. And then you have Kazi somehow maneuvering that. It's like everything seems so spontaneous in the way they played.
Yeah, I'm sure it's really fun to play on a team where your teammates randomly die when you're strong and then you can't fight like Kazi.
Yeah. And Kazi maneuvers that beautifully. Like, I think that's a big extra star in my mind when it comes to Kazi. So Kazi and Ice, I think, were the two best performing ADs. So I don't think it's a crazy robbery that Ice got through, because I think he actually was fucking good for BDS, I think.
Oh, here's the analogy you've never heard made, because it's a bit of a mad one. But if you follow the through line, it's got a good logic to it. So if you remember, Kazi obviously won LEC back in the days when people used to criticize him. I will compare him to Jackie Love. When Jackie Love won with IG, he could int the game. He could go too aggressive. But both of them now are actually just primo. They're both like at the absolute limit of what Yamato was talking about, where they are doing some like Jet Li in a fucking street fight shit on, where you're on the absolute edge of the damage thing, but then you're going in and doing mad damage and then coming back out and doing some flying kick or something. It's fucking sick. Yeah, I love seeing people where they actually don't just have ups and downs. Their career just does like steps up. You keep going up. And here's the other thing that's crazy about Kazi. Bro, he hasn't just gotten really, really good. The floor of his game has just risen and risen and risen. Like, when does this guy ever enter the series or have a bad game in general? Like, almost doesn't happen. He can have a game where the draft puts him on something he can't do much with, but he doesn't have those games where he enters the game. He either carries it or he just does well. He's actually for real plugged all those holes. It's very impressive.
Oh, really, really fucking solid play. Kazi is a guy. And also, it's like from the backseat, like what I hear, like how he is to work within a team. Like he seems to be like the easiest
cool
player to work with. He's just like everyone just thinks he's a pleasure.
Yeah. Meanwhile, you've got fucking Noah in Fnatic, who's just sat back like the biblical Noah, watching the fucking animals going 2 by 2. What do you want? Mate, when I see you playing finals, I want to cleanse the earth and start over. But enough about the LEC. Whatever.
To defend Noah a little bit.
Go on then, come on.
There was like he was the biggest KDA player ever, right? Like he laned well, and then he had the big fucking gold, and then in fights he just did nothing. Like he was the AD, you press tab, you weren't scared of him. Somewhere along the line, it felt like a teammate of his maybe told him, like, bro, you're just a fucking KDA player or some shit. Like someone called him out, some shit fucking happened.
Are you ready, Yamato? What happened was, you know how in sports you're supposed to appreciate the legacy of the team that you join. So if you join like Manchester United, you're supposed to know who Alex Ferguson is and who the great players were. Obviously, he joined Fnatic and he goes, well, you know what? I don't want to be ignorant. I'm Korean. You know, I haven't necessarily watched European. Let me explore, what do Fnatic ADCs play like? So Reckless, what? He seems like a very popular player. Let me watch his style of play. Yeah, never going in. Never going in. All right, well, think I've got that sorted. Right, let's have a game then. What's that? I'm just standing on the outside watching everyone like, fucking hell, mate. This guy, all you need to know is this.
Noah, finish my little plus point for homie Noah. Like, somewhere along the line, it seemed like someone flamed the shit out of him. Like, no, you're not doing anything, bro. You have 4 items. Do something. Then he started inting. You know, he started dying, he started using flash, he started Eing in. But I feel like he put his mind in the right place because slowly he gradually got better, you know? Because he's in the right state of mind. It's like usually, it's like Kalis is a player that I'm excited about. Not only because like the whole like the case thing, whatever. I'm excited about him, not because I think he's the best AD right now, but in terms of how he approaches the game, he's going to get better rapid, you know? He's a squeezer, you know, he wants to put himself forward and is not afraid to die. You know, I think that's a big part of the essence of getting better. And that's what I wanted to do with the 2018 Vitality. It's like, we are rock and roll. Yeah. It's like, I'd rather have you guys fucking trying to do the impossible thing, because in the pursuit of that, you're going to become better. We're not going to find some fucking baseline shit, and we're going to fucking, you know, do this thing where we score 1 goal and then we park the bus. Fuck that shit, you know? We're going to pursue something because we want to beat fucking Fnatic, you know? And I appreciate that, because I think this is the essence of players that eventually turn, you know, better and then eventually elite. So I think Noah's on the way. He did better. I think he played better over time, but early split, what the fuck? Mid split, and then slowly better. So he's on a good path.
For your sake, I'm restraining myself from making any jokes about teams that are in the LEC. When you're talking about being a squeezer in a team and trying to accomplish the impossible and learning from the mistakes. All I'm going to say is, Yamato, you must be fucking the final boss of coaching now after what you've been through. But anyway, enough about that. Enough about that. You know, keep going on. League of Legends, what's going on with that, eh? G2.
D2. We didn't talk Top Esports. Top Esports is fun. Top Esports is really fun. I think I like Cream. I like Cream a lot. I think 369 probably on paper I think is very close in the top lane department, but I don't think he's the strongest top laner coming into the tournament. My main concern is that I think Tian has had a good split.
He has, actually.
Yeah, that's what scares you, though. It's whenever that happens is right when danger's about to strike, isn't it? When you start to believe.
I mean, Tian is the biggest variance player. I mean, he's the only player who's been World's MVP and Dade Award winner.
Exactly. He collected all the awards.
Like I don't want to chirp this fucking narrative about Tian because it's like, bro, as a top esports
Dude, he was
fan,
fucking
that
terrible
finals
in those
fucking
finals.
hurt me,
Dude,
right?
Dude, I was VOD reviewing that, and I was like, yes, get the Wukong behind. Yes, yes, yes. Wait, no, what are you doing? Stop. No, that's exactly what you don't want to do. I was so excited with the way he was invading and like, the counter jungling's coming. I'm like, yeah, delay the Wukong 6. Yeah, wait, why are you fighting? What's wrong with you? Why are you giving up first blood? We just did all of this shit so that this wouldn't happen, and then you just walk into it?
Bro, I spent the whole spring split like fighting the narratives around Tian and Jakilov because I love these players, Like I think they're great players. And then they played this finals where all of the memes just come back up. It's like, see Yamato, see. I'm like, no, they've had decent splits. They've had good splits. Jakilov was phenomenal, But Tian, yeah, very high variance. Jakilov did the flash and all my work.
I've got a good question for you, Mark. So far on this show, people have literally talked about BLG winning, Genji, even T1. No one's mentioned like top esports winning MSI. Now, here's the point. I know the finals wasn't great, but like on paper, this team has the players to do it. They've got fantastic quality in this team, right?
Mako's my GOAT support, by the way. Like Mako is fucking like he's good. I think he does everything fine. I think he performs at like a 85-90%. It's like Korea has occasional hundreds, but occasional fucking 50s too and 60s. Like right now, On is a genius, but I think overall this is a fucking.
I mean, Mako's been fucking so good this play.
Yeah, really, really good. It's just sad for him that On just happens to be crazy. Like that's like the only like difference. Like if it wasn't for him, it's like the conversation would be different. I said the same about Kanavi. If it wasn't for Milky Way having like these fucking teammates he has to drag over the fucking finish line, people would have talked about how fucking crazy good Kanavi was in the regular.
Kanavi did finish up second, I think, in MVP voting tonight, which I think is fair.
Kanavi was like, this was at least. The conversation in what goes on in China seems so different from what's going on here, right? Like in terms of what the voting is and so forth. But I think the main like maybe the dark horse for what could make top esports, breakthrough is just like I think everyone's questioning is like how well is Cream going to do, right? Like now, like we have some small Akali buffs, 30 HP. Like this is a player that could come into a tournament and have like a Zek-esque, moment, because that's, I think, what would be required. Because I think everyone's looking over to Faker, Knight, Chovy. Like these are players with so much experience, such a fucking high peak. Like, these are players that are going to do fucking well when they come internationally. I don't give a shit about the fucking Chovy narratives because I don't believe in them, right? Like, that's like the main thing. It's like Cream is going into his first international tournament. He had a good year here on like good.
Yeah, but that's what scares me.
And that's what's scary, right?
Yeah, never bet on a player on their first international. Yes. That's the problem, right?
So I think that's why like no one's hyping up top esports, right? Because it would require Cream to really have like a Zeka tournament for them,
right?
To
and especially
contender,
like.
Right?
Think like it literally is the gauntlet of mid lane final bosses he has to go through too. It's a fucking Chovy, Knight, and Faker. Like that's crazy. Especially just ignoring everything else, just psychologically for a player like that. Even if Faker isn't as good as he used to be, like you're like, oh shit, I'm playing Faker. Oh shit, I'm playing Chovy. Oh shit, I'm playing Knight, who just beat me. Right? I think it's really hard to like get over that mental.
I'll give you an alternate angle though. If there is this world where we imagine not just G2, but the lane swaps become infectious and it becomes a thing to try, if you had to speculate, this is like potentially a few best of fives deep, a team that could handle it, right? If I want a top laner that could handle being lane swapped 369 immediately, this guy used to fucking win matchups with the losing
they even did it.
Then obviously the other angle is Mako is smart as fuck. This guy was winning championships 10 years ago. If I had to pick a team, an Asian team that could adapt, maybe it's these guys, right?
It's also because they're the better macro team compared to BLG. Like BLG's macro is not good.
Doesn't need to be when you win the game at 27 minutes every time,
No, I think
when your bot lane passes, and Shun just takes everything on the map, and like Knight is in your jungle killing you. You don't have to have good macro, but that is a concern for BLG. Is like especially in a world of potential lane swap scenarios. Like BLG, I think, would struggle against some of the T1 late game macro stuff in particular.
I think like when it comes to like we even saw top esports put it off against JDG, right? They did it in the Rumble, like Kalista Ashe when the enemy like heavily skewed towards that. it was kind of wonky, but in the end, like it worked out. They got a bunch of kills here and there. But I do agree with that notion that in terms of how top esports manage like their side, in terms of how they like allow Cream to like farm and how they control River, I think it was truly a thing of beauty. Like especially in that JDG series, JDG couldn't do shit to contest River, and they were just second to every fucking objective. And I think we saw hints of that against Bilibili too, because like Bilibili, what is their strength? I think probably coming into this tournament in terms of like the first 5 minutes of the game, I think there's no one more dangerous than them. When it comes to like how On finds fucking angles to fights, it's always like it just looks like a fucking prime StarCraft 2 player just fucking microing these units at the same time, fucking pouncing and finding these crazy angles where like the timing of everyone is just so in sync. Those are the two like the main strengths, and I agree fully with the point that Bilibili macro-wise like they're solid, but usually there's been games where they're like, oh guys, we're kind of losing. Should we stop this from happening? Okay, let's find a crazy fight and then we won the game. Like that's been many games in Spring Split, but the thing is, it is something that has worked. It's like their record has been absolutely insane, and that's what makes them so dangerous, right?
Bro, over the entire split and playoffs combined, they only lost 9 games and they won 39 games. Now, I know to Yamato, losing 9 games, that just sounds like an LEC split, but...
I'm at the point where I can enjoy jokes like
yeah,
this.
that's all cool now. Listen, enough time's gone. Exactly. It's all good.
No. What else? Did you guys watch Estral, Loud, PSG?
No. Do you know anything about people like Estral? Do you know anything about them?
Nothing.
Who the fuck does? Come on, man.
Goes to the Odo, the GOAT.
What you have to do is what I do, right? The real problem in League is this, Monty. They all pretend they watch all the regions and all the teams. Do what I did in Counter-Strike. I used to say when a major would happen and some shitter team from Oceania would qualify, I would go on the broadcast, I don't know who this team is because they've done nothing to warrant my attention. Once they actually do something at this tournament, I'll fucking start watching them. So show me something. Prove something to me. I'm basically like that fucker out of Whiplash, like not quite my tempo. Quite my tempo, and then throw the fucking drum kit metaphorically, of course.
No, I'm with you. I do exactly the same.
It's also just different because, like, if I was casting, I absolutely would be paying more attention to these regions. But I don't have to give a shit right now, so I'm not going to. Basically, is like I agree. Prove it. There are players on here that we've seen before, but I'm not going to drag my ass through PCS playoffs. For any reason. I got better things to do with my time.
I bought some series.
All right.
You have like some of the OGs are coming in,
Maple,
we have some Maple action, Junjia, It's like, I think when I watch PSG, they just seem so outdated in the way they play, man. It's like...
Well, I just appreciate that Sword Art just pulled a Chiang Kai-shek and just flew the gold back to Taiwan. From America this time, not from China. But there you go. There's your historical reference for you.
No, what I love about that for real is he really is like, that's like the first domino that did kill TSM in League of Legends, like that, followed by Peter Zhang, followed by Sam Bankman-Fried. It's like fucking the gallery of individuals that took down TSM in the end. It was almost like an Ocean's 11, like inside job at this point in time. It's fucking amazing, wasn't it? I know.
Shit. Are they making a return? Do you guys know? Are they buying RNG spots? Are they working with them or some shit? What are they doing in other games? Are they relevant in other games?
No, in Counter-Strike, they have a back team that's like irrelevant, essentially.
Okay. In Apex Legends, probably their most relevant roster right now. But basically, everybody has left or been fired from their esports division, including the funniest one was the guy who was basically assuring the TSM fans. No, the general manager.
All right, okay.
He was the one who was like, yeah, we're definitely getting back into League, guys. He just fucked off and joined Razer, the apparel or the mouse manufacturer. So like he just pieced out to run Razer's esports program. So God knows what's happening now.
Shit. Okay.
Listen, all I'm saying is the only way back, Reggie, is one you already took in Counter-Strike when you were on the brink. You had to this is the story people don't know. I was in Korea. Let's just say, when I used to live in Korea, I used to be a baller. I was in Korea enjoying a wonderful New Year's and Christmas week with a lady friend of mine, let's say. And then I got this DM that I thought was a meme because it was like I was being added on Skype by like Lena. And I was like, what the fuck is this? But I thought, you know what? Listen, you don't press no on that one, do you? You see at least what the fuck they're going to say. I click it and essentially she sets up an interview with Reginald. And I'm already thinking like, this is fucking hilarious. Like, I've been blacklisted for years. And now Reginald wants to do an interview. And what happened was, because in Couch-Tag, he fucked up. And he'd, like, done some shit with players, which was actually comparable to, like, that fucking shit with the player walkout where everyone was hating on the orgs and everyone was on the side of the players. He realised the only way to get his arse back in gear in Couch-Tag was do an interview with me and sort of explain it away or whatever. And so I did it. But because I'm a gangster, I obviously didn't just go, oh, yes, Reggie, oh, please, can I do an interview with you? I told him, we can do it. But then after that, we do a, like, 2-hour reflections interview where I ask you anything I want to ask you. And so that already was straight fire. But then, so all I'm saying is, Reginald, there's only one way back to League of Legends relevancy. Kiss the ring, which is a reference to when Kings used it, just in case. And then you also can be allowed back into the court, as it were. So if you come, we do the interview, we talk about all the deep shit, all the edgy stuff that happened. It's always a way back. Just apologize.
Everyone thinks Dom is running the betting ring, but it's Thorin. He controls all of LPL. He DDoSes T1, like everything.
How else do you think I got fucking bought to Europe? It would have been like Milky Way just fucking popping off an LTL right now. I had to pull a few moves behind the scenes. He's in Europe, yeah, whatever. That's a deep cut. It's a bit too on the nose in many ways, but it's a deep cut.
Shit.
By the way, speaking of which, Bo, if you want to fix your career, hit me up. We can also do an interview, whatever. Who cares at this point in time? Who cares?
Bo to SK, the current dream. Finally, we get the Niski Bo team that should have happened many, many times already.
That would be amazing.
Bo,
who the fuck wouldn't love that?
Bo is so talented, man. Like, honestly, that's the biggest pain point, right? Because it's like, I built such a good relationship with him, you know. Like he robbed me like a couple of times. I'm so fucking sad, you know. And I was like beginning to like scratch the surface of how to push him, how he moves forward. And we like I spent so much time with him. Like I was pushing him at the gym too, you know. We were in sync, you know. Like and then just to be pulled out like that stings, you know. That's the part that hurts the most. And then to see like how everything happened in the aftermath, and now Bo is like left in limbo. Like, that fucking sucks because this is like one of the most talented players I've ever had the pleasure of like working with or even watch. Honestly, like really, really insane, and he just needs like, the right circumstance. But this fucking work.
There's this weird like fan hate train against him as though he's like a bomb or a fraud. But here's all I'll tell you guys. I've asked so many pros behind the scenes and they tell me that in scrims, not just solo queue, in scrims, this guy is a demon. Like literally, they even say that the reason why they think sometimes he had like problems in late game is because unironically, he was never getting to late game. He would just murk you completely in the scrim. It was over.
Sometimes that was an issue. Yeah. No, it's rough. It's really, really rough. Like I hope he figures something out for himself. I think like it's just on paper, you know, because that's the problem. Like GMs look at paper. That's all they do. Like they look on paper. It's like, oh, 10th, 10th, 10th. What does the other GM that only looks on paper? What is he going to tell me about this paper that I'm looking at?
Oh,
like, there's no nuance.
I get it now. That's how Carmine Corp was made, because they just saw first place and they didn't bother to see if it was like LFL or LEC after it. So they saw Seiken first place and they're like, yes, championship roster.
No comment.
No, it's all coming together. I understand now.
Right, I'm gonna have to end this press conference right now. Yamato's got to go. He's got to explain.
Shit. Yeah. I wonder what's gonna happen in the LEC. That's so far ahead. So who cares? Yeah. I have to tell you both, bro. I'm tired. I'm so tired.
What of life or just LEC? What we talking about?
Yamato's not even 30 yet, but he's done. He's been coached by esports
so tired, you know, it's like Monte told me back in fucking LA 2015, you're like, keep coaching, brother. Keep coaching. It's gonna be good for you. I'm at the point where I'm like, I'm sick of it, man. I'm sick of standing on other people's carpets, man. Now I like always it gets just pulled from under me.
Well, people ask me on my stream, they're like, Monty, would you consider going back to coaching? I'm like, why would I want my fate to be decided as to whether teenagers listen to me or not? That sounds shit. I have my own kids now, motherfuckers. Like, I don't need your kids too.
It's like I'm at the point where like GMing could be interesting, GMing could be interesting because
I agree with that.
there's a swamp in that department. Like definitely. It's like I can look to a lot of my peers now and I have like respect for them, When I started out, like there was so many fucking like I don't know what fucking bums. I was like, what the fuck are they doing? It's like the people that coach me or whatever the fuck. I was like, what the fuck is this role? But now it's like I look at my peers, I look at Dylan, I look at what Gito are doing, or like Mac and so forth. I have genuine like
the
respect
coaching
for what they're doing.
is generally pretty good in LEC. I would say. But
It's
yeah,
just
the
like going
GMing,
up,
the GMing is just so whack because like you should be able to create more good teams with the good players that are available in this region, but they just the rosters are just so dysfunctional a lot of the time.
It's like one thing that really fucking bothers me. Of course, I have personal bias for my boy Jizuke, but it's like Jizuke was all pro fucking North America last time he played in major region, right?
Yep.
And then he played in LVP,
Peter
got
Dunn
MVP in
used
LVP.
him correctly. I mean, Peter Dunn used him correctly, right? Like he created strategies and rosters that worked with his playstyle.
Yeah, it's like Jizuke went from being all pro NA to not getting another chance in a major region. Like, and he's still like you have him like he comes into the co-stream, right? And this guy just fucking his knowledge is fucking insane. He just fucking knows everything about everything because he's just in tune. He's just in tune. He loves the game. He's so in tune. He's not competing and just plays more than everybody else. It's like he just writes me. He's like, oh, I just put in 80 games into Smolder because I wanted to understand this champ. And he just knows every fucking nuance, every detail, every fucking point about every fucking one trick and what they do. And this guy somehow is not on a team. And you guys know as well. Probably you've heard like analysts. They have like these methods now of like basically this seeing like how strong players are in terms like in comparison to of course the field on each champion. They like choose specific metrics that they think are important and significant, and then they measure these values against everybody else. And Jizuke is fucking up there, he's fucking up there. And I think that's that painful thing. It's like in the LEC, the player base is not that big in comparison, for example, like China, of course. So you need to fucking value those players that are actually fucking good, and they need to be in the league, because when they aren't, what the fuck are you doing? Because winning EMA Masters and doing good in LVP or LFL is a very different question and a very, very different skill. So it's like, it hurts me, man. It really, really hurts me, man.
I mean, the irony is, considering this guy had like decent success in the LEC, went to Worlds, etc. In the LCS, obviously, again, he was like a top player. He was all pro. So the irony of his situation is this. Literally, when they first franchised LEC, was back when I used to do shows with Veteran, right? And he used to use Jizuke as the example of why he didn't want franchising, because famously, they wouldn't recruit Jizuke to an LEC team, whether it was EU LCS. He just forced his way through in promotions by beating them. And that was exactly the example that we gave back then, because players like that, if a coach heard you were toxic, if in solo queue we talked too much shit, the premise was people could lock you out, because if the GM, like you're saying, doesn't want you don't exist. Like you can be Trimby, etc., and just be sat on a bench. You'd probably be an all-pro like half your career. But that's the one thing I did like about the promotion system. Someone like Jizuke could just fuck around, get on a team that's just competitive in promotion. He can just carry through. Like if he plays against some bottom LEC middler, he'll murk him in the best of 5 minutes, and the next thing you know, he's back in LEC. So I just wish there was almost that path again, even though I understand why business-wise they've locked that out, because he's exactly the sort of person, by the way, as well as the other ones that are in the league, the Abedages who had to sit out, the Trimbies, they all could have just forced their way back in. These guys, the quality's there. Yeah.
I don't know exactly the nuance of what the Valorant system is, but the fact that there's like 2 rotating slots is how I understand it, that there's teams that can qualify. It's like, bro, like how my inspiration and my mind runs wild of the ideas that I could piece together. It's like there's people available right now, and we could make a fucking contender that would like go into fucking top 3 of the LEC, with some good maneuvering, I would know enough people. It's like you pull in like the guys that you've collected over the years, and then it's like you just fucking, you're there to challenge and you can build something of your own. And it's like G2 came in through relegation. Like obviously they had the whole franchising thing, they're in the franchise. Like Origin, that was like yo, fuck these fucking orgs. Let's build our own fucking thing because we want the conditions that we want. And that was like, oh, Origin, all of a sudden, yeah, fucking 5 superstars being aligned and having equity, you know? Like, even though like players are very, very overpaid, and I understand the whole economical side of how franchising is, why it's there, that removal of power from like player decision making in making rosters, I think has hurt things, you know, in terms of building rosters.
Let me give you
the roster ever 2019 is built by Perks.
Yeah, I'll give you the well, allegedly, and court of court, it was built by G2, and they just inquired with all those players, orgs, before signing them, because that's the only legal way you can do it. Just imagine if in the off-season, guys, this team had been able to play in a promotion tournament. Alfari, Selfmade, Jizuki, Neon, and Trimby. Yeah, that's a fucking LEC team right there. And I even was so kind, I put Selfmade, who basically is just a fucking Uber Eats delivery guy at this point in time. So, you know. But that's just because Yamato, when he plays in the LFL, it takes him 30 minutes or less to deliver a delicious snack to the other team.
Oh, shit. Shout out to my boy Oscar.
He's your boy. Don't worry about it. It's all good. It's all good. His problem is this. His problem, Yamato, is this. He thought, because he was like, you know, he's from that Polish background. He's got that fighting spirit. He's fiery. Because a lot of LEC pros, they talk trash in like scrims and stuff, but they don't talk that hard trash on Twitter. Like, you know, people are fairly chill. So he thought he could fuck with me. And it's like, listen, brother, there's levels to this shit. You have to work your way up the dojo. You don't just go straight to the top and fight the final boss. I'll do the fucking 7 hands of death or whatever the fuck. But then again, how could I do that? He has no heart anymore. But enough about it.
Why would anyone willingly go to war with you, bro?
I don't know, mate. I don't get it. I don't get it.
Like, I think there was like one time 4 years ago where you like misunderstood something I tweeted. I was like, bro, like I just started the war with Thorin. Like, fuck me, dude.
Oh no, I'll give you a teaser. Since you enjoy the ones, look, not all that many of them in league. So to be fair, depending how deep your esports lore is, don't worry. Now that I've got an insanely, I won't explain why, but the more I want an insanely productive streak where I can just crank out anything I want like this, right? So I'm reaching into the vault and grabbing those ideas I had the script half made for. So all you need to know is, here's the teaser for you. You know those people who fucked with me over the years? I never did anything with Slasher. I can keep going down the line. There's that fucking dickhead guy who worked for Cloud9 as a physio. I'm just going to do the videos, mate. I'm going to clap all these motherfuckers just in my own style with the rants, with the evidence. Essentially, like the joke is, it's like I scientifically prove their cunts. Like I show, like, look, you said this on the 18th of April, and then on the 17th of June, and then I just like, I rest my case, Your Honor. And then I'm just going to do that and clap all these motherfuckers. It's going to be glorious, mate. It's going to be glorious. Yes, that's what we do. Because the guy, obviously, who was, I know fans, you know this, Yamato. The problem with fans is they're very young and inexperienced. So all they do is they just clap for whoever they like. So at the moment, everyone will tell you I'm getting wrecked by Nuke all the time, right? All you need to see is his responses are just fucking basic as shit. There's another person who just doesn't understand. There's another one, like that Blade quote. Some motherfuckers like always like to ice skate uphill. It's like, mate, keep doing it, because there's the problem. You have to win LEC to actually wreck me before I'll give a fuck. As long as you keep coming second and third, I'll be there the second you do that to me. Sorry, guys. Don't need your sorries, man. I'll be there with the tweet. I'll be right there. So don't worry.
I liked how that the Doublelift video pivoted into that.
It did.
Like,
yeah,
it was like, holy, it was another storyline.
Yeah, exactly.
It was an expansion. Yeah. It was a DLC.
At the end, I was just on such fire. I was like, you know what? Let's just clean up all this shit of people talking crap about Monty's pass. Let's just do that for like half an hour at the end as well. Yeah, get them all. Get them all. Because you know, I had like another half a clip in the Tommy gun. I was like, you know, no point wasting it. To drive by, get some other motherfuckers in that shit.
That's the good shit. Holy.
All right, here's the last thing then. We've almost covered everything. How about this? I want both of you to pick one. Who at the end of MSI is the MVP of MSI?
Oof. Chovy, obviously. Genji wins. Like, if Genji wins, Chovy's going to have an all-time great League of Legends performance. Like, he's already on such a heater right now. I mean, he fucking dumpstered Faker in that final. That was crazy. I mean, his playoff run was legendary in LCK, and if he can continue that up, and like if he looks insane in a match against Knight for BLG, like this could be like a historic mid lane run.
It's hard to think of anyone but Chovy, because it's like, even though I think Bilibili is a stronger team, I think it's like it's going to be like a shared shared thing. It's like every player is going to have fucking crazy games for sure. Like sure, Canyon is there and he's going to do great things too, I'm sure. But as that the right answer for sure is Chovy. If there's gonna be anybody else, it's like it has to be Knight. Then, you know, like Knight to me is the second best. You know, I think he's the second best player at this fucking tournament. So he's going to be like my guy. You know, if Chovy is not choosable, you know, but Chovy is the right answer. It's like usually there's a discussion, but Chovy for sure is the right answer. It's like it's insane how somehow he has managed to outdo himself in this spring split. Like he just has his last fucking ever since he joined. Like sure, he had some shitty finals with Griffin. It was fucking dragged down because he is playing with fucking Sword and occasionally played Poppy against IG and Sion against IG, and those moments pain me. But his form has been insane ever since that he joined LCK. You know, and somehow in this split, he has played better than fucking ever. It's insane.
Yamato,
it's really
how is he better individually while also taking over shot calling duties this split? How is that possible? That's mental. Like so crazy that he actually just like individually is better while also leading his team in game now that Peanut's gone. This is fucking bonkers.
It's like all of the, like, let's say flaws that he had, they are like slowly being solved. It's like he plays the map. He pressures everyone. He has the intuition to fucking engage. He has the magical juice that only like that was the only thing that maybe Faker held over him, you know, with Faker's run at the World Championship and so forth. But now Chovy is he knows how to win games through others. He knows how to win games through action, and at the same time maintains a level of efficiency that is just robotic.
Well, I mean, I think that to your point about the player GM'd teams, I mean that is what this version of Gen G is, right? Because basically what happened during this offseason was that Arnold was like, look guys, here's my budget, you guys fucking figure this out if you want to play together. It's not that the players got the most money for playing on Gen G. Arnold's been very upfront publicly by saying like, this is not sustainable. Like, you know, he doesn't have the budgets of T1 or Hanwha Life. I mean, KT cut their budget, but KT from last year probably too, for example. But the players all collectively decided that this group of players wanted to play together, and that's why this version of Gen G exists.
I've had this conversation on stream too. It's like if you sign Chovy, everyone takes a pay cut for Chovy. that's a part of the bargaining chip. Sure. It's like G2 when they sign Caps. It's like all these fucking players are gonna take a fucking pay cut to play with Caps. It's just right. You want to win? Fucking play with this guy. That's just how it is. Oh man, Chovy's amazing. It's crazy. Are we gonna get to the point? Do you guys think Chovy has enough years in him that he can reshape the GOAT conversation?
You know what? It'd be brilliant if someone with a lot of skills at writing wrote an article on their Substack. Maybe it could be called IamEsports.substack.com and called it Welcome to the Chovy Era. And they actually speculated that maybe he could be the GOAT and catch up in terms of... Well, the thing is, you can go to that URL right now, sign up in your email. It's free to read. And then if you like it, you can also then pay. And there'll be other articles coming up that'll be paid.
No way. Holy.
Exactly. Thanks for asking.
Well, yeah, and this is the conversation that we've been having on shows recently about it was like, where is Chovy in the bourgeois conversation at this point in time in League of Legends history? Because like he has like ascended, and you know, I think for a lot of plebs they want to see the international titles out there, but the question is like, you know, if he continues to dominate domestically, what happens if he wins the summer title? And then he's up to 5 consecutive domestic titles. What happens if he wins 6? What happens if he wins 7 in a row? Which doesn't seem crazy.
By the way, the raw part's a great way to look. You're probably never going to get to the 10 of Faker, but dude, no one ever did 4. Like you say, if you did like 5, 6, 7 in a row, that's an interesting conversation right there. That's dominance in a way, right?
Yeah,
for sure. Well, it's like even in the years where he didn't win, like he was a fucking crazy good player too, right?
Yeah.
He was already like.
I mean,
up
there. And there are things that people don't want to hear about Faker's legacy too domestically, which is like Faker didn't really win a title in the most dominant Korean period. Like he didn't win spring or summer in 2014, and yeah, a lot of that was his teammates sucking. Like he was still really good individually. but they did win the winter split undefeated 2013-2014 after winning Worlds. But like when Korean League, when at the peak of Korean League of Legends, before any of the players left, like the really good players, was 2014 spring and summer. He didn't win in those periods. He didn't go to Worlds that year. He picked up the pieces after the exodus happened, but objectively, Korea was much weaker at that point in time than it had been the year previously. So like, and you could say the same thing now. Well, LPL is really strong, obviously. So it's easier to dominate Korea because there are a bunch of really good Korean players that are playing over in the LPL. If all of those players were in Korea, we would have a different conversation. Like Korea would again be harder to win than Worlds, most likely. So, what is the value of the domestic title from back then versus the value of the domestic title now? But Faker like wasn't winning when Korea was like had the highest concentration of talent, I would argue. And again, not an individual game, so not exactly the whole issue, but like how many domestic titles in a row, if Chovy wins, is he in that conversation? How many Worlds does he have to win? Like, does he have to win 3 to be up there with Faker? I don't think so. Because here's the thing, because Korea was harder at that point in time, it was actually easier to win Worlds than it was in Korea during part of the time that Faker was
because the LPL was
winning
titles.
titles.
Of course, yeah.
So like, is the LPL wasn't as relevant. So like, were some of Faker's older titles like less valid in a way
I'll
than
give
winning
you
Worlds
another
these
Monty.
days?
Because it's not a 1v1 game. Why are we doing the Tom Brady and acting like he just won, like Faker won 10? Yeah, in a literal sense, Faker won 10, right? If we're talking about the ones that are like 2019 onwards, some of these, he isn't the best player. He's not 1v9 in these games. I mean, some of the more recent ones, you would argue he's not even the best player on his team. Like people like Carrier or fucking Zeus. These are some of the better players on T1 at times. So I also think people are really unfair in that sense. The difference is every title Chovy won, he was the best player. That's what you've got to look at. If you're going to look at stars, you look at, did they like super carry? Bro, Faker just won a Worlds where he wasn't the best player. I think he was the 3rd best player on his team in that tournament. Like, fair play, did his part, but we're not talking about, did you like help win a Worlds? We're talking about the GOAT. That means, did you win the Worlds? Charles Barkley has the best analogy. Because if you don't know, in the NBA, Charles Barkley never won a championship. But what he always says is, you get all these players who are like the 4th best player on a championship team who talk shit to Charles Barkley, like, hey, you haven't got a ring. And he always says, mate, I don't care if you were a passenger. I was trying to be the bus driver. Unless you're the bus driver and you won the ring, you can't talk shit to me. I'm a Hall of Famer. So I think the same thing. If we will go through and look at all the Worlds and all the titles, or even the MSIs way back in the day, you'd have to also look, how many was Faker actually the one that was the dominant player? Was he like the best in the tournament, the one who carried the final? And listen, it would still be a lot. That's why he was the GOAT. But the point is, it wouldn't be all of them, guys. That's not the way it works. In the same way as I'm sure everyone understands that if like some NBA player unretired now and took the lowest spot on a championship team and got no money and won a ring, it wouldn't like boost his status as a GOAT player, would it? Like, we all know it's about how you play as well as what you win. It has to be both for me.
Yes,
Well,
yes.
it's also true that since Chovy's debut, Chovy has been the better player between Chovy and Faker during Chovy's time as a professional player.
Sure. Which, by the
That's
way,
just
here's
true.
the angle that you say on that. If you're saying Faker is the GOAT, now listen, I have a different distinction. I just say he's the GOAT, but his GOAT period sort of ended like 6-7 years ago, which is cool. By the way, in a way, this is why I hate T1 fans. You make it seem like I hate Faker. I am the only one who seems to appreciate him stealing all these titles on the way out the door when he's not the fucking super stud mechanical player. When he has to use his brain and play through other players and change the meta and sometimes play 2 champions so they can band-aid the whole draft. That's actually genius in terms of like, here's the cool thing there. You're stealing titles from your rivals. You're making their GOAT case was. That's cool. But as you say, Monty, if Faker's the GOAT and people want to do that T1 fan thing where you pretend like he's the GOAT every year of the game and the best, well then why the fuck, as you say, is one player playing his position from his country better than him for like 3 or 4 years? That doesn't make sense if he's GOATed right now. Yeah, I'm with you. I think it's actually a really interesting debate. Obviously, it'll get way more interesting if we can get some MSI Worlds titles, then we can really get spicy, right?
For sure. For me, like Rookie, of course, is in the conversation.
Has to be up there, doesn't he?
But Faker is the guy, and I'm curious how fucking things will play out. I think.
Well, I like this Yamato because in my article, I actually say that if Chovi's the Bonjour, he's the third Bonjour because it goes Faker, Rookie, and then Chovy. Because again, I can tell who didn't watch the LPL because Rookie cooked the LPL for about 5 years straight, guys. The joke is he himself isn't even having to do the Faker now and be like he just straight up plays the same champions. And look, he might not be the best, but he's what, the third best or something. He's still fucking good now, mate. That's the guy still mega.
I love Rookie, man. It's so much pain though, bro. Like, oh my god. You need to watch Rookie to enjoy Rookie. There's not a league page you can pull up and enjoy it the same way.
Rookie is the poster child for like you as a player, you do have a responsibility for which rosters you end up on, right? And that really affects your career, sometimes even more than the way you play the game itself. And so part of being a professional athlete or professional player is managing which rosters you go to, right? That's absolutely
he's a hopeless romantic. He believed in the IG boys for so long, and and he ended up on B5 or whatever.
If you don't know, I know Rookie's had a long time girlfriend. I believe they're not actually married. And here's my joke as to why. Because every time he reaches out for the ring, some fucker like Jackie Love or the Shy runs in and throws it into the ocean. So you can never get into the ring. You know, what you want. Shout out Rookie, the sleeper goat.
That's also another interesting conversation because always like when I raise this on stream, right? It's like people say it was like we saw what happened with T1 when Faker wasn't there. It's like, yeah, but we didn't see what happened to Genji when they subbed in Poby. Well, what the fuck would happen then? It's like it's an unfair comparison. Like, Faker is obviously important to the team. They played together for a long time, and I have an appreciation for how they've worked out their dynamic and all the dirty work Faker probably has to do to make it work. But that just removes all the intangibles that all other players all over the world that are praised to be fucking great and what their level of impact is too, because now we've seen it, like he's had the opportunity to make it obvious and he made the return after the surgery. You know, he did good and so forth. But it's like, what will happen with Genji if you just pull out Chovy and put in Poby? What will happen? Bro. Come on, are we really going to, not have work this whole entire exercise through? We're just going to see it for what it is. This one always makes my blood boil, you know.
Yeah, the other aspect that people don't understand about the whole Rookie thing too is that if Rookie had gone to a few more international tournaments, he probably would have outperformed Faker at some of these events because he was better than Faker during some of these periods. And then we wouldn't even Rookie's star would have risen a lot more, right? The problem is that we've seen so few Rookie versus Faker matchups in the history of their fucking long careers that we didn't get to see, that kind of power shift that definitely happened in, post 2018.
No, I mean, my analogy, Monty, is a bit like what I do when I talk about the Tom Brady example. People give Faker infinite credit because in the playoffs he had the glow up and then he won the big final. But I always say this, like if you're the GOAT, you also collect all the regular season MVPs, right, dude? You're the GOAT every day of the year. Like if you're only the GOAT in the playoffs, then you're not the GOAT, are you? Like the GOAT is the guy, because if you don't know, Tom Brady didn't win gangs and fucking MVPs. Right. He won a few, he won a few.
Zeka's the GOAT. What are you talking about?
By that logic, yeah. Who the fuck knows, right? That's the other one that I can't handle is when they say, like last year, how could JDG be the best team ever? They lost to T1. By that logic, Zeka's better than Faker, you fucking clown. You can do that if you want, but the joke is even I don't want to do that. It's disgusting. Zeka literally, what he should, that's like a war crime, what he fucking did that performance. He should never be allowed to play League. Well, the joke is he barely can play League of Legends anymore, but shout out to Azir coming back in the meta. That's a fucking equalizer of a champion, isn't it, mate? That's a fucking hell of a champion right there. Is that it? Right, it's been fucking 700 hours, so I think we're there. I think we're at the end now.
420. I have the stream over. I see 420. That's a good number, yeah.
Yes.
No more pipe sponsors. So,
they might be coming back. Don't worry. Don't worry about
All right, gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you very much for having me.
We will be back with all of your viewer questions for next week. We are also going to be switching this show's schedule up a little bit in order to fit for MSI. So the next 2 weeks, it will be on Mondays, so the same day that this show is on, at 7 p.m. Pacific US time, 7 a.m., 7 a.m. Pacific, 10 a.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Central European Summer Time. That is when the show will be live. It'll be on VOD very shortly after that, guys. That is the only day off of the week for MSI over the next 2 weeks because Riot knows that tournaments are more exciting when you have them jam-packed and you don't just leave a week between stages of playoffs. So that's going to be our schedule for Summoning Insight, and you guys will see us then. We will see you next week.